Sairam, dear listeners and viewers of this special Thursday Satsang, a series that we started sometime last year, especially to help us stay connected to Prasanthi Nilayam and to stay focused on Swami. The series was started just as we were going into the lockdowns that was brought upon us by the pandemic. But nevertheless, every opportunity becomes an opportunity for us to think about Swami, to live in the thoughts of Swami, and that is why this has become so special. The whole idea of satsang, as Swami would tell us, is to ensure that our devotion flows in the right direction. You talk about devotion is a very spontaneous feeling, right? Either it is there or it is not there. At least that's how we tend to perceive it. And what is spontaneous, we often think, does that need to be controlled, that needs need to be marshaled? But the fact is, it is. Swami says, for a devotee, discipline is very important. And the easiest way for a devotee to ensure that the expression of devotion is flowing in the right direction is to ensure that the discipline is governed by the likes and dislikes of Swami. And it is so graceful of Swami, so compassionate of Swami, that not only does he give us the message, but he ensures that there are enough examples for us to look up to. I'm reminded of a very beautiful episode that Swami would narrate in his discourses, especially about Mata Subamma. Those were the days when Swami had just come back from Uravakunda. Swami had made the declaration. Swami would spend a lot of times in some of the hills and caves around Prasanthi Nilayam. And this great devotee, Mata Subamma, what she would do is, she knew that Swami is sitting alone somewhere. She knew a few of those places where Swami would often frequent. So she decided that she will make something, she'll cook some food and go look for Swami, because there's no other way Swami will be having food otherwise. So she would, being an elderly lady, trek this whole, hike up the hill, go looking for Swami. And finally, when she would find Swami, she would say, Swami, I brought some tiffin for you, please have. And then Swami will ask her, what have you got? And she says, Swami, I've made some idli for you. And Swami will say, idli, I don't feel like eating idli today. I want upma. So she would say, Swami, I've made upma also. No, I don't want upma, I want to have dosa. She would say, Swami, I know you might want that. I brought that also. So sometimes Swami would even make her go down all the way, make and get. And she would, not be upset about it. She would not show any resentment, and she would lovingly serve Swami. And then Swami would say, Swami said this in a discourse. Swami said, Subamma, I'm not doing all this to trouble you. Swami said, there will come a time in the future when I will point out to you and tell my devotees, this is true devotion, right? So in that manner, Swami's life is glorious. There's no doubt about that. But Swami has also allowed us to witness a few devotees around Swami. And talking about Subamma, Mother Ishwaramma, we've had an extended discussion about her, how she had motherly love towards Swami. But when she started asking this question, what Swami likes, what Swami doesn't like, that Vatsalya Prema became a pure devotee's devotion towards Swami. So many such examples that Swami has given us, and today Bishu and I have come to speak about one wonderful devotee of Swami.
Yes, I think the points that you made, Prem. One, our devotion finding a disciplined approach. That's a very beautiful lesson that all of us as devotees have to learn. And secondly, all these devotees, when it comes to Mother Ishwaramma, her prema that she had, that Vatsalya Prema, Swami transformed it to Parama Prema.
Absolutely.
And there are devotees whose Parama Prema Swami transferred it to Vatsalya Prema.
That's a good point, right?
and those tales are so moving, actually, to say the least. And we cannot but think of Mrs. Ratanlal when we talk about this Vatsalya Prema of Bhagwan. Someone who served Swami for more than 40 years, looking after Bhagwan's body, taking care of Bhagwan's kitchen. I mean, that is what generally people know about her, but there is so much more about her life, because when we look at these lives, I feel there is no need for us to delve into the life of a Prahlada or a Meera. Yes, those are great tales, but they are in the Puranas, but there are living examples of scriptures in our lives. Every time an avatar comes, along with him, there are these contemporaries. And if we really study the lives of some of these great servitors of Bhagwan, we will get all the lessons that we need for us on the spiritual path. And you look at her life. When Bhagwan met Professor Kasturi for the very first time, when Professor Kasturi is he's having this first darshan of Bhagwan, and how Professor Kasturi writes in Loving God, it was July 1948, and Swami pats him affectionately as if he has known him for years, and then Swami tells him, no, I know your promotion is got delayed, I will get that done. I know you lost your son, don't worry, you will get a son-in-law, he'll be like a son for you. I know your mother is worried. And Professor Kasturi is like stunned. And he's trying to grapple, who is this phenomenon who seems to know so much about me, and he seems to know so things about which, probably nobody else in the world knows. And then Swami says, you know what, you're going to write my Jivana Charitra. You're going to
The
write
very first interaction.
very first interaction. And Professor Kasturi, as he says, he's stunned to silence because I don't even know this person. And he says, you're the one who is going to write my life story. Don't worry, I will guide you. I will tell you whom to go, what to do. But to me, it was like, these are souls. When Avatar comes, there are souls which come to play a very important part in the mission. And Professor Kasturi was one such. Perhaps that soul had done penance, over lifetimes for that opportunity. And when you think about the life of Mrs. Ratanlal, the same parallel comes to me, because Mother Ishwaramma left her mortal coil in 1972 in the month of May. And if you see the way Mrs. Ratanlal got associated with Bhagwan, it was just a few months before Mother Ishwaramma leaving the earth that Swami had shaped Mrs. Ratanlal to look after his kitchen, to take on that role of being a mother of the physical form. And the way that happened, again, is very interesting. The way Bhagwan created those circumstances, it was actually the time when there was this India-Pakistan war, 1971 December. And 1971 November, the birthday celebrations got over. And then Mr. Ratanlal, Mrs. Ratanlal, both were there for the function, and they wanted to go back to Mumbai. And Swami says, Mr. Ratanlal, why do you want to take her back to Mumbai? Do you know she has fever? She needs rest. Let her be with me. I will take her to Vrindavan. And Mr. Ratanlal says, okay, Swami, whatever you want. And then in December, there was an All India conference.
Okay.
So Swami takes her to Chennai. And after that, they come back to Vrindavan. And it is at this time that the war starts, December. And Mrs. Ratanlal also is very new to Swami. She was not cooking for Swami or anything at that point in time. First time Swami is saying, no, you come stay with me. And so she was staying in the Vrindavan ashram along with Mr. Rama Brahmam, Professor Gokak and all that. And they all used to eat with Swami. And so one day she noticed that there is this family which was sending food for Bhagwan for breakfast, lunch. And when the war started, after 4:30 p.m. there was blackouts and all movements restricted. And she saw that there was no dinner for Bhagwan one evening. And, she was very disturbed. There's no dinner. It's not only for others also. It was no dinner for anyone also. But for her, main thing was, Swami has not had anything. And she was feeling very sad, and she thought maybe next day they will make some arrangement, try to send the food before 4:30 or first day, maybe they didn't know what to do. And so next day breakfast comes on time, lunch comes on time, but again there is no dinner. And she's thinking, oh my God, there is no dinner for Swami today. And she thought, okay, maybe tomorrow they will make something. And the third day, same thing happens. When it happens the fourth day, now she gets really restless. Like 4 days, Bhagwan had not had his dinner. And the fifth day, she musters courage. And the fifth morning, she says, she tries to go near Bhagwan. And Swami looks at her and as if, Amy Samacharam, what do you want? Or something like that. And she says, Swami, you have not had dinner, Swami. 4 days you have not had dinner. And Swami does not say anything. Swami just looks into her eyes and she says, Swami, if you don't mind, can I prepare something? I don't know South Indian dishes, Swami, but I know something. If you want, I'll make something. And Swami says, I was waiting for you to ask me this. The Lord waiting. It's like Swami was waiting for Professor Kasturi to come. Here's what Swami is telling. I was waiting for you to ask. Go and make something. And she says, Swami, I don't know South Indian items, idli and vada. And I says, what do you know? She says, Swami, I know puri. You make puri, you make puri. Aloo puri you make. So she makes that day puri and sabji and everything. And everybody has their fill. And the next morning, she does not make anything. And because the food generally comes. So Swami says, you didn't make anything? Swami, breakfast has come. No, but you should also make something. And she says, Swami, I don't know sambar. No problem. And lunch, food is very much there. Swami says, you didn't make anything? And she says, then Swami himself goes to the kitchen. And says, see, this is how you should make sambar. This is how you should make the dal boil. And when it reaches this point, this is how you should put the masala. This is how you should do the seasoning. Wait for, the color to change to this and then add this spices. Swami teaches her how to do sambar. Next day, how to do rasam. And slowly, it was like Swami was training her, to take on that role of looking after the physical needs of the avatar. And what started in 1971 continued for 40 years till the final moment of Mrs. Ratanlal's earthly sojourn. And we have seen that how she would be so particular about every little detail of Bhagwan's, not just food, everything of Bhagwan, about his bed, about his clothes, about his kerchiefs. I mean, I remember how when she used to make curd, she would make curd 5-6 times at different times in the night, so that you have the curd with a perfect taste, which is not too sour, because she wants to do the best for Swami. And generally people know of her, especially in the inner circle, as someone who looked after Bhagwan, who was taking care of Bhagwan's kitchen. But that is only a very, very small part. In fact, yes, that was a very important part. But if you look at what Mrs. Ratanlal was doing, before she came, she was already a very successful businesswoman. She was having her own boutique. She was selling expensive clothes, expensive jewelry. All the elite used to come to her shop. So she was very well connected with all the royalty. That was professionally. Socially, she was a social activist. She was a philanthropist. She used to take care of so many cancer patients, mentally challenged children. So she was actually, her social life was more active than her business life. Personally, she was the wife of Mr. Ratanlal, who was a very important member in the Congress party. And because of that, she could pick up the phone and call any minister, any chief minister. As we narrate to you stories from her life, you will see how influential she was. She could get things done. Anybody in India, anybody she could just call and get things done. And she used everything to see that Bhagwan's mission grows. Swami is made all the time comfortable. And if you see all these beautiful talents that she had, her resourcefulness, her intelligence, her sensitivity, everything got channelized to what Swami wants. Means she was a dynamic personality. She could get anything done. But now she knew how to be dynamic, at the same time be an epitome of modesty. She knew how to be very resourceful, but at the same time be completely behind the scenes. She knew how to get things done, but at the same time be as humble as possible. And I think all of these virtues that she saw, what Bhagwan's likes, and the way she tailored her personality, endeared Bhagwan to her so much that she became virtually a part of everything that happened from the 70s, be it the Brindavan College, Brindavan Hostel, the Anantpur College, the setting up of the Sanatan Sarthi printing press, Swami's visits. She was the one who took Swami to Kashmir in 1980 because she felt Swami needs rest. He's all the time working. I have to give my Swami rest. He has to just be in the mountains. He should just be away from everything. 10 years she persisted and pleaded with Swami, you should come. And she says, I have never ever seen Swami so relaxed, so happy, so one with nature, what she saw in Kashmir in 1980. So every visit of Bhagwan, after that, she was part of it. Just like Mother Ishwarama was a part of every visit of Bhagwan before Mrs. Ratanlal came into Bhagwan's life. So every milestone in the avatar's life after 1971, you will find that Mr. Ratanlal was part of it, but you will not read about it in the books. Nobody will talk about it. Only if you had chance to one-to-one interact with him, then you would know about these beautiful ways that she became such a powerful instrument. And as you said, it was only because the focus only all the time was, what can I do for my Swami? What is it that my Swami likes? How can I use every resource, every little talent, every little skill that I have in his service and for his happiness? And I think that focus is what made her what she came to be, a living scripture on womanhood. And in this series, we will definitely share so many more beautiful anecdotes from her life, and every anecdote is something from which we can learn tons of lessons. So let's get started with her journey to Bhagwan, how she came to Swami way back in 1965, her first darshan. Let's listen to her in her own words.
It was in 1965, just few days before Swami's arrival. He was supposed to come on the 6th of June. Swami was coming to Bombay.
Okay.
And staying with the Sawant, P.K. Sawant, who was then the minister and also trustee of Shirdi Sansthan. And he got devoted to Swami, and he accepted that Swami is Shirdi Baba's,
Avatar.
So my husband was the chief whip at that time. So there was a meeting fixed at Shanmukhanand Hall. So these common friends who used to speak about Swami, they used to refer Swami as Swami. They never conveyed a Bhagwan, So some of us thought, being used to North India, that's he's South Indian Swami, well known. And
Swami was well known even in 1965.
Swami, that was the second time he came to Bombay. But first time it wasn't, and even second time when he came, the public was not such that one had to sort of plan a big place. So the meeting was fixed in Shanmukhanand Hall. And these friends of mine who were Swami's devotees, they used to come to Prasanthi Nilayam and all that. So they telephoned to me, Bridge Auntie, we have tried to get passes from Mr. Sawant, but there are no passes available. Now you must get us these passes. So there were 6 of them, husband, wife, Mr. and Mrs. Atal. Atal was working in the Union Bank, and 3 daughters and 1 niece. So my husband came back from the office and I said, please get me 10 passes from Mr. Sawant. So he said, sit in the car and we'll go just now and you try. So when we arrived at Sawant's house, he said, Mrs. Ratanlal, what are you talking? I cannot give you 10 passes, I said, these 6 people are Swami's devotees. You can't deprive them of, and we are 4 people, my husband, myself, and my husband had a niece who was born blind. And the doctor's diagnosis were that when God was distributing the limbs, he forgot to give her the eyes, you know. So I thought we will take her and my sister-in-law. So with half an hour's persuasion, he got so fed up with me, you know, that he gave us 10 passes. So we came home. On the 6th of June, my office was very near P.K. Sawant's place. And while I was going after lunch, I saw a little crowd sitting in Sahyadri lawn, not in Sawant's lawn, you know, because he didn't have a big lawn. So I went to my office. I brought 4 buckets of water with ice, lemon squash, orange squash, and started serving them. In the meantime, the crowd became little more. So this went on till 9 o'clock at night. At 9 o'clock, the police announced that Swami is still in Thana and it'll take him 1 hour. So
He
these...
had police this thing
Yes,
around.
yes, absolutely. There was police bandobast. They wouldn't allow us to enter Sawant's house, you know. So Sahyadri used to be the chief minister's residence. So all those staff knew me very well, you know. And some or the other, we opened the doors and we sat on the ground. Ladies one side, men on one side, and we went on. So these friends of mine, I was a very bad patient of ulcers. I hadn't had anything. They said, you come with us. We are just across the road and you have little cold milk and we'll come back. By the time we came back, Swami had already entered the house. He had his dinner and he retired. Now, not knowing Swami's ways, myself, Princess of Kutch, and her brother sat opposite on Ridge Road, you know, which is supposed to be a very posh locality. And I, in my own way, was a little notorious character because I was doing a lot of social work, you know. So everybody knew me. Opposite is K.M. Munshi's house, you know. So all the cars, we started singing that we will not go till we have had Swami's darshan. We had the good fortune that from early childhood, in those days, 100 years ago, all the parents, they had a system that we used to pray, and before we went to school or colleges, there was a puja room, and then my father, being in the education, every Sunday he used to organize his few friends and the children and give us a talk. So as I said, be good, do good, see good, no gossip, no criticism, no, you know, that sort of a thing. And few years ago, I had the good fortune that I met my guru, Lady Guru. Though I used to be not very, because before the partition, when we were in Lahore, my mother-in-law used to have all the Mahamandleshwars of Allahabad and Haridwar. They used to come and stay with us for 6 months, 100 sadhus, and we had a big compound, you know, family house, where in the evening Ramayana is going on, Mahabharata is going on, Gita is going on. So we were all used to, my husband as well as myself. So suddenly I said, how can we go? We have been whole day long waiting. Swami has to give darshan. 9:30 to 11:30, I have a loud voice and I was a good singer at that time. And I'm singing one bhajan after the other, going on singing. Suddenly at 11:30, in the balcony, it was a pitch dark. You couldn't see Swami. So Swami stood on the balcony and spoke in English. It is very late. go home, come back at 7 o'clock in the morning. And while he was talking, a big disc, golden disc, bigger than the sun, hit me on the chest. And I was singing at that time, Narayan, Narayan. And I shouted, Narayan, Narayan, Narayan.
So we just heard that episode of how she had her first darshan of Swami, and again, a lot of very beautiful things when Bishu was telling how she came to become that person who was always part of whatever Swami took up, but she remained in the back of all of it. All devotees, it is like a master sculptor making a sculpture. The first thing that he does is he finds a rock which has a certain amount of perfection. Right? Any rock or any marble does not become his masterpiece. He does look for certain qualities in a marble or a rock, but thereafter comes the skill of the sculptor. And I think you can say that about every devotee who came to Swami and came to become who they are. They do come with their virtues, but slowly and sometimes even painfully, Swami chisels them and brings them to that shape that they are. And we can find that in the life of Mrs. Ratanlal too, whom Swami used to fondly call Ammaji, right? And in that first episode, you could see glimpses of many of those traits that Swami finds or Swami wants all of us to cultivate. Probably one thing that stands out is her determination,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
She was there and she said, I've come here to have Swami's darshan. I cannot leave without having it. And it could mean that everybody tells you Swami is retired, he's not going to come back again. But it didn't deter her. She said, no, I have come, I will sit here, have Swami's darshan and then go.
Until darshan, I will not go.
Right.
Yeah. And I think that, as Swami says, no, purity, patience, perseverance. If you have these three,
Right.
then you will definitely pull God to yourself. You will yourself become God. I think that's what it was. Perseverance, that I want Swami, and no matter what, and there was so much purity in that.
The purity aspect, if you ask me, her first thought was,
Yes.
there are people gathered there
Yes.
and they've been sitting the whole day, and I think she narrates how news comes that Swami is going to be late by a couple of hours more.
Yeah.
So the first thing is, there are people who are waiting there, maybe they will need some refreshments.
Yes.
Right? That is a sign of purity, and as Swami would always say, the best way to please Swami is you take care of the devotees, and we've seen this with so many devotees. The moment they say that they've made arrangements for food or stay for devotees, Swami is so happy.
Yes.
So even though she had not yet received that training from Swami, I think she was already in the
there.
groove, if you could put it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. So that purity and that patience and the namasmarana,
Absolutely.
isn't it?
Right.
I think, she said, no matter what, we will keep singing. And through our bhajans, we will pull Swami and continuously to sing. And I think the power of bhajans, as Swami would always say,
Right.
if every collective singing, you can have Bhagwan come out of his room 11:30 in the night and give you darshan. And I think that is something phenomenal. Probably there are many, many stories like this. I think everywhere Bhagwan has traveled, Swami has done things he would never do, only because of the prayers and the pining of the devotees, and that's what you see her in her life also.
And of course, what a beautiful and remarkable vision or experience that Swami gives. I think pretty unique. I mean, that's all credit to Bhagwan, that how he is able to pull each one of us in so many ways, myriad ways. Each one can speak of that journey in a way that it stands out. Swami might have 1 million devotees, but he's one Swami for us, and he ensures that that relation is.
I think that's why he's God. He's, for everyone, he's my God, and every experience is unique. And I think, but this is something absolutely stellar. We have never ever heard anything like this. First darshan, and there is this disc, there is this chakra that is coming and moving, and it just merging into you. I think that is
right.
I mean, you only hear of this in the Puranas and things like that, but this is absolutely so special for a very, very special devotee. The first encounter is absolutely unique.
And then the way she says it, I mean, how do you can imagine the amount of energy that must have been there in a person who had a vision like this. She says it was well past 11:30, quarter to 12 when she finally reaches home. Swami tells them, come back tomorrow, and she goes, She's saying she's so excited, she runs into her bedroom and wakes up her husband,
Yeah.
Mr. Ratanlal, and says, Swami is here and I had darshan.
I had seen
And,
God.
Right, I've seen God.
God.
And of course, if those of you who have known Mr. Ratanlal, he was one of the regular speakers in the satsang hall. And his favorite topic was always Advaita.
Yeah.
So he says, everything is God. What are you telling? I saw God. And she says, hey, you don't understand anything. And she says that, she spends that whole night in the puja room.
Yeah.
And
She takes her pillow and
right,
goes, I'm going to the puja room.
puja room, and she says that I'm not able to sleep. She's so excited that next morning Swami has again invited them to come and have darshan. So she says she doesn't sleep. She wakes up at 2:30 and she starts all her puja and everything. She used to do puja for 2 hours every day. That was a regular routine.
Yes.
So she says that she was so excited, so she finishes all her cooking and finishing the puja, and he was all ready to go for Swami's. Now, in our terms, the real darshan, where you're seated and Swami comes.
Vision happened,
right?
now darshan.
Now,
And I think definitely, these are such life-defining moments. And everything that we have done till now, I think all the janmas, everything that we have done till now was for this moment. And I think today, when you think about this moment, what you're going to hear now, what happened, but to us, it feels like this is the culmination of the merits, the punya of not only her life, but of her parents, her ancestors, because every time we have a moment with Bhagwan, moment with God, a tryst with divinity, it is the culmination of good acts done by generations from our entire forefathers. And I think that moment happened the next morning, and you should hear it in her own words.
So I finished my puja. I had asked my driver. So I sat in the car at 6:30 and picked up this child and her mother and arrived at Savant's house. There, all that Congress volunteers were there. They all know me. So they asked us to go and sit in front. So we sat in the front line. So at 7 sharp, Swami came. When I saw Swami, I expected like Mahamandaleshwars of Haridwar, big people, tall, big stomach and well built. When I saw Swami was not even 65, though he was how old? From
40 years old.
40. You can well imagine, for few minutes, I went on looking at Swami. Petite, so young. I said, this is Swami. There was the aura, there was, Swami is trying, there were hardly 400 or 500 people. And they became so restless that, nobody would listen to Swami. 10 minutes passed. And me as usual, social worker and not bothering about anything, not knowing Swami's ways, I jumped onto the platform and there was a mic. Swami was standing near the mic. I pushed the mic to me and started singing. And then I asked everybody to sort of be quiet and follow the bhajan. Swami looked at me up and down. I didn't bother whether it was approved look or disapproved look. I was so sort of concerned with the discipline at that time. And then I going on asking everybody, sit down, be patient, And Swami is looking at me. In 10-15 minutes, it became absolutely peaceful. Then Swami came down. I was still singing. He didn't stop me from singing. I was still singing. He went around, gave darshan to everybody and went inside the house. So we thought our darshan is over. We also came down and I went to the car, dropped my niece and I went to my office, I was working. So matter ended.
So that was her first darshan of Bhagwan. And as she was narrating, she had thought Bhagwan will be a huge figure because she had seen all these saints from North India who used to come to their house. And as she narrated before, they would stay in their house and they would serve them for 6 months. So she always had that image that it would be a very tall and very healthy, robust sadhu. And when she saw Swami, so small, so adorable. I remember, her narrating this, even during our informal conversations, she always felt like I'll go and hug him. He's so so adorable. Oh my God, he's not some saint. He's like my son. She had that kind of a feeling that I should just go and capture him. So that, and she felt at home. I think that is something which was very, very special. The moment, the first darshan she had, and she felt like, I have to look after him. He's so sweet. He's so adorable. I have to take care of him. And I think that is what propelled her to, to maintain discipline and ensure that, he's protected. And, that protective feeling of a mother, it just came out. And when Swami is coming out and people are not in discipline, and she's saying, no, I have to protect her. Isn't it? And that's what I feel.
Right. The other thing is, talking about discipline, we all know that Swami is very fond of that. But even the maintaining of discipline, Swami wants a discipline in that.
Yeah.
The way she narrates it, you can make out when she was coming on stage and taking the mic. Swami gives her a few glares here and there. But then, as we said, she's just come, and how she transforms herself to...
And generally, people will not dare to do that. Especially in the 60s, a lady.
She says that, the activist in her takes the stage. But this whole thing, again, something that she probably intuitively recognized, Swami's fondness for discipline.
Yes.
I recall a beautiful episode narrated by one of our MBA students. Swami had taken them for the industrial visit to the city of Madras and now Chennai. So Swami called this particular student, and Swami said, "Hey, you're a pharmacist, right?" So that was his degree before he joined MBA. He said, "Yes, Swami." And Swami said, "Pharmacist means almost doctor." Swami said. And then Swami tells him, "You don't go in the bus with the other students. You join my convoy. There are some elders. They're not keeping well. So I want somebody with them who can take care." He said, fine. He was, of course, feeling a little bad that he's missing his trip with his friends. But then Swami was going in his car, and behind him in the car, just behind Swami's car, he got in with some other elders and senior devotees. As Swami was driving towards Bangalore, at one particular place, Swami's car took a diversion. Right? And the convoy followed. They didn't know where it was going. And Swami drives almost into the forest. And there in a clearing there, you won't believe it, 10-15 tribal people are sitting there and doing bhajans, and they've made an altar with twigs and branches and leaves.
Oh, wow.
With a small picture of Swami, and they're doing bhajans there. Imagine, they're doing bhajans nowhere, and Swami just alights from the car, goes and stands there, takes aarti, gets into the car and comes.
Wow.
Right? And then he asks around, was this a scheduled trip? They said, no, it was not a scheduled trip. None of them knew about it. And Swami just goes there, gives darshan, and should I say that nobody fell sick in the car? Swami just wanted to, give him this thing, and probably nobody else knew about it. And this is something that has happened so many times, that devotees would be just seated in some corner and, do bhajans in a disciplined manner, and Swami will be attracted to that gathering. So in a way, she kind of understood that devotion was very dear to Swami, bhajans was very dear to Swami, and discipline was something that Swami will automatically attract. Automatically Swami will get attracted to it, and will come to you. So very, very beautiful, and a lot of lessons to learn too.
Oh, absolutely. And the way she takes on to the stage and she maintains discipline, I think you saw that aggressiveness directed towards positive and devotional outcomes all her life. She always had that courage. If something was needed for Swami, come what may, she had that guts and courage to do, and we saw that right from that first encounter with Bhagwan. And I think again she was the one who brought Mr. Ratanlal to Swami, isn't it?
Right. So I think we'll probably listen to that in her own voice, because we said she goes back after that first darshan and he doesn't seem to be too impressed. But he comes to Swami in that next trip, because on the same day, in the evening, she returns. This time she ensures that she brings her husband along. And of course, we'll listen to it in her own voice and we'll see how that turned out.
In the evening, again, there is darshan. And second day was the meeting at Shanmukhanand Hall. So I tell my husband that you have to come. He said, listen, I'm not coming. So generally, at times we could not use any strong words. We are from the old tradition. So, and especially North India, my God, a woman had, nothing, she could not assert. But for a change, my mother-in-law was sitting there and I asserted. I said, if you don't come today with me, you can get up and come back. You have always done it, so many places. Why can't you, for my sake, why can't you do that, And he said, no, I'm not coming, because he was a very strong personality. So he was more intellectual. I was more devotion, So ultimately, we went. So I said, don't sit in the front line. Because of the chief whip, he had that privilege. I said, don't sit in the front line, sit in the fourth line. Because if you want to get up, you can quietly get up. Now there are 2 aisles in Shanmukhanand Hall. Swami was going to enter from there. He would have gone from that aisle. Look at the lords, it is all preordained. Nothing is honestly in your power. And Swami comes all the way, and where we were sitting, I think his robe must have touched my husband's, And what do I see? He's jumped from his seat 6 inches, And then Swami goes to the stage and materialized Vibhuti for some devotee. And what do I see? He was not like that. Tears are running down his eyes. So, finished. We sat through the discourse. It was all in Telugu. Of course, Mr. Kasturi tried to, but no justice was done. After the function, we come out. The police had made my husband's car inside. He had bought a new car. And he was very fond of his gadgets. There was a beautiful horn with music. There was all the system of music, everything. What do I see? Everything has been stolen and the car is in shambles. So he says to me, listen, you come out. Generally, I thought he would get very excited. He was cool and calm. Very strange. We come out, he says, no, you take 2 taxis. You have got a habit. You will sit with my sister and you will send that girl with me. Let the sister and the girl tell my sister, go home. And we go home. We took 2 taxis. We came home. The driver went, whatever formality, some or the other car was brought.
So that is how Mr. Ratnalal comes for darshan. Someone who did not want to come, someone who wanted to sit right at the very end, but Bhagwan goes that side, and I think that electric shock kind of an experience that he had, it's a common experience, and this is something that I've seen with so many people. That first darshan, the first chance of sparshan, first Pad Namaskar, it does something, it opens up something. You are never the same again after that moment of touch from eternity. And I think that's what happened with Mr. Ratnalal. And to get a real example of the impact of that darshan, as she says, by the time they came back to pick up their car, they saw that so many gadgets from the car were stolen. And I remember she saying that, generally Mr. Ratnalal would, in normal circumstances, he would have definitely got mad, because it was supposed to be a new car.
And he was very fond of his gadgets.
Yes, very fond of his gadgets, yes. But very surprisingly, he was not mad at all. He says, I don't know what happened. He was so calm. It's like this whole darshan he was so overpowered with that experience that this seemed like absolutely insignificant. And, and she goes on to narrate how all he was asking is, tell me more. That's all he wanted to know. Tell me more about this Baba, Baba, Baba. So I think that is what happens. The moment God enters your life, everything else becomes insignificant. Everything that was good, noble, sacred in you comes to the prominence. Everything that is not so good in you, your anger, your desires, everything somehow goes back to the back burner. And I think that is the experience that Mr. Ratanlal had.
And of course, the other point that Swami would often make, the role that women play in bringing the men in the family to Swami. A clear case of that. Swami would often say, I recall in a discourse, Swami had said, looking at everybody gathered, that he said, every man here has been brought because of either their mother or their wife.
Oh, yes.
Right? Because Swami said that they are the first ones who are able to recognize divinity and develop that devotion. We could see that in her case also. And after that, it's only a spark, right? It just takes one spark to take on from there. But the whole idea of going through the life of Mrs. Ratanlal, or any devotee for that matter, I think it's very important, even as we listen to these stories or any other stories, not to look at these devotees and say, oh, they must be some great devotees and great beings. That they are, there's no doubt about that. But I think these are examples for us. The analogy I could think of is, imagine a teacher in the class. He or she would write the lessons or the equations or the problems on the board. What is written on the board has to be copied onto a notebook. It is not that the board is more dear to the teacher, right? The whole idea is that is an example, and what has to be followed should be in our own life. So I think that is how we need to look at these devotees' lives and the kind of devotion that they express for Swami.
Yes. And we don't have the excuse to say that, Prahlada's times were different, Dhruva's times were different. At that time you could do, now it's very difficult. Times have changed, we have so many distractions today, we have this pressure today. But I think if you look at the lives of devotees, who were contemporaries of Bhagwan, and if we study their lives, I feel we will find enough inspiration, and we will find no reason to not make that effort to walk on that path that Bhagwan wants us to, and begin our journey of this sanskar, paropakar leading to sakshatkar. There is so much more. So we will come to that. In fact, even before she came to Bhagwan, there were signs. There were signs that Bhagwan had given, and that happens in everyone, all of our lives. And how that happened, and how Bhagwan was already telling her that I'm here, see. So we will come to that. And in the coming episodes, we will go to the invitations that Bhagwan was giving her, and slowly how she became a part of Bhagwan's avatarik life and mission.
So with that, dear listeners, thank you for joining us. As Vishu said, we will come back to you with subsequent episodes, with more episodes from her life in her own narration, and with that, our reflections on what we can learn from them. Thank you for joining us this evening. Take care. Jai Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. Saram, dear listeners, and welcome to the studios of Sri Satya Sai Media Center. We offer our loving and prayerful salutations at Bhagwan's lotus feet. And we are here today with his grace and guidance to continue a satsang that we had started a few months ago on one of the greatest servitors of Bhagwan, who had the chance to mother the divine avatar, mother the divine body of Bhagwan, the story of Mrs. Ratanlal. The word Ratan means a gem or a diamond, and as I read the life of Mrs. Ratanlal, it always to me seems that it's the story of a diamond of a devotee. Bhagwan says he gives us diamonds so that one day we will learn to kill our mind, because only when our mind dies can we truly become the diamond that Bhagwan wants us to become. And when you read the life of Mrs. Ratanlal, when you read how she went through all those chills and thrills of becoming a devotee, the whole journey, it was all culminating to that point of eliminating your mind. And we started this session wherein we told you how she took over the chance of looking after Bhagwan's body, looking after Swami's kitchen, serving food to Bhagwan just 6 months before Mother Ishwaramma left her mortal coil. So it was all divinely ordained. Every person who has the chance to be with the avatar is definitely destined, and they have been preparing, their souls have been preparing for it for lifetimes. So we went back to the story and we told you how she had her first darshan, 1965, in the garden of Mr. P.K. Sawant, and it was a darshan in the middle of the night where they were waiting for Bhagwan to come. Swami arrived pretty late in the night and Swami retired, so to speak, and everyone prayed, no Swami, and it was Mrs. Ratanlal who led the gathering to do bhajans, and Swami could not contain himself. They drew the grace of Bhagwan. They pulled Swami to come and give darshan in the middle of the night. And the amazing experience she had of a disc emanating from Bhagwan's being and rolling in the air and merging into him, into her. And I think that was such a powerful moment. We hear the journey of a devotee, Swami says, is the light is in me, I am in the light, and I am the light. You become the light. And I think to me, it was a moment where the light entered into her. And that was the dramatic manner in which Bhagwan entered her life. And then came the second darshan, right? Prince?
Right. And talking of the second darshan that she had in Mumbai, it was Swami's second visit to Mumbai too.
Yes.
And the second darshan was equally special in its own way. Because that very first darshan gave a glimpse of what kind of a devotee she was. She was not a devotee who was going to take no for an answer.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
There was Swami who had retired, but she already had an inkling about how you draw his grace. But probably did not have the right vision of Swami at that point. She didn't really get a good look at Swami. It was late in the night. It was dark. The next day, she goes to the house of this devotee, Mr. Sawant. And when she goes there, and she says that she comes from a family that has this history of serving sons and sadhus.
Yes.
She says that about 100 Mahamandaleshwars would be hosted in her house in Karachi. This is before the partition. Yeah. And for 6 months together, they would camp in their house, and they would have their pravachans, and they would feed them. There would be satsangs. So she was looking forward to see Swami as another, great sadhu of that kind. And the first time Swami walks into their presence, she sees Swami, and the first question in her mind is this Swami? She said, I was expecting a 6 feet figure with a big stomach and a flowing beard. But here is Swami looking so tender, and instantly her heart melted. And we were talking about the role that she played in the avatar's life as being a mother. That motherly instinct was kindled right at that very moment, like many, many devotees have. So that was the second darshan that she had. The pleasant shock of how Swami appeared and what she expected and what Swami turned out to be. That was the second darshan that she had, which we discussed about last time.
Yes. And she says, she almost felt like hugging Swami.
Right.
I think as we have, earlier also discussed, but I think just that first darshan, that, as they say, that love at first sight, it was like the divine captured her completely.
Right.
That one moment, the soul knew that this is home. I am home.
Right. So that was the second darshan that she had. And then the very next day, I think she had the darshan in the Shanmukhananda Hall.
Yes.
Right. That was when even Mr. Ratanlal, another great devotee, her husband, he had his first darshan, who was not very keen to have Swami's darshan at that point in time, right? And his first reaction to Swami was also very remarkable in its own way, because he was a person who was very fond of his cars, his gadgets, and that's how Mrs. Ratanlal describes him. And after the first darshan, they come out, and the first thing they discover is the brand new car that he had bought, and he had brought it, he had driven in that car to have Swami's darshan. Somebody had, broken into it and stolen all the gadgets in the car and components from it. And he was very, very calm about it. Mrs. Ratanlal was very surprised to see his reaction, and she could instantly see that this was the effect of Swami's darshan, right? So that was the other very standout experience they had during that first darshan
Very
itself.
calming transformation.
Right.
And the most important thing also is that touch of Swami, the slight touch of Bhagwan. I mean, we know how Bhagwan went on the other aisle.
Right.
And that spiritual electric shock kind of a feeling. And I think that is also something that we have seen in so many devotees' lives. First Pad Namaskar or the first Sparshan was so exhilarating, divinely uplifting experience. And I think same thing happened. Literally, he was lifted off his chair. That's what Mrs. Ratanlal says. And the interesting thing is, after that, when they're supposed to return, and they were supposed to come back, and generally Mrs. Ratanlal would go along with Mr. Ratanlal's sister. Mm-hmm. And there would be another car where Mr. Ratanlal would go, and that day he says, no, you don't go with my sister, you be with me. Mm-hmm. And he goes on asking questions about Bhagwan, that one moment with Swami. And there, when Bhagwan was giving the discourse, she says how he was only crying, right, even though he did not understand Telugu, but he was completely in tears. And I think that was the time when the dam sort of broke, and he only wanted to know more about Swami. And let's listen to Mrs. Ratanlal speak about it, about the transformation that happened. And also, the interesting thing is, when you look at all these first encounters in devotees' lives, you will also many times find that there were a lot of things that happened preceding that event.
Right.
There were a lot of things that when you later see, you can connect the dots. And you would see that Bhagwan was actually preparing that particular soul for that moment for so many years, for so many decades in that lifetime. And I think that is something which happened with Mrs. Ratanlal also. And let's listen to Mrs. Ratanlal herself narrate those signs and wonders that happened before the moment when the light entered into her.
In my shrine, 6 months before, now Bhrigu is a rishi. And rishi is supposed to wear white clothes.
Correct.
I used to change their clothes, give them bath and everything. It was a very elaborate puja, which my Guruji had initiated. So 7:30 when I would sit for my puja in the evening, the main statue would start transforming, and instead of white I would see orange and all those colors, and I would see the big halo, the hair, and the face was not very clear, and I went on thinking that it is Bhrigu Rishi who's sort of, showing me. Now I had a big ring, and this 6 months before Swami started appearing, I could see Swami. Not only I could see, but most of his devotees could also see Swami moving, walking and all that. And I used to wonder, what is this? These friends of mine told me that this is Swami. But I had not seen Swami. So that day I went to their house, and I saw Swami's picture. That was previous to Swami's darshan.
Correct.
So I said, he comes every day in the evening, and these atals, Mrs. Atal and the girls confirmed that yes, Swami, we see Swami sitting on the chair also for bhajan. You know, we used to have ladies bhajan, not, you know. Hoega koi Swami, I used to say, you know. But I was so surprised that, my God, what? This is such a petite, you know, you feel like hugging. You feel like as if you have seen your child. You know, that was my first reaction, you know. And I had to sort of hold on to my because I'm generally, I don't show my emotions. And I don't get carried away, you know.
So that, dear listeners, was that beautiful reflection that she was sharing. This, after she had the first darshan of Swami, she realized that this form of Swami was not new to her. As she explained, Swami was giving her that darshan till that point in time, but she was not aware that this was Swami. And even when people would tell her that this is Sai Baba, say, she sort of says, "Hoega koi Swami."
Some Swami you must be.
Swami he must be. And it's so beautiful, and it's very comforting for a devotee to understand that the first time you interact with Swami is not the first time, right?
Yes.
It is so heartwarming to know that.
Yes.
Because there is no devotee I have come across who felt that they came early to Swami. Right? Almost every devotee would say that, oh, I came just in the 60s, oh, I came just in the 50s,
Yeah.
right? And of course, what do we say about you and me? But to know that this is not a relationship, or this is not a connection that has started now. It has been something that has been going on for long.
Yes.
Here she was seeing that in her own lifetime, that connection was there. And the other standout thing as devotees, when we listen to this part of the narration, what we should remember is no sadhana goes waste.
Yes.
Right? No sadhana is pointless. Yes, still we see the results in front of us. We might feel disappointed. We might feel disheartened. But with Swami, as Krishna tells Arjuna in the Gita, he says, in this path there is no wastage.
Absolutely.
Right? In the worldly path,
Correct.
you might try to achieve something. When you don't achieve it, you might say it's a failure.
Yes.
Right? He says in the path of sadhana there is no failure, because it always is adding up to your ultimate success. And that's what we see here. And a very unique devotee, as from her narration we can make out, she comes from a very affluent and a very influential family.
Yeah.
But at the same time, extremely religious. How she says that she would never give up that puja that she would do every day. And later she also talks about the other religious observances that she would take up periodically. So very religious in spite of being affluent.
Yes.
Most of us have this misconception that God, religion, prayer is for people who have a lot of worldly and physical needs to be met. That is not the case. And upbringing is so important, right? She said her family, the way they would serve holy men and women whenever they would get the opportunity. I think all of that matters. The family upbringing, your personal sadhana, very, very important. And at one point you find that everything finds fulfillment the moment you come face to face with Swami.
Absolutely. In fact, the point that you made, Prem, is absolutely so important. Whatever you do for the world, any effort that you do for the world can sometimes go waste, but no single ounce of energy that we have spent on God, for God, will ever go waste. And I think that's a very, very powerful lesson for all of us. And as you said, it almost seems like everything that she did was to prepare her for that moment. And we all later on realize, as we discussed earlier also, we are not new. I mean, we know that, we think we have come to Swami, but we think we took this step to come to Swami, and later on we realize that Swami has been taking 99 steps. We have taken one step, but Swami has been taking so many steps over so many lifetimes to give us that chance, to give us that benediction. And you definitely see that in so many devotees, that revelation happens. You take the story of Mr. Victor Kanu, Swami comes in his vision, and in his vision he sees Prashanthi Nilayam, and finally he comes to this holy abode. You take the life of Mr. James Sinclair, in his meditations, he was crying out to the Lord, I don't know, God, who you are, where you are, but my life is a mess. And, I want you to take over. And during his light meditation, Jyoti meditation, in the flame, he sees the orange robe and the halo of hair, and he just dismisses it. What is it?
Right. Very similar to what she was experiencing.
And Sinclair, he does more meditation, and then one day, when he's returning in the night from the washroom, then suddenly he sees this orange figure standing there, and again he dismisses it. No, it can't be, it might be some hallucination. He sees in a dream that there are three beings carrying him, one with a long beard, and one with the look of Jesus Christ, and one with the orange hue. Later on, he realized that it was Shirdi Sai, Parthi Sai, and Prema Sai, taking him onto a hill. And finally, when he physically sees Bhagavan, Swami says, I came to you twice. Only then it clicks. And then Swami says, will you do something for me? And Swami tells him, I don't want anything, just be happy. But you see that in so many devotees' lives, in all our lives it is there. If you think that we have done anything, we have taken this step, no, we finally understood that
This is in the mid-60s. I recall just a few years later, Swami goes to Africa.
Yes.
When he comes back, I think we made a mention of this very beautiful statement that Swami makes. When Swami had returned to Mumbai, there was a function held to celebrate the event of Swami making an overseas trip. And one of the devotees, in his excitement, made a statement that now the Sai fold is expanded to include even the Africans. And when Swami gave a discourse after that, Swami said, what does that even mean? Swami made a beautiful statement. He said, I am Sanatana, come as Nutana.
Yes.
Right? Never forget that. And that is what it is, as Swami would say.
I'm eternal.
Right? And Swami would, when he talks about Tyagaraja, he would say, why Tyagaraja would sing in first person to Rama? Right? He would not refer to him in second person in a respectful way. Because Swami would say, he's an old friend. God is always an old friend, right?
Amazing.
Right. So that was the very beautiful thing that stands out in that narration. And the other thing is the whole idea of an avatar itself. When you look at it, it is for this purpose. Swami makes a few observations about the purpose of an avatar. I think even in the Bhagavata Vahini, in the introductory chapter, Swami makes a mention. There are some discourses where Swami makes a mention of this. We often say, Paritranaya sadhunaya vinashaya chatushkritam. Swami said in that discourse, which I came across, and very interesting, he said, but God cannot see bad in anyone.
You're saying God comes to vanquish the evil.
Right, vanquish the evil, but God cannot see bad in anyone. By nature, God sees only good. Right? And then Swami said that, does God need to come down to punish the wicked? The wicked will anyway get punished because that is the cosmic law. Then Swami went on to say, if there is one thing that God can do only when He comes in a human form, that is giving this opportunity of those devotees, for those devotees who have loved and worshipped Him for so many years and births, to have this opportunity to commune with Him, to be touched by Him, to have Him to relate to, right? And that's what we can see. Someone who's, if this is about her short lifetime till that point in time, clearly it shows that this is a soul that has gone through many pious lives. And here is Swami as an avatar coming to reward that. And we see what an enormous blessing that she was given.
Absolutely. No, that is absolutely so beautiful. I mean, God, the only reason God comes down is to give us joy. And I think anything that God wanted to achieve, He could have achieved in His omniscient form, and it's continuing even now. Exactly, it's continuing even now. But that whole chance of, talking to Swami, whole chance of touching Swami, whole chance of being with Swami, that is something you can experience only when He comes down in a human form, and God comes down only for that purpose. Otherwise, God can save us, God can take care of us, and that continues, as we said, even now. And I think that is the reason why when the avatar comes, the avatar rewards all these souls who were pining for this chance for lifetime. They have done sadhana for so many years, just like Rama came for a Shabari, Rama came for a Ahalya. I think there were so many such souls who were pining for this chance, and when the avatar comes, all the souls get that amazing blessing. And as you live with the avatar slowly takes you on that journey of sakshatkar, and that's what we would see as we go on in this series. Bhagwan gives the beautiful analogy of chamatkar, sanskar, paropakar, sakshatkar. So now Mrs. Ratanlal and Mr. Ratanlal, they have developed faith in Swami, they have recognized Swami, and now begins the beautiful journey of the Leela phase of Bhagwan. They experiencing the beautiful chamatkars of Swami, and they did experience some amazing miracles in that early phase of their association with Bhagwan. Let's listen to Mrs. Ratanlal narrate those absolutely incredible stories.
Now, third day, Mrs. Atal telephones to me at 2 o'clock that Swami has sent a message, he's coming at 4 o'clock to the house. And what shall I do? I said, why are you worried? Everything will be done. I telephoned to the house, They had in the meantime told me what Swami likes, So all those things were prepared. I telephoned to my flower man, and within 1 hour he came and he decorated the whole house. So Swami comes. I, with few, bhajan singers who used to come on Tuesday, we are sitting in the drawing room, and Swami was taken inside to the family, And she called my husband also. She wanted me to be there. I said, no, it doesn't look nice. Then who will sing the bhajans? So you leave me there. It doesn't, look nice. Now I am singing. After 20 minutes, Swami comes. Swami comes. Kamal Sani's mother was with me. Kamal Sani's brother, older brother, Arun, had a hole in his heart. My husband had very bad sinuses.
Oh, sinus.
And Dr. Tirotkar, who at that time was a very famous doctor, he advised us to go to Switzerland for his operation. Now this child who's born blind, I had 16 operations, minus 14 and minus 13 were her glasses. And she's sitting next to me. The bhajan is going on. After 20 minutes, Swami got up, comes to me, asked me to put my hand forward and materialized a lot of vibhuti. Then he asked this girl, take off your glasses, and rubbed vibhuti on her face. My husband was standing in one corner. Swami goes straight to him, and from head, face, throat is all full of vibhuti. Then he goes to Arun, who was standing also in one corner, asked him to open his shirt and rubbed vibhuti on his chest. And Swami went away. Next morning, 5 o'clock, my niece telephones to me, I've got a headache. And she says, Bridge auntie, what shall I do? If I put on the glasses, I get headache. If I don't put on the glasses, I feel all right. I said, but can you see? She says, much better.
Wow.
But then remove the glasses. But my mother is scolding me. I said, all right, we will handle that. In the meantime, Swami was there. We were going morning, evening. Swami left for Prasanthi Nilayam. Now, my husband had to go. Our booking is done for Switzerland. My husband had to go to check up again with Dr. Tirotkar. And he said, there is no need for you to go to Switzerland. Cancel your trip. Meantime, Arun's mother used to take Arun every month to a doctor. What happened, that Arun's father was a very senior in Firestones. But he had brain hemorrhage. No, he took Arun to Vellore when the WHO people came. By mistake, they had cut him on the right side. And they stitched him, and they left 3 tickets for the mother, father, and Arun to come to America, for the operation. But within 1 month, the father died of brain hemorrhage in 3 hours. So the mother was left absolutely like She didn't even know what she's doing and all that. But I kept her with me, in my boutique to help, and look after these two boys, Arun as well as Kamal. That is how Kamal came to Parthi after his schooling. And he joined the college and then became the professor in the university. Understand? And they were coming regularly. And Arun has got no hole in his heart. This was what now it started. My God, every day, Baba, Baba, Baba. My husband drove me nuts. I said, Baba, Baba, मैं क्या करूं Baba? हैं?
So that was Swami's surprise visit to Mr. Atal's house, and Mrs. Ratanlal, even though very new to Swami, was her usual self of, in a moment, organizing everything. I think that was one trademark virtue of Mrs. Ratanlal. Later on in Swami's mission, we would see that she was the person to go to if you want to get anything done. Very, very resourceful, very, very present in how to handle situations. And even though first time, she was doing a thing like that, Mr. Atal and Mrs. Atal, they are devotees for very long, but they were tensed. How do we manage? But she is very new, but she said, don't worry, I will organize the bhajan, I will organize the flowers, I will do the decoration, don't worry. I think that kind of, that is the kind of,
Swami was always fond of
woman
that,
she was.
that sort of a
Yes.
enterprising nature. Right?
Absolutely.
We always saw Swami being very fond of that.
Yes, absolutely. Never you get a no for an answer. If anything has to, be done, she just get it done. And of course, Mr. Atal and Mrs. Atal, we know that they were the ones actually who first told about Bhagwan. It was because of them that she went to Mr. Sawant's house, asking for those passes too. So in some way,
trying to be resourceful for them, she actually came to Swami. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, and of course, amazing miracles happened.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you were just talking about Swami's beginning the Leela phase, and
Yes.
Swami is not losing any time. This is just the third day after they've seen Swami, right? They're coming to this person's house, and how different those three maladies were, which were cured by Swami. Mr. Ratanlal suffering from acute sinusitis, then
The knees.
Right, knees having almost blindness,
Yes.
minus 13 or minus 15 or something like that, she was saying, with the power in the eyes. And then this boy with a hole in his heart. The same vibhuti cures sinusitis, cures blindness, and cures the hole in the heart. And how remarkable is that? Whenever I come across miracles such as these, especially medical miracles, I cannot but stop and wonder that the same Swami also started hospitals, right? And it really, every time it only shows you that he doesn't require institutions, he doesn't require professionals, he doesn't require people to do these things, because it's there. Everyone has witnessed it, that he's able to impart health just by a touch, through that vibhuti. He's been able to impart knowledge just through a touch. How often have we seen that?
Yes.
As part of the satsang series, recently we had Devsan sir speak about how Swami came in his dream and literally solved a problem that he was struggling to solve in the course of his research. And how many such people are there who have been touched in ways. This, if we are to look at these as only as miracles, I think we will be missing out something. Especially as few of us who are having this opportunity to serve in Swami's name. I think it's a constant reminder for us that Swami doesn't need us. Yes. We need this service that we're doing. This is merely an opportunity that Swami is creating. A hospital is an opportunity Swami has created for doctors. University is an opportunity Swami has created for academicians. Yes. And media center is an opportunity Swami has created for you and me. But I mean, how beautiful that episode is. And you cannot look at this episode and say that Swami did this miracle to convince them, because they were already convinced, right? That conviction has already come, And when you speak about chamatkar as the first step, we often translate chamatkar as being miracles. But chamatkar actually is the spark, right? When there's a spark, and even before the miracle, actually the spark is there. The first darshan of Swami has created that spark. The miracle is just another form of that same chamatkar that they've seen. And so it's a very beautiful episode of those three cures happening one after the other through the same hand, creating the same vibhuti.
Absolutely. And, she narrates about how Swami cured the hole in the heart of Arun Sahani, Kamal Sahani and Arun Sahani. They were two brothers. And later on, the former students of Bhagwan's University, who were part of the Brindavan campus in the 70s, remember about Kamal Sahani. She mentions that Kamal Sahani became a student, and in fact, Mr. Kamal Sahani, who later on also became a faculty member in Bhagwan's college, was a fantastic student. He was excellent in his academics, as well as a great orator, writer, someone who was like a gem in Bhagwan's University. In fact, he was also part of the trip that went to Kashmir with Bhagwan. And in fact, probably he was the master of ceremonies for so many events.
I mean, in Sanatan Sarthi, as we were seeing so many references to the talks that he had given in Swami's presence.
So that was another, everything of Bhagwan has so many dimensions to it. It was Mrs. Ratanlal who was instrumental for the Sahanis to come into Bhagwan's fold. In fact, I was reading about Kamal Sahani, and I think I will just read out this beautiful way he describes Swami's Kashmir trip. Just 2-3 lines of, a glimpse of the beautiful heart of Kamal Sahani. Talking about the Kashmir trip, he says, the very sight of the red robe was enough for people to cry. Literally. Several cried aloud, praying that he should bless them. Some persons, unable to withstand the call of the divine, broke all human barriers and fell at his feet, pouring forth their anguish to receive in return benediction and vibhuti. Word spread that God had come. The city was aflame with the signet of eternity, the Lord himself. So, you find so many beautiful talks of Mr. Kamal Sahani. So, again, that was another lovely dimension. Every time Bhagwan touches one life, it is not just that one life and that one particular soul. There will be so many other things that will be happening parallelly, and that we see. And we will see more and more in Mrs. Ratanlal's life, because she was truly that instrument of Bhagwan to bring amazing instruments of Swami's mission in the years to come, and we'll see that as we go along in this series.
And the other thing that stands out about this portion is that she doesn't say that we had this problem and we are going to Swami seeking cure or seeking his grace to deal with these problems. I mean, she was just there. Both Mr. and Mrs. Ratanlal wanted to be in Swami's presence as many times as possible. They were curious to know about Swami. That love was beginning to flow, and I think everything else fell in place, right? Whatever had to be done, Swami did. And I think that again is a beautiful lesson for us. And all that we need to do is express and shower our love on Swami. Whatever is needed, it will be taken care of. There probably might have been other problems which were not solved by Swami. I mean, we never know. But it doesn't matter, because what is necessary, I think he will do that. And that is the first step that each one of us take. As I said, chamatkar may not necessarily mean a miracle. It could just mean that first moment when when your eyes fell on Swami's and you said, yes, I think I've reached. Right, as Howard Moffett beautifully entitles as one of his books. He says, where the road ends, right? How often have we felt that? The first darshan meant for us that, this is where the road ends. And that is that chamatkar. And as Swami would always say, chamatkar must lead to sanskar, the transformation. And whenever Swami speaks about sanskar, one of the oft repeated examples is that of a lump of steel becoming a wristwatch. And Swami would say that it doesn't simply become a wristwatch. It needs to be put in the fire, it needs to be beaten, it needs to be scrubbed. That process is painful. It's very counterintuitive. The Lord, who seems to be removing pains in the first step, seems to be the same Lord who's putting us through a little bit of trouble in the second one. But that is the nature of sanskar, and that is how transformation or purification, right? Sanskar, as Swami defines it, happens. That purificatory process needs to be endured. And that is where true devotee shines.
Absolutely.
And as we can see in the next part where she describes, all this was fine. Swami was visiting, the city of Mumbai. Very interestingly, a few days back, I was listening to a conversation with an alumni whose grandparents came to Swami in the 1950s. So their family was in some town in Tamil Nadu, where the grandmother comes to know about Swami. Somebody tells her there's an avatar Purusha in Puttaparthi, you should go and see him. So in all excitement, she goes and tells her husband that I heard this, should we go? And the husband says, if he is God, he should come to us. Why should we go to him? Right? A very weird proposition to be placed in front of God. He said, if he is God, he will come to us. We don't have to go in search of him. And just probably the next month or something, he gets a telegram from the collector of that town saying that Sathya Sai Baba is visiting our town and he's going to be in my official residence. If you wish to have his darshan, you can come.
Wow.
And Swami had come all the way, and in the first interview, Swami says, now I have come, now you come to Puttaparthi.
Wow.
Right? So, in the comforts of their own city in Bombay, in a very luxurious setup, Swami gave them the first darshan. Of course, there was a little bit of obstacles even there, but it was a comfortable setup to have your first darshan. But now Swami invites them to Puttaparthi, and there's something very interesting awaits them. So we listen to that, dear listeners, in the voice of Mrs. Ratnam.
Before that, just to add, Prem, when you reflect on this, as you said, she never asked for anything, everything, all the miracles happened, all the cure happened unasked. It's just that all that she had was love for Bhagwan. If you have that love for Bhagwan, grace automatically flows. I think that is something very beautiful. And when you think about the first time also, when she went for darshan, it was because she wanted to help Mr. and Mrs. Atal.
Right, Atal.
It was that heart. She said they want to go, and if she's going to ask for them passes, it may not happen. So let me also join. So it was always that heart, a beautiful heart, and fill that beautiful heart with deep love for Bhagwan. That's all that is needed. Automatically, everything that is to be solved in your life will get solved. And let's now listen to Mrs. Ratnalal talking about her first trip to Puttaparthi.
Then we got a message from Swami that come for Dasara. Now, my Guruji, from the very beginning, all our puja used to be for Lok Kalyan. So Navratra puja twice a year was done in a very elaborate manner. With Kanya Pujan, Brahman Pujan, Sapchandi and all that. So I said, I can't go, He said, if you don't go, and in those days, what was Puttaparthi? When you entered the Ganpati gate, there was no Ganpati, there was a well. And there were only 2 rooms on the right side. Kacha, mud houses. And there was a little barrack before for the State Bank. And then further on, Kasturi's room. That was also Kacha. There was no, near the little hall, which was supposed to be the, gathering hall, was only, I think, not only, I don't think 500 people would be able to sit. There were 50-60 people on one side and 50-60 women on the other side. Now when we come, Kasturi went to Swami and one room was allotted out of that. But Raja Reddy's mother-in-law, Mrs. Dikshit, who was a kachari singer at that time, when Swami came to Bombay, she had given a performance. And Swami had invited her for Dasara. Now she, her husband, her mother and her father, Jyotsna with her mother and father, and they were 9 people. And we were 4 people. 13 people, where are they going to sleep? And there was one room inside. And there was a small thing. We used to go 2:30 outside. There were 4 cubicles, with this tart curtain. And if you saw that bucket in the morning, you would not have bath. There was 4 annas for cold bucket and 8 annas for hot bucket. And Swami said that you put water in that, and let Ratanlal not go and have a bath outside, But these 9 people, they had no consideration. There was nobody. We had to go to the well. I used to sort of take out water in small buckets. But for his 2 or 3 buckets, I had to engage somebody. But they would go and put their hands and all that. You can't use that water for anything. And I'm fasting. I used to cook under the tree. First for Ratanlal and these 3 people. Then clean and then cook for myself because no onions, no garlic, nothing. My food had to be fasting food, So, badi mushkil. So, we used to go at 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock, where the tank is? The water tank is.
Yeah.
There used to be very nice 5-6 trees. So, I used to take the mat and go and make my husband lie down and put the fan on for him to sleep for 20 minutes, and then come down. It was but I tell you, Anil, those 10 days, they were like really as if we are in heaven.
In spite of all these difficulties.
My whole house was air conditioned. There are 4 cars, there are 4 drivers, there are 10 servants and all that. Here there is no servant, there is nothing is available outside. We kept the taxi, we had to send the taxi every 2 days, 3 days to Bangalore because we had to get fruit, we had to get vegetables. There is no shop, there is nothing available. Luckily, because we were told, so we had brought our milk powder and no milk was available. Nothing was available,
So that is how her first trip to Puttaparthi was. No place to stay, no water, no electricity, no food, no provisions, nothing. And one very beautiful thing when you listen to her, when the interviewer actually says, it must have been very difficult, auntie, so challenging. I mean, how do you manage? They were living under trees, and how do you actually sustain yourself? But, she says, no, beta, that was heaven. That was heaven. And that is something so amazing. Even though there were so many physical challenges, but the love for Bhagwan was so intense that everything got subsumed in that. Everything became insignificant. That pull of Bhagwan was so great, and it was really also such a fantastic time to be with Swami. Physically Swami also was giving so much time, but it just goes to show that once we develop that kind of love for Bhagwan, any challenge in our life, we all the time say, I have this problem, I have this problem, I have family problem, I have problems in my office. Whatever be our difficult ordeals to face, the answer to that solution is increase your love for Bhagwan. That's all. Once you increase your love for Bhagwan, everything else will become insignificant. Life can become heaven. And I think that is something that you get from Mrs. Ratanlal all through. In fact, that is something again we will see when we read more and more about her life. She had so many challenges even after, she came to Bhagwan and she had the chance to look after Swami. But every time there was this obstacle, she just increased her love for Bhagwan. And the pull of Bhagwan's love was so fantastic that everything else did not matter, isn't it?
Right, and it's not new to us that we are listening about these Spartan living conditions in those days. But then look at the background. I think it just gives you a sense of what it meant for some of these people to come during those times.
Yes.
As she says, 4 cars, 4 drivers, and 10
She had
servants.
an air-conditioned house.
Right, air-conditioned, an entire house air-conditioned. Now, of course,
In 60s.
yeah, in the 60s, it was a big thing.
Yeah.
And this is again something that some of the devotees who would come in those times would speak of. And we are talking of times which are quite different, right? There was a lot of differences within the society, the high and the rich, and in Swami's presence, all of that melted. As we can say, 13 people living in a room, and
There are 9.
right,
Swami asked
and
another
from
4.
different backgrounds. Some of them from South India, some from North. Mr. Dikshit and family, they're singers. All of those differences vanished in Swami's presence, and it happens so very naturally.
And she had no complaints.
Right, she had no complaints, and it happens so easily. I mean, we've seen that even in Swami's hostel setups,
Absolutely.
or even in Swami's, Kulwant Hall.
Yes.
I mean, you never wonder. For all that you know, the person sitting next to you might be an extremely rich person, or it might be coming from an extremely humble background. It doesn't matter when you sit in front of Swami or a devotee. And you can see that there are a lot of devotees who have faced some of these inconveniences, so to say, in the early years. But very few, if you actually look at it, have endured it and have remained in Swami's fold for many generations. Gratitude is not the right word to use for Swami, but he embodies even that virtue. Because many times when Swami talks about some of these devotees who came in the 50s and 60s, Swami would very fondly remember them. And as students, I think we've seen this many times. And Swami would randomly speak to a student, and Swami would ask, "Where are you from?" And then when that boy speaks about his grandparents or uncles who came to Swami in the 50s or 60s, and Swami would instantly recollect them and very, very fondly inquire about them. Because Swami certainly knows that it was not easy. And it was a process of sanskar. It was not accidental. It was conscious. Swami was putting us through, even now, puts us through these things because it is a choice that needs to be made. When you talked about initially when we started, her name suggests what she was. I recall when we were students, one of the students, when he was speaking in Swami's presence, made this beautiful observation. He said, "What is the difference between a diamond and a glass bead, which looks very similar if you casually look at it? The diamond, when it takes in light from outside, it reflects within before it reflects it out."
Beautiful.
Right? That internal reflection is what makes the diamond shine, but a glass bead or a glass ball will make the light just pass through. Right? And devotees like these who have had the opportunity to come to Swami, taken his message, taken his words, taken his presence, and then they've made it internally reflect in their own lives. I think that is why they shine, and Mrs. Ratanlal, as her name suggests, is certainly one such gem of a devotee.
In fact, as you talk about these devotees of earlier times, I'm reminded of someone who had the chance to serve personally Swami, drive Swami's car for so many years.
Okay.
And he was someone who came to Swami in those years, in 60s. And he was saying that in those days, it was very difficult to come. He was a businessman. Swami only set up his business. But even though it was extremely difficult to come, to come from Bangalore itself, it would take half a day. But if he had even half a day, he would somehow drive down and come. And it is for that reason that if you see 20 years later, whenever Swami wanted to travel anywhere, Swami would ask him to come and drive his car. I used to always wonder why Swami gave this person so many chances. But, I had the chance to talk to him during his final moments. And that is when he shared that, it was, as you are saying, if you have done anything for Bhagwan, Swami will never forget that. He will reward not just you, but your entire 7 generations, as they say. And especially in these times, in 60s, when it was so difficult, there are so many devotees who came, but probably they did not endure the pain, or they thought, no, we cannot take up this inconvenience.
Right.
This is too much for us.
It's too much to handle.
But someone who said, no matter what, God is priority. I will do whatever it takes. I will never miss this chance. if you had that kind of love, intense feeling that I want to be with Swami, Swami says, I will be with you. I will be not just with you. I will be with your son, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren also. I think that's a very, very powerful thing that you see in the devotees who have come to him in the earlier era. And of course, as you said, the other thing that also that you see, look at her duty consciousness, even though it's so challenging. Mr. Ratanlal has a weak constitution, right. She says, he's someone who used to fall sick, no convenience, and she used to prepare food separately for him. And at that time, she was, following that religious practice.
Personal sadhana also was being balanced.
So she was cooking for herself. So she would, under a tree, make a space and, fan Mr. Ratanlal till he sleeps. Look at her sense of, I have to perform all my duties, no matter what the inconvenience. I will do everything to the best of my ability. I will fulfill anything that is needed for anyone else after I do everything that is needed for my family as my duty. And I will not compromise on my personal sadhana, no matter what the physical challenge. And I think all of that, along with that intense desire to be with Swami, once you say Swami is mine, you want to give your life to Swami. And then how Bhagwan rewarded her because of that intensity is something that we'll see in the coming episode. A beautiful saga unfolds as she narrates the first time when she had the opportunity to cook something for Bhagwan. And we'll come to that in the coming episode of living up to his love, the story of Mrs. Ratanlal. Thank you so much for being with us, and we hope and pray that we can continue this series. There is nothing more purifying, more uplifting than ruminating on the stories of such saints that Bhagwan has given for us to learn from, and let us make use of this chance to purify ourselves and to develop that kind of intensity of love for Bhagwan. Thank you so much. Sai Ram.
Om Shri Sai Ram. Dear listeners, we welcome you to another episode of this Satsang series, where we have been discussing about the experiences and journey of a great devotee of Swami, Mrs. Ratanlal, whom we fondly refer to as Ratanlal Amma. But before that, we offer our most loving pranams at Bhagwan's lotus feet and express our gratitude to Swami for allowing us to place our minds at his lotus feet and filling this mind with thoughts of his. This human life, which is so precious, the most worthwhile thing to do with it is to spend it in thoughts, in memories, and being inspired by these inspirational figures such as the one we are going to discuss today. And we thank Swami for that. And it is the love and devotion that viewers and listeners like you have in your heart that is enabling us to bring these programs to you. So we also express our deep sense of gratitude to each one of you for giving us this opportunity. Whenever we talk about devotees, be it Swami's devotees who have lived in his presence, or devotees of the yore, the great Meeras and Tyagarajas, or even the ones of the age of Prahalada and the others, I often think of it like a scene that all of us are familiar with. When you're going for an early morning walk, right? It's so dark before the dawn. Everything is covered in a blanket of darkness. It's all black, right? And even as the sun starts rising, especially the pleasure we have of walking into the countryside, living in Prasanthi Nilayam, suddenly you find that the whole green fields is lit up with little gems, right? The dewdrops start shining like little gems even as the sun starts rising. And that scene is very beautiful in the sense that they were all there, but they were not seen till the point the sun rose.
Yes.
And similarly, I think it is so beautiful that there are so many devotees who might have silently lived lives for many, many years, who probably would have gone unnoticed because this sun rose in our lives. Swami entered our lives like this illumination. These people shone and we could recognize them. And in recognizing them, it gave us the opportunity to reflect upon what they have done with their lives. And it is so beautiful that there is no dearth of such inspiring people. And Swami has given us this beautiful opportunity to dwell into the life of so beautifully named Mrs. Ratanlal, as we discussed last time too. She's one of those gems who has shined, and she's shining because Swami has arrived in her life. And we covered 2 parts. We are here to continue the 3rd part of this conversation.
Yes, absolutely, Prem. Very rightly, there are so many such beautiful, amazing, exemplary souls in this abode of Prashant Nilayam, and wherever people have created Prashant Nilayam in their lives, no matter they are in India or abroad. And for one story of Ratanlal Amma that we are reading, I think there are hundreds and thousands of stories that we do not know.
Absolutely.
And in fact, if you just go to South Prashanti, East Prashanti, knock every door, I think you will find such stories. You have someone like Mr. Pantji, 100 years. I think the world has no idea of this such a lovable personality who has been taking care of guests. And like that, you take any institution of Prashant Nilayam, there are nurses who are working right from the inception of the hospital. There are workers who are there whose fathers also work for Swami, their children also are working for Swami, like generations, and nobody knows about them. And it is really, really such a thrilling moment, enlivening moment to read about their lives, because Swami very clearly says that you don't need to read any scripture. In fact, Swami very clearly says to Ranima and so many other, even to the warden, Swami had told that to walk on the spiritual path, to get tips on how to walk on the spiritual path, you don't have to read different philosophies, just read the lives of the saints. And for us, such people, Ratanlal Amma, Kasturi sir, Ramabrahmam sir, I think they are the people who are the modern saints who lived when Bhagwan came to be with us. And definitely there's nothing better that we can do to sanctify our lives than reflect on their stories. And as Prem said, we have finished 2 parts and we talked about how she first came to Bhagwan, her first darshan, how the light entered into her, and how Bhagwan entered dramatically into the life of Mr. Ratanlal. And then we talked about how Swami was giving them the signs, right? Even before he actually entered, he was preparing their minds. And Mrs. Ratanlal talks about how even as she was worshipping sage Bhrugu in her shrine, she used to see the sage covered in yellow hue, how people, when they came to her home, they would see Bhagwan sitting on the chair and she didn't know Bhagwan was there. And they used to say that, oh no, there is Swami sitting. And today you will hear she talking also about how Swami was appearing in her earrings, in her diamond earrings. So there were so many such signs that Bhagwan continued to give her and prepare the soul for that first amazing encounter, isn't it?
Right. And then we spoke about the 3 darshans they had on subsequent days. And one of them was when they had been to this devotee's house, Mr. Atal. I think Swami was visiting their house. And she spoke about these 3 interesting events, 3 miracles that Swami performed. Sometimes some of these things, we tend to belittle them by calling them miracles because they're once in a lifetime occurrence.
Yes.
She spoke of how 3 of those people, one is her own husband who was suffering from severe sinusitis.
Yes.
Then there was her niece who was having a problem with her eyes from a young age, almost blind. And there was the son of the lady who was working at her boutique, Mr. Kamal Sahani's younger brother, right? Or elder brother.
Arun Sahani.
What, I don't know if it's the elder or the younger one. He had a hole in the heart.
Yes.
And she says about how Swami materialized Vibhuti for each one of them and curing each one of those maladies one after the other with the same Vibhuti. A multi-speciality miracle, if you would like to call that so. So that was one of the first instances where she had the opportunity to observe Swami from close. And it was not that Swami performed these to convince her, because as you said, that first darshan, when the beautiful experience of having a disc of light coming towards her, I think in that she was convinced and she knew that there was something more. If for her it was a miracle like that, Mr. Ratanlal, the very peace that he felt in Swami's presence was enough to convince him. So this was not to convince them, but this was a gift of grace because they probably didn't come seeking anything. And that was one of the experiences that she spoke about, we covered last time.
Yes, and of course we then went on to their first visit to Parthi and the challenging moments they had adjusting to Parthi. Of course, even though there were 9 people in a room, and Swami says, Ratanlal Amma, and you please, you also adjust in that room. So like that, 13 people. So she came to Prashant Nilayam at a time when there was 1 or 2 rooms, and there were 13 people living in a room, and there is absolutely no facilities, no electricity, no water, no milk, and she had to have her car driver go to Bangalore every 2-3 days to bring the basic stuff. And live under trees, and she had to ensure that her husband is comfortable. And we spoke about how they came from a background where in 1960s itself they had like 10 servants, 4 cars, and air-conditioned house. But all of this did not matter to her at all. Still, when she recollects those days, she would always say, "Hey, nahi, it was heaven, it was heaven, it was heaven." And so we were talking about that phase of our life, and in spite of the circumstances being so challenging, still she did something very interesting, very moving. Let's listen to her.
There used to be one lady sitting outside at 4 o'clock with a little basket of akkora. And akkora. In 1 anna, I used to get this much akkora. 1 anna, that was the thing. And from the very beginning, what happened, because we used to worship the Devi those 9-10 days. So I thought, here is the Devi, because I used to see Swami not clearly. I would never say that I saw Swami as Shiva or as Shakti, but Swami used to, give glimpses, So what I did was I had little silver plate because I used to offer that in the house now. So I had taken, so I would make 4 puris, little potatoes, whatever we used to offer. I used to put that and go and leave Swami's dining room, in the mandir. Swami's room is this side. And Swami used to come, walk all that veranda and come to that little room to have his tiffin, to have his lunch, to have his afternoon and dinner. So I used to go and leave this silver thali down below without showing myself. Now Saraswati, who used to be, how they were, in the village, they are not very attentive. So sometimes she's looking, sometimes she's not looking. I used to leave that thali. I would enter the door and on the right side, hiding myself, I would put the thali. And after Swami has gone, I would go back and the thali is downstairs. Now Swami is coming and asking Parvatama, Venkama, that there is a thali down below. You get that thali upstairs. Saraswati never asked me who you are, all that. Though Swami, Kasturi had told Swami that we both have come. Achha.
So that, dear listeners, was the episode which probably started off a very, very long journey. As we've been mentioning many times, even before in our introduction, Mrs. Ratanlal had the opportunity to cook and serve Swami for many, many years. So here was she narrating and describing how she first cooked for Swami.
Yes.
When you listen to a story of, somebody introduces a devotee and says that this devotee has been cooking for Swami for so many years, or this person takes care of Swami's personal needs, all of us might feel jealous of that and say that, oh, how I wish, I could have an opportunity like that. But if you look at every one of these individuals, their story would have started in a place like this, where an opportunity was grabbed, right?
So true.
Where to serve Swami, that opportunity is everywhere. In fact, when we were talking to one of the other great devotees, yes, we were talking about the great, inspiring, saint-like devotees of Swami. One thing that we can never complain of is lack of inspiration, because Swami has given us that in plenty. Mr. Vadegaonkar.
Yes. Oh,
when
yes.
He went to Swami and he said, Swami, there seems to be some little work which we can do in the ashram, some plumbing and sanitary work. Is it okay if we take up that? He said in an interview. And Swami made an expression as though he had taken offense. So he was little taken aback. Did I ask something or say something which is inappropriate? And Swami looked at him and Swami said, isn't this your home? Why do you have to ask me? You should have the sense of belonging and responsibility, and you can take it up. So typically like that, here is Swami and she's cooking food. Why not offer it to Swami?
But I think Ratanlal Amma was someone she would have felt, it is my Swami and I have to serve, I have to take care.
Absolutely. And that opportunity, I think it only requires devotion and love to discover that here is Swami and I can do this, and Swami will accept it and Swami will be pleased by it. So every grand opportunity starts with a small initiative such as this.
Absolutely. And when you see the way she went about it also, she just wants to leave the plate and quietly go back. She does not even want to anybody to know about it, or she's not looking for any sort of reward out of it. Just that satisfaction, just like a mother, has my son eaten? Can I serve my son? That's all she wanted. And when you think about it, Swami has his own sweet ways of acknowledging it. So even though she does not tell anyone, Swami sends word through Parvatama, Venkamma. See,
there's a plate down there.
there is a plate down there. You bring it, and imagine her thrill when you open the dabbas and then you see that some of it has been partaken, some of it has been accepted. And in fact, whenever we read the life of Mrs. Ratanlal, as I was saying before, you cannot but think about the lives of other such great souls like Professor Kasturi and Ram Brahmam Garu, Raman Rao Garu. In fact, it reminds me of an episode from Professor Kasturi's life. Professor Kasturi came, to Bhagwan 1948, and his entry also was very dramatic. And just Swami stunned Professor Kasturi by saying that when you retire, you're going to write my biography. It is the first encounter, and he says, I don't even know him, and he's saying you're supposed to write my biography. And so from then on, little things start happening. And Professor Kasturi so beautifully says that that experience was too good to be true, too sweet to swallow, too sudden to sink in, and too light to keep it in my mind. And I think that's how it was when you read about Mrs. Ratanlal. So one day, Swami asked Professor Kasturi, which tastes better? Hot milk made lukewarm by being poured from one cup to the other a number of times, or hot milk cooled to the temperature of the room, temperature of the tongue, by the cup being kept for some time in a basin of cold water. How do you make hot milk lukewarm? Which is the best procedure which will ensure that the taste of the milk does not reduce? And Professor Kasturi absolutely was stunned and he didn't know what to answer. And Swami said, okay, no problem. When you go back, you ask your mother and also tell her what she's doing is not right.
Not the best practice.
It's not the best practice. So then he went back and he asked his mother. This one mother revealed to him that every day she would offer hot milk to Bhagwan,
and to ensure that this milk comes to room temperature quickly, she would keep it in a basin of cold water. And so Swami was just saying that, what your mother is doing out of so much love for me in her room, she's making that offering for me. Know that I am there, I am receiving it. If you are doing anything from that space, Professor Kasturi's mother was also someone like a mother figure for Bhagwan. That kind of enduring relationship Bhagwan had. So there were all these little beautiful moments these devotees, these saintly devotees had when they had that pure love for Bhagwan, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think in the presence of Swami, you find some of these people raising to potentials that probably otherwise we wouldn't have.
That's the magic of the avatar.
Yes. The other day I was listening to a narration of an old student who was a student in the primary school. And he said, we were so taken in by the stories of these great saints that we would hear. As little children, for us, you hear the stories of Mother Shabari, for example.
Yeah.
The same Rama is here.
Correct.
And he said, he accepted the way she offered that fruit to Rama. I mean, Rama accepted the way she offered it to him. And he said, this is our same Swami.
Yes.
Why are we not offering like this to Swami? And he thought to himself, Swami accepts cloves, right? That's the only thing which probably Swami accepts from all of us. And he said, Swami likes cloves to be spicy. So I will taste each clove. I mean, I'll give ones which I feel Swami will like.
Wow.
And imagine this little boy taking a bowl of cloves that he has tasted himself, each one.
Amazing.
And Swami finds him in the crowd and comes and takes cloves from him.
Wow.
Right? I mean, when I heard that, could we have even imagined being able to do something like that in the absence of Swami in our lives? I think that is what Swami does to our lives, that he allows us to raise to potentials we probably didn't know that we have. And all of us, I think there is no point in saying that, I could not do this for Swami, I could not offer this to Swami, I could not physically serve Swami in this manner. That opportunity is still there, right? Even in 1940s, as you beautifully narrated, Swami was acknowledging that the milk that you keep in the altar at home is being consumed by me, right? And many devotees have had the opportunity. So I think Swami has entered our lives, and we have the responsibility also to raise ourselves to such heights.
And during that first visit to Puttaparthi, the most coveted thing that to happen to anyone's life when anyone came to Bhagwan in those days was that personal moment with Swami, that interview room session with Swami, and Mr. and Mrs. Ratanlal had that opportunity. And how did that go? We heard about the first darshan, we heard about the first interaction. How was the first interview of Mr. and Mrs. Ratanlal with Bhagwan? Let's hear.
Now, last day, Swami called both of us for interview. And there used to be no proper interview, small room. So Swami had steps to go up. Swami being small and little, though my husband and myself, we are same height, Swamis. So Swami would climb the 2 steps and would make us stand down below and draw the curtain so that other people, if they are there, they don't listen what is happening. He would talk to my husband. To me, he would never talk. Before leaving, he would look at me and start singing Mirabai's bhajan. And then I would start tears going down. Are Swami, what a beautiful, singer for hours and hours, non-stop. There was nothing he could, whether it is Tyagraj or whether it is Meera or anybody or Surdas or, there was no Bhakta, Purandar Das and all that Swami, didn't sing those songs. And that used to be our interview. And then Swami said to both of us that come for my birthday.
To me, this is the most moving aspect of the relationship that Mrs. Ratanlal had with Bhagwan. When two souls pining for each other across lifetimes come face to face, I think there is nothing that you can express. Words are absolutely such pure means of expressing what is happening in the soul. And I think that is the kind of experience Mrs. Ratanlal had with Bhagwan. Swami would see Mrs. Ratanlal and Swami cannot speak. Swami would only sing. And sing what? Sing Meera bhajans. I can only think that perhaps the moment Swami saw Ratanlal Amma, Swami got reminded of Meera. And perhaps he found a soul, a heart that was as dedicated, as pure, as committed, and as adorable. And that is the reason why every time Ratanlal Amma says in those years, they got an interview with Bhagwan, Swami would speak to Mr. Ratanlal, but with Mrs. Ratanlal, it was only Bhagwan singing, not speaking. Bhagwan expressing his joy of having found Mrs. Ratanlal. Isn't that absolutely incredible, Prem?
Absolutely, and very, very unique episode, right?
Absolutely very unique. I never heard
come
such a
across
thing.
anything like this. But then if you dwell a little deep into this whole interaction, Swami singing bhajans, Swami would often say that some of these bhajans or some of these songs written by saints, they were not ordinary, they were not poetry, they were not simply music or melody. They were very, very deep. In fact, some of Tyagaraja Kritis, which Swami would explain, they are so very deep, right? One of the most famous Kritis, Banturi Tikolu, he says, Swami explains, he's saying that let me be a gatekeeper at my heart who does not allow the six enemies to enter.
Wow.
Right? So it seems like a Banturi Tikolu means I want to just be your servant. But then the essence of that is so deep that it does not give away the fact that God is the indweller. Similarly, Swami would speak about many great saints, Tukharam's poetry, which seems very simple, but it has the highest Advaitic philosophy in them. Speaking about some of these things, Swami once was narrating about Meera bhajans. We would like to play for you, dear viewers, a small clip from a discourse. This is from Swami's 71st birthday celebrations, where Swami speaks about some of these compositions. He says that they're not simple. They're not ordinary songs. They had some of the deep spiritual insights embedded in them. And we listen to this clip, and even as you listen to that clip, also imagine that Swami was singing these songs to this devotee who was sitting in front of him. So a small clip from the discourse Swami delivered during the 71st birthday celebrations.
అలాంటి దీన్ని మనం ఈనాడు అర్థం చేసుకోవటం లేదు.
That we are not understanding today.
పవిత్రమైనటువంటి ఋషులందరూ కూడాను ఈ కవిత్వములు అనేటువంటిది కేవలం అంతర్భావం పురస్కరించుకునియే వారు లిఖిస్తూ వచ్చారు.
The poetry and the composition of the ancient times came out of the heart.
కానీ ఈనాడు భౌతికమైనటువంటి యొక్క దీనినే మనం ఆధారం చేసుకుంటున్నాం.
Today we go by the ways of the world.
అదే విధంగానే రాధ కూడాను,
Same thing about Radha.
అదే విధంగానే మీరా కూడాను,
So also Meera.
వారు చెప్పినటువంటి ప్రతి పదములు కూడా అంతరార్థాలు ఉంటున్నాయి.
Every word they uttered has got an inner significance.
చల్లో రే మన్ గంగా జమునా తీర్ చల్లో రే మన్.
O mind, travel towards Ganga and
గంగా
Jamuna.
జమున ఈడా పింగళ నాడుల యొక్క భూమధ్య స్థానమే యమునా తీరము, అదే ప్రయాగ.
Ganga Jamuna stands for the two basic
అక్కడ
aspects.
ఉంటున్నాడు నీ కృష్ణుడు.
There is present Krishna.
హే మనసా,
O mind.
నీవు ఏదో ఒక ప్రయాగకు పోవాలని ఏదో రైల్వే టికెట్ కు నీవు బుక్ చేసుకోవద్దు.
O mind, don't make any railway advance
ఎక్కడా నీవు
reservation to go to
పోనక్కర్లేదు.
Prayaga. You don't need to go anywhere.
గంగా జమునా తీర్ చల్లో రే మన్.
They just get in through the both of the nostrils.
గంగా జమునా నిర్మల పానీ.
Ganga Jamuna are
అవి
clean
రెండు
water.
నిర్మలమైనటువంటివి.
They are very pure.
అనగా ఏమిటి?
What?
స్వార్థరహితమైనటువంటివి.
Purity means selfless.
గొప్పగా ప్రవహిస్తున్నాయి గంగా యమునలు.
They flow very well.
కానీ తమ నీటిని తాము త్రాగటం లేదు.
But those rivers
ఆ
don't
నీటిని
drink their
ప్రజలకే
water.
అందిస్తున్నాయి.
They just share the water.
అనుగ్రహమైన
with the society.
సాగరంనే చేరిపోతున్నాయి.
And they join with everywhere.
కనుకనే ఇవి నిర్మలత్వాన్ని బోధించేటువంటిదే ఈ ఈడా పింగళ నాడులు.
Therefore, Ida Pingala speak the lesson
అక్కడ
of truth.
ఉన్నాడు భగవంతుడు.
There is present God.
రమకుట పీతాంబర శోభే కుండల రజత శరీర్ చల్లో రే మన్ చల్లో రే మన్. ఇది ఎంత అంతర్భావంతో ఎంత ఆనందాన్ని చేకూరుస్తుంది.
This composition has got lot of inner significance and makes you
కనుకనే
blissful.
భగవంతుడు గానప్రియుడు అని వర్ణిస్తూ వచ్చాడు నారద తుంబురాజులు.
So Narada Tumbara described God who loves
వాడు
music.
ఎంత గానం చేస్తున్నప్పటికీ భగవంతుడు అక్కడే తన్మయత్తుడై ఉంటేవాడు.
God really gets himself
ఆ
lost
గానము
in
చేత
music.
భగవంతుని ధ్యానం చేసినప్పుడే భగవంతుడు నీలో లీనమైపోతాడు.
By singing God's name, you can merge in
ఈ
God.
కారణం చేతనే సామూహిక భజన అని పెడుతూ వచ్చారు.
For this reason, the chorus collective singing is prescribed.
కానీ ఈ గానములో ఉండినటువంటి యొక్క ఆకర్షణ మరొక దీంట్లో మనకు కనిపించదు.
No other spiritual path has got as much
అయ్యో
of
మాకు గానం
attraction as this
తెలియదే
singing.
అని చాలా మంది నిరుత్సాహపడనక్కర్లేదు.
Many people need not be
నీ
disappointed.
హృదయంలోనే నీవు గానం చేయి. 10 మంది వినే కోసమని శృతి లయ రాగ తాళాలు నీవు చూసుకోవద్దు.
Sing within yourself, don't bother about others.
Isn't that a beautiful narration, Bishu? And
Yeah.
Swami goes on to speak about bhajans itself. We have heard Swami narrate some of these things, how when you speak to Swami, God may or may not respond.
Yes.
Rama Nannu Kapadu.
Yes,
In fact,
yes.
Swami goes on to sing that song in the same discourse. And he says, but when you sing it, and the way Swami speaks, he says, oh, that song just pulls the heart. Literally, Swami is saying that if you do that, I'm pulled, right? Because that is the connection in these songs. Swami, when speaking about the Gopikas, Swami would say that Krishna would stand in the banks of Yamuna and play the flute. And by the time that melody of the flute, first of all, I mean, all of us have had the opportunity to walk past a flowing river. You can almost not hear what the person next to you is speaking, right? Because the gurgling of the water
Yes.
drowns all the noises. Krishna is standing by the river and he's playing the flute, and it reaches the homes of the Gopikas, which are far away into the the village. Swami says, how does that happen? Because it was not an ordinary melody that was being sung. It was the essence of all Vedanta. Swami
Yes.
says that in one of those
Vedasara
Vedasara Mantatisi Nada Rupa Mugana Marchi. Swami says in that, right? So he says it is the essence of Vedanta. It's the call of the Paramatma to the Jivatma, and the Gopikas, because they were pure, they responded to that call. And here is Swami, in front of this devotee, singing these songs,
Yes.
right? The conversation that was happening was not even between that Mrs. Ratanlal and Swami. The conversation was between
Absolutely.
the divine being
Yes.
and that Jivatma.
The Jivatma and the Paramatma. I think I think it's a joy for Paramatma that after so many births he has found finally the soul that he had been preparing for so long. And for the Jivatma, nothing else now has any significance in life except the person in front. And I think this is a moment which I feel you cannot express in words. Just close your eyes and just sit back and just think that you are with Swami in the interview room, and you have got this chance after praying and pining for years, and you sit at his feet and you look at Bhagwan. You don't know what to speak. Swami looks at you. He also doesn't know what to speak, and he begins to sing. I think that is what is the unspeakable relationship that was there between Bhagwan and Mrs. Ratanlal. And of course, Swami tells them to come back for the birthday festival. They had come for Dasara. And
Right.
1965, Swami says, you come back. So that's how, their trips to Parthi started. And so we'll listen to Ratanlal Amma talk about she being part of the birthday celebrations, 40th birthday celebrations, 1965.
It is 1965 ना, तो 65 में कौन सा birthday
Correct,
था?
40th. हाँ.
So we came, and there was a little hall, and these, my God, the few people, they had no consideration. When we would enter, they would throw us out because we were not of end. So Ratanlal is Swami is taking him up to his room, and I'm sitting last, and there used to be the canteen. So, bhajan is going on, you are listening to the bhajan, and then Swami would come, do Shirdi Abhishek, and all that. So while the bhajan is going on, I would jump, and there used to be a big itni basket, green chilies ki. Nobody would like to cut that because the hands burn. So मेरी duty यही है कि वो chilies काट के I used to give it for the canteen. और अगर if you saw the canteen, daylight you couldn't see anything. It is full of smoke, and there used to be 6 benches with kadapa, and वो पतला सा सांबर और कुछ खाना that used to be available. So I used to cut, and then I would, when Swami is coming, I would jump and sit last. Swami would come last row in every function. He used to come to the last row, talk to people, give them namaskar and all that. So I was very happy that I'm getting my namaskar from Swami during all the functions. What more do I want? There is nothing. Swami is not talking to me, and everybody knew Ratanlal by that time. Nobody knew who Mrs. Ratanlal is, So that was then we discovered, where the Sai Towers is. There, Mani used to have a little dhaba. And next to that, there were 4 dilapidated rooms. No proper doors, no proper windows. Even the rains are also. So I did little spade work. I went to that Mani, what is this? He says they are available, You can take that. 10 rupees for 4 rooms. 2 rupees 50 paisa, So I used to reserve all those 4 rooms. In the meantime, I made out of wood a little sort of plank for my husband. Only you could put 1 plank there. So he used to sleep. Next room I could put and then we used to bring our cook. Because by that time, my husband had done that whoever he would meet and he had no place to eat, he would say, come and eat with us. So from 2 people it became 5 people, from 5 people it would become 10 people, sometimes 15 people, So whole day long the kitchen is going on, and I can't do because I have to have my darshans also. Then in birthday also, same thing happened. Swami gave interview, and that was Then I didn't come. But my husband came, then I used to send full staff. And we had booked those rooms for the year. Imagine how much. Nothing, piddly sum. Acha. So, that is how 65 went.
So that was her birthday, 1965. As she says, what did she do? She was serving in the canteen. And what was she doing in the canteen? She was cutting chilies. So for her, serving Swami did not mean that, if I get a chance, I will cook something and ensure that it reaches Swami's dining table. Any opportunity that Swami gives, that is a chance to serve Swami. Anything that I can do in Prashanti for the devotees, that is a chance to serve Swami. And she grabbed every opportunity, and that was probably a difficult thing to do. And imagine, we all know Ratanlal Amma, she comes from a very aristocratic family with all that, but she took up the most difficult thing to do, of cutting chilies. And as she says, she did not really expect anything from Bhagwan. Just that satisfaction that I'm doing something for Swami's birthday. And Swami used to come and give Padnamaskaram. She says, she never sat in the front or she never looked for anything from Bhagwan for having done that service. She would sit in the last row and Swami himself would come and give Padnamaskaram. And she says, that was more than enough. She didn't ask for it. She was not waiting for it. She was not looking for it. She was so happy that she was being part of the birthday celebration by cutting chilies in the canteen. In fact, it reminds me of so many Sevadals. Even during the COVID time, even now, you have Sevadals from the state of Odisha. You see them serving in the Western canteen, groups of ladies sitting together, cutting vegetables. You see so many Sevadals serving in various divisions of the ashram with that same fervor, that same love. And I think it is people like Mrs. Ratanlal who showed us how to serve with that kind of selflessness. If you want to serve Swami, let it be a silent service. Silent service is Sai service. No show service is Sai service. Selfless service is Sai service. And Sai on his own will find his inscrutable ways of filling you with joy, as long as you do everything, keeping him in your heart. And I think that's something very, very beautiful that we read about Mrs. Ratanlal's life, isn't it?
Right. In that narration, she said, in the end, Swami would come and just give that Padnamaskar, and that was more than enough. That's really the story of so many Sevadal who came. I was once listening to a conversation that Swami was having in Kodaikanal with the boys. And then Swami was talking about the devotion of some of these Sevadal. He said they can afford only one trip a year, right? And Swami would say that those 15 days or 1 week, they probably would never get a darshan.
Correct.
Because they will be posted somewhere and they'll have to take care of some gate.
There are people on the Hanuman
statue. Imagine, this is Swami acknowledging their love and devotion. Swami said, they don't even get to see me, right? What do you come here to Parthi for? They don't even get to see me, and all the while Swami said, they're in their mind, they're thinking, Swami will give us that one Padnamaskar.
Yes.
Before we leave, Swami will give us that one Padnamaskar. Such is the devotion of all these people. And today, as you were saying, that in the absence of even that, they still find the inspiration and love and devotion to come and do that. At a time when people are scared to step out of their homes.
Yes.
Right? These people, I was so surprised even during the initial months of the COVID lockdowns and all that. We found devotees coming all the way from the northeast of India. It takes
and they were here
days.
For like 2-3 months,
Right,
because they couldn't go back.
And coming all the way, saying that when work from home has become a norm, their work from home was redefined. Literally, I met one young Sevadal boy. I just happened to talk with him and I asked him, where are you from? What do you do? He said, I'm an IT professional at Infosys. Right? And I said, that's surprising. Have you taken leave? He said, I've taken a few days off, but few days I've taken work from home. So he said, I do work in the morning and night I do Sevadal duty. I said, where else do you need to look for to
work
see
from your true home?
Right. Where else do you need to look for? Swami is giving us inspiration through such selfless people. And that is what, even in the narration that we heard. And of course, she goes on to speak about them finding their way around Puttaparthi a little bit. Now she said that I found that there's a room I could rent.
4 dilapidated rooms.
Right, and put together. And
one plank where Mr. Ratanlal can sleep.
And after that, she says, once the kitchen is set up, now suddenly guests start coming. And she says, that became the norm. And being people who probably in that first trip, she said, how difficult it was to get anything in Parthi. So Mr. Ratanlal would find whoever he finds and he says that they are really not sure where they're going to eat, he would bring them along. And she says now the kitchen became a 24-hour kitchen. One, it just reminds of the other great devotee of Swami, Subama.
Yes.
Where, after Swami declared and came back to Puttaparthi, before the Pata Mandir was even built, Swami was living in Karnam Subama's house.
Yes.
And talking about those days, Swami would make a very beautiful statement, very subtly. Swami said, the grinding of that stone never stopped.
Yes.
All those days, That because that huge grinding
Yeah.
equipment, whatever you
Manual
call that,
grinding
right?
stone to do chutneys.
It's very difficult. It's really difficult.
Yeah.
And they used to make chutney and dosa and idli batter and all that. Swami said, throughout the day you would hear the grinding of that stone because she was feeding everyone who had come for Swami's darshan, right? If as devotees we are asking, how do we win Swami's heart? I mean, the manual is here,
Yes.
right? I'm also reminded of what happened in Hadshi when Swami had gone to Hadshi.
Yes.
I think they'd taken Swami to the balcony of the mandir,
yes.
and they were showing Swami around, and they were saying that this is where the road is and all that. And suddenly, in the distance, Swami saw that some enclosure had been built, and Swami said, "What is happening there?" And they said, "Swami, prasadam is being served." And Swami, the all-knowing one, pretended as though he was surprised, and he said, "What prasadam?" So he said, "Swami, we are serving food for all the devotees who have come." And Swami was so happy to hear that, right? These devotees who were hosting Swami had also thought about the devotees who would come and had ensured that each one of them was fed Swami's prasadam. This is how you win Swami's heart, right? It is very, very simple in the sense that it is open to us, but it is up to each one of us to grab that opportunity. So that was about her first birthday celebrations. Now we'll go on to another visit that they made, as she goes on to say that they made multiple visits after that, but she goes on to speak about one particular visit, which was an impromptu visit they planned, and it turned out to be one remarkable one. So we'll listen to her narration and then we'll reflect upon what she shares.
66, it was July. And he was coming very often. If I had time, I would come. If I didn't have time, we finished Tuesday bhajan. And the next day was the 28th of July. And while having lunch, I told my husband, I said, how wonderful it would be if we are there tomorrow. So he said,
Bombay. You said.
Bombay. He said, very simple. Let's pack up and let's go by car. I said, all right. I went to the kitchen. I told the man, there is no need for you to come. There was Atal's daughter who wanted to come with us. So 3 of us, I packed up everything, dal, chawal, everything in a little basket. उसको टाई किया और अपने कपड़े निकाले, छोटा सा बैग लिया, उसमें 2 दिन के कपड़े, you know, सब करके we left at 3:30 Bombay. When we left 3:30 Bombay, it started pouring. अरे पूना पहुंचने में हमको generally it used to take 3 hours, took us 5 hours. तो we had Turf Club के members तो है ही थे. So I said, before we go to Turf Club, let's have some dinner. There were 4 chairs. Suddenly, I had put my handbag on the chair. So I immediately removed the handbag and I put it on the ground. So they both started laughing. Your imagination. I said, Swami is sitting. And they had ordered tandoori chicken and all that, both of them non-vegetarian. So मैं तो strict vegetarian. I had ordered little dahi, dal, because I was not sure whether in the other curries these people used to cheat. They used to put little meat shorbas in order to make thing interesting. तो मैंने बोला तुम क्या कर रहे दोनों? क्यों ये तंदूरी चिकन खा रहे हैं? And you will see that what Swami is going to tell you both. तेरा imagination है, ये है, वो है. मैंने कहा देख मुझे नजर नहीं आते मगर मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि स्वामी has come. अच्छा, स्वामी is present with us. वहाँ से दूसरे दिन हम चले. We had no idea कि पुट्टपर्ती है कहाँ. अच्छा रोड कौन सा लेना, पूछ के when we arrived in Penukunda, you know, the bridge was not working. So they said it will be ready tomorrow morning. So we had to go to Hindupur. It was 12:30 at night. And my husband has been driving for 16 hours, you know. तो हम जाके हिंदूपुर में मैंने आई टोल्ड माई ड्राइवर कि तो फ्रंट सीट निकाल, इसको लटा देते, हम तो बैठ जाते क्योंकि वो गवर्नमेंट गेस्ट हाउस में कमरा नहीं था. मैं और दिस गर्ल, अटल्स डॉटर, वी आर सिटिंग आउटसाइड ऑन द ग्राउंड और हम अब भजन गा रहे हैं. 2 बजे, 2:30 बजे, 3 बजे आई शुक माई हस्बैंड कि अभी उठो, बिकॉज 5:30 स्वामी यूज्ड टू गिव दर्शन in the morning. So we wanted to be in Puttaparthi by 5:30. So जब हम पहुंचे तो स्वामी was giving दर्शन. So किया, फिर बाहर गए, जाके अपना क्रियाकर्म किया. फिर कस्तूरी के पास आए तो कस्तूरी ने बोला कि मैं स्वामी को पूछता. Now this girl went up to Swami. Swami, it is Mrs. Ratanlal's birthday. Now they had talked to Swami about my ring and about, much before 6th of June. And Swami confirmed that, hey, don't talk ring, stone. Yes, I'm giving, I'm appearing in that. So Swami had some or the other, all God's grace. This is all preordained.
What
Nothing.
ring? What, auntie? What?
I had a big stone, diamond, very big diamond, which I used to wear. And I had very big diamonds, which I used to wear in the ears. Swami is all the time in that.
Oh, you could see.
Everybody could see. And they had come to Swami and they told Swami that in Mrs. Ratanlal's ring and tops, we see you. And Swami confirmed it. So she said, Swami, it is Mrs. Ratanlal's birthday today. Swami said, go and tell her that I'll see them tomorrow morning. On the 29th July, he called us. Swami called that girl also. So you had tandoori, all that he described. Mrs. Ratanlal told you, you said Mrs. Ratanlal's imagination and all that, all that. Acha scold kiya. And he called these Nadswar people because wo Guru Purnima bhi thi na,
Correct.
and there was Mr. and Mrs. Maru, there was another couple. Why I'm giving you this story is it's worth listening. So Swami gave us interview and gave me, I was a very bad ulcer patient, which I never told anybody. Swami materialized and gave me Vishnu Saligram, and he said, do Abhishek and drink every morning.
That was the narration of that trip we were talking about, where I think it was her birthday or Mr. Ratanlal's birthday.
It was Mrs. Ratanlal's birthday.
Mrs. Ratanlal's birthday, sometime in July, and she said that for a moment she wondered it would be nice to be in Swami's presence, and what stops you, right? That's what Mr. Ratanlal says, and they make this trip. Very arduous one, right? We'll come to that a little later, but the other beautiful thing that came out in that narration of hers is something that should happen in every devotee's life.
Yes.
That is, Swami would describe it as a 4-step process, right? Salokyam, Samipyam, Sarupyam and Sayujyam. I would often think of Salokyam as we go on with our lives, we carry on our lives in a manner without acknowledging the presence of God. Right? Many of us are like that. I mean, yes, during festivals we pray, or morning when we wake up we pray, but still God is, one of the many showpieces in our life. But then when in a devotee's life, a time comes when Swami becomes an important aspect. I think that is what is Salokyam, right? Literally, your world has expanded to engulf
step into the kingdom
Swami, or you have stepped into the kingdom of God, either way you would like to see it. From that Salokyam, that Samipyam has to be found. It is 2 ways. One is you feel Swami's presence with you always, and you pine for Swami's nearness. Right? Both of that is Samipyam. Yes. That you want to be near and dear to Swami, and you also don't forget that he is near and dear, right? As Mrs. Ratanlal was saying, that wherever she was going, that small incident about she ensuring that the handbag was kept, so that when there are many devotees who follow this, they would
absolutely.
try to keep a seat next to them
In fact,
free.
there are, as you mentioned, there are many devotees who follow this. I know of so many devotees. When they drive, they keep their the place next to them vacant. They consciously feel that Swami is there, and they have such experiences. And I think there are so many people who have that experience. If you consciously feel that Swami is with me, walking with me, living with me, when I'm driving, he's with me, when I'm in my office, he's with me. I think Swami gives that experience. It's a question of how strongly, how intensely you cultivate that feeling of his presence.
And as she was narrating, once that feeling is there, it automatically starts regulating your actions and thoughts. Right? Because, all said and done, we might say that Swami is omnipresent and we acknowledge that Swami is everywhere, but we behave differently when we are in Swami's presence and otherwise, right? So this thought of Swami is next to me automatically starts regulating the way we lead our lives. And that is what she was saying, that, how can you eat this kind of food? Swami is watching, right? So that thought, I think that again is a very, very important thing. It is not enough to say that I am a Sai devotee. It is not enough to say I am part of the organization, I come and do bhajans.
Yes.
You will have to take Swami along with you, right? And that is one thing which Swami would constantly tell. I still remember one of the elders, when he got the first interview, he and his wife were called for Swami's interview. And apparently at that time there was a very beautiful picture of Swami in the interview room. Swami was looking very charming, a little younger than, or maybe at that time, because this happened in the early 70s. So this devotee was going on staring at that photo and he was so drawn. Imagine Swami sitting there and he was so drawn by that picture. And Swami noticed that and Swami said, "What?" And he said, "Swami, if you don't mind, can I take this picture?" He said, "It's so beautiful, Swami, can I take this picture?" And Swami said, "Why the picture? Take me." Right? Yes. And he said, that is what I want. I want that each one of you who come to Puttaparthi, to Prasanthi Nilayam, takes me along with you into your life, right? So I think that is a very important step that every devotee needs to take. And she was referring to that.
I think what is amazing is she just come into Swami's fold. It happens, we have seen in so many devotees' lives that, it takes so many years for you to make that transition, that I love Swami, but loving Swami means living his message in my life in a way that I feel him every moment. It takes so many years for people to come there. But for Mrs. Ratanlal, it just happened. She just was drawn to Swami, and next moment she's thinking, how will I live his teachings in my life? And I think that is the difference also between liking Swami and loving Swami, isn't it? Right. Loving Swami is actually, can you make that love translate into acts in your life such that he loves you. He loves your every act and you become a beacon of the love that he is. And I think that was something really, really amazing, very, very inspirational, and a guidepost for all of us walking on the path.
And actually, even as you were saying that, it connects to the other probably weird aspect that we just played out. These devotees who are coming to Puttaparthi and they're stopping and having non-vegetarian food.
Yeah.
Swami didn't reprimand them.
Yes.
Right? When they reached Swami's presence, Swami didn't reprimand them, because this was something that Swami would always tell us, right? Swami would say that I want everything to come from the source and nothing from force.
Force, yes.
Right? And just what you were saying, the difference between liking Swami and loving Swami. A devotee should look for ways by which this love can be embodied in their life.
Yes.
Right? You love someone. It happens with even a regular relationship between a son and a mother, between a child and a father. Somehow you try to do things which they like, right?
Yes.
Whether or not that is the best thing you want to do. Sometimes many, many years after your parent passes away, you stop and think that, no, my father would like it this way, my mother would like this way, and you would act in a certain manner. Because love can be given form in life only through aligning your likes and dislikes to the beloved.
Absolutely.
And when you say that I love Swami, it should come for our own, understanding that now I love Swami. What can I do? And I think Swami only gives us ways to express that. Because I often would say that if there is somebody who, whatever they eat, when you say Brahmarpanam, Swami says the Vaishvanaro Bhutva, right? That's the thing we chant, the Vaishvanara, the flame which is inside, which is God, Swami says accepts. Whether you're eating sattvic food or rajasic food, it's the same God who is digesting it. But when Swami says that I prefer these kind of dietary practices, it gives us the opportunity to align our lives to that, to express our love, right? And as we can see, Swami would never say that, don't come into my presence, you've eaten like this. Swami would only slightly hint that this is what I like, it is up to you.
But I will still love you.
Right.
God's
Absolutely.
love never
Absolutely.
stops. But if you love me, you can think for yourself. And I think if you love someone, doesn't that happen, in our regular relationship, we think we want to do things that are 10 times things which will make our beloved happy.
Right.
I think, and that's how you see so many people doing things they would have never imagined they would have done before. You will see foreigners wearing saris. You will find people of people in very high positions coming and doing just simple seva. Why? Because they love. That love can do amazing transformations in your life, and I think only when that love translates into seeing how I can translate the love of the beloved in my life, only then that love gets meaning, isn't it?
Right. And the other thing about this particular episode she narrated, think of the things that she's narrated so far, the first 3 darshans, right? 3 darshans on subsequent days, one after the other, and each one they get closer and closer to Swami. And Swami has come all the way to Mumbai, where they live, right? It's like God coming to your doorstep, and you have access to Him, you have means of going and reaching out to Him. Suddenly everything seems to be falling in place. And here is another case where there is obstacle at every step, right? To reach the nearest city, from Mumbai to Pune, they take longer. From there to Penukonda, they take so much longer. Then they trying to reach the nearest town, there is no place to stay. There are obstacles at every stage. But even then, the drive within has not come down.
Correct.
So I feel, Swami's blessings can come to us in 2 ways. One is Swami might clear all the obstacles on our way. Then you know that Swami's silent hand is at work. I think the other way is, there might be any number of obstacles on the way, but there is no, deterrent inside. You don't find your enthusiasm or hope dipping. You are focused. I think that is also Swami's grace. I was once talking to a couple who were living in 2011 in Australia when they got the news that Swami had decided to conclude the avatar. And they were sitting in Australia, it's quite a distance away. When they get the news, both husband and wife said, we have to go and see Swami one last time. Right? Somehow we should go and have Swami's darshan. They just get the news, they decide this, they open up their laptop, they say, let's book the first ticket out of here to Malaysia or Singapore. We'll go there and then we'll see. Then some flight will be available, we'll take it and go. Right? Then they booked a ticket. Literally, they booked the ticket, closed their laptop, picked up a bag and walked out of their houses. Right? They go straight to the airport, get into the flight, land in Malaysia, go to the counter. The next flight out to India had 2 seats available.
Wow.
They got into that, they came to Bangalore, and in no time they were there. And everybody else was surprised, how did you pull this off? Right? Because we know that a trip to India from a country like that calls for weeks of planning. And that couple was saying, we don't know how it happened. In the heart, there was this desire that we have to see Swami one last time. And he seemed to be, pulling the strings in miraculous ways. That is also Swami's grace.
In fact, very recently I spoke to a professor from Netherlands. Generally, it takes 3 to 6 months to get the papers
all cleared for him to travel out to come to India.
Okay.
And he was saying that I don't know what happened. He just got this desire that he should come to Parthi, and things just moved so quick. Things that would take 6 months happened in like 6 days. So I think these are experiences.
Right.
I think so many people have
Absolutely.
had.
And I feel that is also Swami's grace. And the other thing is a case like she narrated. Everything around you is falling apart.
Yes.
Everything, there is an obstacle at every step of your journey. But there is something burning within you
Yes.
which makes you overlook everything. It doesn't let your enthusiasm be smothered.
Yes.
I think that is also Swami's grace. And I think that also we have experienced so many times in our life. When we look back and say that, oh, I should have crushed so many times in this.
Yes.
But Swami ensured that, when we pray to Lord Ganesha, when you say, oh, Lord, remove obstacles, I think it is both ways. Either you remove the obstacles or you give me the strength to overcome the obstacles. I think grace from Swami comes in both ways.
Yes. And if
She says
that love for Bhagwan is there, I think that strength
that
will
is the
come.
most important thing.
Most important.
Right? When you have love, you find the walls breaking.
Yes.
When you have love, even if the wall is there, you'll find it breaking. You will find yourself breaking it.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah, I think. And other thing that you hear here, Mr. Ratanlal talking also about Swami confirming that indeed it was he who was giving darshan, giving visions in the diamond earrings. That's what Mr. Atul's niece asked Swami. Swami, we used to see you in the ring, and Swami says, yes, I was there. So, we were talking about this earlier signs that Swami had given, and now Swami is sort of confirming. And slowly their relationship with Bhagwan is coming to a stage where from there on, we said the light is in me. When she came to Bhagwan, the light literally entered into her. So that was sort of the start of the journey. And then now you are in the light. When you are in the light, a lot of purification happens. Lot of journey has to be walked where this light will ensure that the light in you shines, and that is a process. And I think that's what happened in the subsequent years until she reached the point where I and the light are one. But I think we will come to that in the future episodes. The other interesting thing also that she narrates here is how Swami cured her of her ulcer. She had this chronic problem of ulcer. If you remember the first encounter in the night, she actually left that gathering. If you listen to our first episode on
the neighbor calls her to have some milk.
Because she had that ulcer and she cannot handle being on empty stomach for long. And here, she didn't ask for it. She didn't ask Swami to cure her ulcer. This is Swami's calling her. Probably it was her birthday gift. It was her birthday. Swami creates a shaligram and Swami says, you do abhishekam every day and you have. And from then on, she didn't have that ulcer problem. Again, she didn't ask for it. Why I'm stressing this is all we need to do is have that deep love for Bhagwan. Obstacles, even if they are there, they will get cleared. Be it physical, metaphysical, spiritual, emotional, any kind of obstacle. All that we need is that love should be that driving force in our life, and that love will create the pathways, light the pathways, and make us one with the light one day. And we'll come to that, more of this series in the future episodes of this Satsang series. Thank you so much for being with us. It's really, really a joy to share these beautiful snippets from the life of Mrs. Ratanlal, and we pray to Swami that he guides us and he fills us with that kind of an inspiration so that we can also walk on that path and make him proud. Thank you. Sai Ram. Saram everyone, and welcome once again to the Sri Satya Sai Media Center. With pranams at Bhagwan's lotus feet, we are here to continue the series on Mrs. Ratanlal, a diamond of a devotee. This is the fourth part in this series, and earlier we shared with you how Bhagwan entered her life in a lightning manner in 1965, how Swami cured Mr. Ratanlal of his sinusitis, how Swami
completely transformed his perspective in life, how Swami cured Mrs. Ratanlal of her chronic ulcer. Then we talked about their first visit to Parthi, her zeal to cook for Bhagwan, no matter how trying the situation was, and the sudden trip to Parthi that they made in July 1966 for Mrs. Ratanlal's birthday, and the revelations that happened during that trip, the way Bhagwan stunned them by letting them know how he was present at every step during that journey. And as we spoke about whatever has happened in their life in the years 1965 and 1966, we paused at various instances, we reflected, and beautifully amazing lessons emerged, isn't it, Prem?
Absolutely. And as we've seen, the journey was pretty quick. Very swiftly, they moved closer to Swami. And in many ways, Swami was drawing them not merely physically, but even through their hearts, they were being more and more attached to Swami. And that was the time we had stopped. In fact, there was one episode during that impromptu visit that they made, which we wanted to speak about. She mentions that it was her birthday for which they had come, but it was also the Guru Purnima time. So one of the things that happens in the interview room when Swami was giving them the interview, as she beautifully narrates, is Swami invites all the Nadaswaram people. Like we all know that we refer to that as Mangalavadhyam. Whenever there is any auspicious festival or occurrence in a family, we use the Nadaswaram troupe as people who give us the musical refrain. So Swami had invited this Nadaswaram troupe, and as he always does, he gifted them, he materialized objects, blessed them. For Swami, everyone's equal, right? You don't have to be a Raja, as we're going to see, or you have to be a prince or a plebeian, as they would say. Everybody is equal to Swami, and Swami gives everyone, and Swami blesses everyone. But when Swami gives something to a devotee, it is a gift of grace, right? But when Swami gives something to a person who has offered a service, that can be seen differently. So they thought, here is Swami, who's probably doing settlements by gifting things through materialization. And somehow this news spread, and for good reason, as we will come to see. It reaches the government in the form of a complaint probably, and promptly the government sends a vigilance officer. In fact, they send one of their most diligent vigilance officer, a person by name Ramchand. He's actually the vigilance commissioner, as Mrs. Ratanlal speaks of.
Because of all the stories of materialization.
Right, materializations, and I'm sure they must have been waiting for a chance.
And there'll be always people
right,
waiting to do all these work of complaining.
Right, absolutely.
Yes.
And they must have just been waiting for an opportunity like this to investigate into the matter. And this very diligent officer, very sincere and a very senior officer, was sent to Prasanthi Nilayam. His name was Ramchand. And his duty was to go and investigate what is happening here. Where are all these gifts coming from? And that is the point where we actually stopped Mrs. Ratanlal's interview, and she speaks about what happens to Mr. Ramchand, who has come as a representative of the government to investigate into what is this Sai Baba phenomenon, right? And what he undergoes as an experience in Prasanthi Nilayam is very beautiful, and that is the narration that follows. We're going to play for you her narration of this episode, and then we will come back to you with our reflections.
अभी ये रामचंद बेचारा सुबह से लेके शाम तक जो डेवोटीज आए उनको पूछे ये वो. 6 months he stayed in the ashram. I had a partner, Russian partner. वो अपने बैरे को ले गई Switzerland. There he developed cancer. She sent him back. I was working for cancer also. तो मैंने उसको बोला, when I took her to the cancer hospital, they said cancer is far gone. It's not advisable to do any operation. तो मैंने उसको बोला, देख, तू साउथ इंडियन है, मदुरई में है, तू जा स्वामी के पास, वहाँ जाके चुपचाप ठहर 2 महीने, प्रार्थना करता जा, तो ठीक हो जाएगा. Swami operated on him, while he was sleeping. Swami operated and told him that you are all right. तो वो तो बेचारा उसी वक्त आ गया मेरे पास, आके बताया। तो मुझे तो कोई हैरानगी की नहीं बात, बिकॉज बाय दैट टाइम सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम वाज देयर, वी वर वी हैड रेड। तो रामचंद इज गोइंग अराउंड। One day, Ramchand, Swami called Ramchand upstairs. Now, this is Ramchand's own words. वो मैं बताती कैसे. Ramchand, Swami called him that you have been here so long. Why don't you come up to me to see? तो अपने बड़े आराम से पलंग पे बैठे हुए. What is, वो शेष का था ना. I've got that watch which Swami had given. You, in the beginning, you must have seen Swami's room with a little watch. Swami has given me that. Swami said, go and see everything. He goes to one room. What does he see? There is nothing else but the room is full of notes of all denominations. And while he's seeing, it all disappeared. Then he goes to the next room, he sees gold. Then he goes to the next room, he sees diamonds. Next room, he goes on seeing all the things. Then he comes to the dining room side and he only sees fruit and he only sees vegetables. He comes and falls at the lotus feet of Swami. Then you know what he did? Instead of going back, he got himself posted at Penukunda so that Swami, when he's coming to Puttaparthi, there was no Koduru at that time. We had to come. So that Swami will stop the car and Saturday, Sunday, I will go and have Swami's darshan.
So in fact, when we hear about what Mr. Ramchand was doing, as Mrs. Ratanlal narrates, his investigative process, he tries to interview every person who is coming. He wants to go and talk to all the people who have received gifts from Bhagwan to find out about the secret behind everything that is happening. In fact, it reminds me of Mr. Raman Rao. You remember when first time he came to Bhagwan in 1965 and his friend sort of asked him to come and he was not at all willing to come. He said, you are taking me to Prashant Nilayam, to this Baba. I don't believe in God, man. Don't ask me to fold my hands. Don't ask me to give up gambling. Don't ask me to stop partying. And with all those conditions, he came. And so he was someone who was very, very skeptical. And this is exactly Mr. Raman Rao also does. So he speaks to every person who was coming out of the interview room. And I remember he writes very beautifully in the book Nectar of Love. He says he spoke to one North Indian and he asked him, what did Baba tell you? And that person says, oh, as soon as I went in, he seemed to know everything about me. He created Vibhuti and then he created a locket which had the image of that person's Guruji. Oh. Nobody knew about it. He never told Swami anything about it. So that person was flabbergasted. He asked another person. This man was from Bangalore. And this person said, when I went in, Swami could see the amount of sorrow that was there in my heart because this person had lost his son. Swami says, don't worry, you just stay here for 4 days. Your son who has run away from home will come back here and I will call you together as a family for interview. There was another person, again a North Indian, who said that the moment he went inside, Swami started reprimanding this person. And for whatever, something wrong that he had done. And this person started crying. And then Swami then created Vibhuti to pacify him and, Swami consoled him and then the person understood his mistake. But Mr. Raman Rao says, every person he saw was coming out of the interview room as a better person. And every person says that Swami told them to serve. He said, whatever it is, whatever he was doing something good. I mean, that is the process of refinement that was happening. So, earlier also we talked about Chamatkar, Sanskar. Right. So, this is what Mr. Raman Rao experienced. And I think something similar is what Mr. Ramchand also went through, as he was trying to interview every person. And finally, to top it all, the kind of such stunning experience Swami gives. And I think with such an experience, what can you do? You can only just bow down and offer yourself at his feet. And what more experience you need to convince yourself of the omniscience, omnipresent power that Bhagwan is, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, it's such a phenomenal experience that he has. It is an experience that every devotee has, but not probably through one experience, right? Through a series of experiences. Because I would often think, for most of us, when we first come to Swami's fold, I would often put it this way, that we would get some FAQs from Swami, right? They frequently ask questions of what is your name, where do you come from? But somehow in that interaction, we also knew that he actually knows everything. Right?
Yes.
So even though the person who is being asked knows that he knows everything, Swami of course knows everything, but still he asks and we give an answer, right? And in that relationship between Swami and us gets strengthened. I think that's the beauty, that Maya is brought in for this purpose of endearing
Just
the devotee.
so that we can communicate, we can
to the
feel,
Lord.
connect with him.
Right. I remember a very beautiful episode one of my classmates once narrated. He came from a absolutely quote-unquote non-Sai background. His parents did not know about Swami. He had no clue he had never seen Swami. Somebody just told him that here is a good university, you should apply for it. And he landed up in Vrindavan for the BCom course. And you always have this sense that I am the non-devotee and here all of them are so drawn to Swami. You never know till you speak to people that how many people Swami has drawn who have come unwillingly, right? So this boy was seated in Trai one day and Swami just picks him up and Swami asks, hey boy, where are you from? And this boy says, Swami, I'm from Madanapalli. Right? Madanapalli is a town which is just a few hours from here. So Swami seemed to be excited. Swami said, Madanapalli, Madanapalli here. And he said, yes, Swami. And then Swami asked him a few other questions. What does your father do? And this and that. So he was replying as, that Swami wants to know. Swami is curious to know about me. And then suddenly Swami asked him, hey, do you know this particular hospital in Madanapalli? And Swami told him a name. Now this boy was excited because he knew that place. He said, yes, Swami, I know. Then Swami said, no, next to that hospital, there is one main road which goes that way. He said, yes, Swami, I know. Then Swami said, if you go that way, the third left if you take, there is one temple over there. I mean, I'm not telling the exact details. Something to this effect. Swami was saying. And this boy was getting excited and also, was wondering where this is all going to. At the end of it, Swami said, if you go down that lane, the third house, this color gate, this color house, isn't that your house? And just a few seconds before that, Swami was asking, where do you come from? Right? So I think that is Swami's Maya, and Swami would sometimes beautifully say that when he asks question also it is Maya. And the form that we see is also Maya. He's that supreme which is beyond any name and form. The very fact that he has come in a name and form is also a part of Maya, right? He's used Maya to come to us.
Just to give us joy.
Just to give us that joy. And the number of people that he spoke to, one of the persons Mrs. Ratanlal mentions in that clip that we played, again, a very simple person who is a servant of a colleague, as she puts it, who was, I think, from the town of Madurai, and who was down with cancer, and the doctors give up, and he comes and stays in Puttaparthi on her advice, and Swami performs surgery in his sleep, and he's completely cured. The beautiful thing is, he goes back and tells Ratanlal and expresses his gratitude. And she says, yeah, so what is there in that? She says, we have read Satyam Shiv Sundaram and we know this. It's like, that just reminded me of that statement that Swami would often make. Right? Swami would say that you're also surprised by these miracles. He would say that, idani naku sahajam, Swami would say. Meeku ascharyam naku sahajam. It is a surprise for you. But for me, this is mundane. This is regular for me. If you look at it, even for devotees, it is becoming sahajam, right? Those who have lived with Swami and those who have come to know and understand Swami's ways, that even Swami's miracles become sahajam even to the devotees. And that's the beautiful thing. But what a brilliant experience of that, Mr. Ramchand.
In fact, I very vividly recall the session in Trai when, a devotee who was speaking narrated a stunning miracle, and at the end of it, when all of us were looking at Bhagwan, with that additional awesome feeling, and Swami made that statement, this exact statement. Meeku ascharyam naku sahajam. It is something of surprise to you. For me, it is normal. In fact, I remember on that episode of Mr. Raman Rao, as he's interviewing all these people, he actually goes to the place where Professor Kasturi was. And Professor Kasturi was typing, So he was not staying in one of the sheds. So Professor Kasturi looks at him very quizzically because this person is standing and staring at him. So Professor Kasturi asks, do you want to talk to me? Is there anything you need? And so Mr. Raman Rao says, no, actually somebody told me that you're writing Baba's biography. You know what? I have spoken to so many people. I've interviewed so many people. If you want, I can give you many stories. and Professor Kasturi says, Mr. Every day, Swami gives interview to 40, 50, 100 people. And each one has a breathtaking story. If I were to document what is happening every day, it would be a big volume by itself. Every day would be a huge volume. My job is not to document these miracles. He said, my job is to inculcate faith in human values. Help people inculcate faith in human values. That is the only thing that I am doing. Whatever I am sharing is so that people get inspired to lead a virtuous life. They follow the path of Satya and Dharma, which Swami is constantly talking about. I mean, that is something we should always remember. When you talk about chamatkar, sanskar, all the chamatkars, all these miracles are only so that we can become a better person. That was the only purpose. And
I think in there lies a message for all of us, right?
Yes.
I mean, being in the media center, it's almost impossible to cover the length and breadth of Swami's life and the number of people that Swami has touched.
Absolutely.
Right? And we are talking about one event, some government official who came to Prasanthi Nilayam. The amount of things that have happened in Prasanthi Nilayam is so difficult to cover. And Swami did not confine his activity only to Prasanthi Nilayam. Swami traveled extensively, right? Especially in the 60s, in the period that we're talking about. Swami spared no effort to reach out to every corner of this state and the country.
300,000 kilometers.
It's unbelievable, right? And we're talking about roads of those days and cars of those days, right? We have better suspensions, better roads. Swami traveled back-breaking journeys for so many hours to reach out to some of these devotees.
Wow.
And talking about those travels, right? That brings us to a travel.
Swami's trip to Mumbai in 1967 in March. Now, during that trip, Swami had taken along with him the Veda Pathshala boys. The Veda Pathshala Swami set up in the early 60s.
Right.
And that was sort of the first institution, school you may call it, school or college, where Swami started teaching Vedic hymns to students. And these students had great access to Swami. They would spend all the time with Swami, and that was sort of the original education project of Bhagwan. And Swami himself wrote 2 plays, one on Radha Bhakti, one on Sakubai. Swami directed, and Swami had taken these boys to stage these plays in Mumbai in the Vallabhbhai Patel Stadium.
Right.
And the governor of Maharashtra was the chief guest, and he loved the performance. He commended the boys and their culture, their values. And it was during this time, Mrs. Ratanlal, who had already known Swami now for 2 years, so she was taking all efforts to serve Bhagwan. So she would cook from her home and bring food for Bhagwan for all the students. So this program happened on 16th March. On 15th March, when she was with Bhagwan, Mrs. Ratanlal made a prayer to Swami because she was seeing the arrangements being made, and she felt that, the stage can be
even better.
It should be for Swami. It should be really grand. My Swami is going to give a talk and his students are going to perform. So she went and told Swami, can I make the stage? And Swami said, okay, you make the stage. So she went ahead.
She was saying she was a very, very active social worker.
Oh, yes.
Who used to do a lot of events for cancer treatment.
Mrs. Ratanlal was someone who mingled with the elite, as well as who was constantly doing things for the handicapped, the mentally challenged, the polio victims, the cancer victims. So she was a very, very active social worker. She knew people in theatre. She had done shows. She was sort of an event manager. So she knew how to get all the things done. So she had that confidence that even if just 24 hours are left for the performance, she said, I will make the stage. And Swami told, okay, go ahead. And so she goes about making the stage. And so she finishes the work, she goes home to get food, And by the time she returns, somebody has undone everything that she has done. And she's shocked. And she says, okay, doesn't matter, I'll just get started again. And so she does that. And when she's back again with food for the next session, again everything is pulled down. And she's now really flustered. And she goes and tells Swami, what is this? Can't you tell that senior person allow me? They are not allowing me to do anything. And when she makes that prayer to Swami laughs, and then Swami calls the senior devotee, and Swami says, I have permitted her, you please allow her to do the decoration and the stage. And that is how Mrs. Ratanlal takes over doing up the stage for Bhagwan's discourse on March 16th, 1967, in the same place. The students do the performance and everyone is so happy. And even as this happened, there was a triumph of joy, her satisfaction that she was able to offer something to Swami. Swami at the same time did something which really blew her off her feet. Right?
Absolutely, because she was in the middle of all of this, right? Cooking for Swami's students, and definitely she must have been cooking for Swami separately, traveling up and down from her home to the place where Swami was staying and the stadium. And of course, she must have been bringing other devotees who were keen to see Swami. When all this was happening, and that little fiasco where Swami resolved it at the end, all of a sudden Swami throws a surprise at her, and Swami says, Mrs. Ratanlal, I am coming to your house for dinner today.
This is 15th March.
Right? And it was already midday. It was 12 in the afternoon when this whole interaction was going on. And she says she was speechless for a moment because she still had things to do, right?
Yes.
She had to go back home and get tea and snacks for the students and the guests. And then, of course, dinner also must be arranged for them. And this... she's just got this stadium thing resolved, so she has to go and get that thing also set right. In the middle of all of this, Swami says, I want to come to your house tomorrow. I mean, tonight, not tomorrow. I'm coming to your house for dinner. And she says very beautifully that she was surprised. She didn't know what to tell Swami. For a moment, she was blank. And then she just prayed to Swami. And she said, I don't know. I just felt that Swami's blessings came upon me in that prayer. And I said, okay, let's go ahead and let's see what can be done. Even as we are narrating all of this, dear listeners, you must be wondering why we are narrating it and not playing her clip. The interviews that we had with Mrs. Ratanlal were done over a period of time. She was very reticent, first of all, to share.
Very hesitant to share.
So some of the recordings are very casual. So we are trying to convey to you and share with you what she had described in that. It may not be suitable to play it as it is. So Vishnu and me are trying to make the best possible way of sharing it with all of you. So coming back to the story, so she prays to Swami, she suddenly feels a burst of inner strength, and she says, let's do it one at a time. So the next task at hand is to go and get tea and snacks ready for the children. So she goes home and she gets this thing ready. She comes back and she goes to the stadium. It's already 5 in the evening. And she's beginning to get stressed about the dinner. What do you do? Swami's coming home for dinner. And 2 of her friends come by to the stadium to see how the arrangements are going on. They look at her and say, what is troubling you? You look a little, stressed out. And then she says, this is what is happening. My Swami is coming for dinner and I don't know what to do. So they tell her, don't worry, you give us the car. And she said that, I always imagined that I will deck up my house with flowers the day Swami comes. Because I love flowers. And so does Swami, right? And those were the days when you could garland Swami, you could have a floral carpet for Swami and all of that. And you don't want to miss out that opportunity. So she said, but I'm stuck here. I don't have any time.
Swami is coming to your house, you want to do the best. It's a lifetime chance.
And someone like her, right? We are seeing that
she has all the resources,
and she wants to do even the stage. She didn't want to let go as it is. You can imagine if Swami is visiting her house.
Yes.
So these 2 friends of hers, they tell her that, don't worry, you give us the car keys, we will take care of it. So they take the car keys and they drive away to the market. And of course, after that 12 o'clock meeting, I think she has just managed to buy all the vegetables and give it to the cooks at home and says, this is the thing, do something. And she comes away. So when she returns home, she finds that the whole house has been decked up.
Wow.
with flowers the way she would have wanted it, with rangolis grand and beautiful, just like how she would have wanted to welcome Swami, and everything was set. And suddenly the hours of stress that preceded her coming home seemed so pointless.
Yes.
Because when Swami said, "I'm coming home for dinner," I think he also had in his mind how it is going to all happen, right? But we who are in the dark, we are the ones who are stressed out, right? But that is the beauty of faith, when I think of it. There is a very beautiful quote of Tagore, which I'm not quoting verbatim. He says, faith is like the bird that sings when the dawn is still dark.
Wow.
Right? Because the bird knows that the sun is coming, right?
Yes.
So sometimes we are in the dark, but we should still rejoice because we know that He's anyway going to take care. And that's faith. You don't wait for light to show up.
Yes.
You rejoice even when it is still dark. And I think that must have been the lesson she would have got at this point, because she finds that, and a person who is so, a go-getter like her, for a moment she would have realized, or at least listening to this narration, it occurs to us that when Swami says something, everything gets done. Right? And all you have to do is make yourself the least impediment for His will to take place.
Absolutely.
Right? And I think that is the beautiful experience she has. And of course, another detail she mentions is Swami comes that day with some of the guests. And one of the guests is Mr. Ramchand, our dear friend, Vigilance Commissioner.
Yeah, in fact, Mr. Ramchand, he gave up his job.
Right.
In the Central Vigilance Commissioner that he was, he gave up that job and he settled down near Penukonda because he said he wanted to have darshan of Bhagwan, because in those days to go to Bangalore, you have to go through Penukonda.
Right.
So he said, I'm going to spend the rest of my life only having darshans of Bhagwan, and he became part of Bhagwan's entourage when Swami was visiting.
Whenever Swami would travel. Right.
Yeah. So, wow, I mean, a really amazing instance, Prem, as we were talking about Tagore's quote on faith, I was reminded of another quote on faith. They say, with little faith, you can get heaven. But with great faith, heaven will come to you. And I think that's what happened here. Here, when Swami said that I am coming, it's, as you said, it's like everything has already been done. Tension happens only if you think, oh, how am I going to do it? If that thought does not come, oh, he said he's going to do it.
Talking about quotes of faith, let me throw in another one, because this was mentioned in Swami's presence and Swami seemed happy with the quote. The quote goes that prayer knocks the doors of heaven, but faith opens it.
Yes.
And when this was mentioned in a talk in Trai, Swami was so happy with it, which is a validation for what is mentioned.
Absolutely. I mean, we all know that when it comes to Bhagwan's work, what is needed is just your availability and you becoming a nobody. That's all is needed. And I think that is a very, very powerful lesson. And what we have seen with Mrs. Ratnalal is, every time there was such a test, because she came up so triumphantly that she was given higher responsibilities. Every time there was a test, she did it so well. Anybody else would have told, Swami, not today, Swami, I cannot manage. Swami, please, Swami, how can I do, maybe you would have bungled up the stage, maybe you would have bungled up, 100 things would have gone wrong. But she was so calm. Okay, Swami said, fine, it is going to happen.
Right.
I think that courage made her to become a better instrument in His hands and take up amazing responsibilities in the mission.
Talking of that, every institution in Prashanti Nilayam has a story like that, right? The classic one, of course, is the super specialty hospital in Prashanti Nilayam. I remember that narration of Dr. Safaya. The night before, or I think a couple of nights before, he actually breaks down. He starts crying. He says, this is not going to happen. Swami has said that he wants to inaugurate on November 22nd, and it's not going to happen. And he actually breaks down because he feels that he has failed Swami. And that is when his wife comes up to him and asks, what is the problem? Why are you so worried? And then she tells him something that he knew all the while, but at that moment you forget. She said, Swami is God, and Swami has said that it is going to happen on November 22nd. Why are you worrying over it? Right? He has said it is going to happen, whether you are able to do it or not. right? And then he says that I actually saw that happening. And that is the case with not merely institutions of Swami. Each one of us and our lives are institutions of Swami. And this is the story of each of our lives.
Yes.
The whole process is whatever we do, whatever karma we do, whatever sadhana we do, is to ensure that we become less and he becomes more in our lives, isn't it?
Absolutely. Because of the refinement that was happening within her, Swami, as we discussed, made her a beautiful instrument. She was someone who was the channel for so many devotees to come to Bhagwan, given her connections in the political circle, in the circle of high net worth individuals, and in the area of social work. So in this trip of March 1967, one landmark thing that happened was the visit of Rajmata of Navanagar. She came to see Bhagwan, and it was the first time she was seeing Swami, and lot happened before that. We will come to that, but the reason we are bringing in the Rajmata story here is, one, Mrs. Ratanlal running an expensive boutique for expensive jewelry and precious stones. She was very well connected with all these people. Rajmata and her daughter knew Mrs. Ratanlal very well. They had also heard about Mrs. Ratanlal's love for Bhagwan, and so when they heard that Swami is in Mumbai, so they immediately contacted Mrs. Ratanlal, and that is when the Rajmata of Navanagar had her first darshan of Bhagwan. And for many who do not know, the Rajmata was the only woman member of the Sri Satya Sai Central Trust when Bhagwan founded the trust in 1972. She was part of the Education Trust. She was also part of the World Council of Satya Sai organizations when Swami set up. So she was one of the founding members of the trust of the Satya Sai organization. And it was through Mrs. Ratanlal that Bhagwan brought the Rajmata in. But what happened prior to that first meeting of the Rajmata is something very interesting, isn't it, Prem?
Right, exactly. And I mean, that is the most beautiful thing about many of these devotees. When you talk about Professor Kasturi, when you talk about the Raja of Venkatagiri, they all had their darshan in the house of Sakama, another great devotee of Swami, when Swami was visiting there. So the way Swami pulls strings, or for that matter, even Karnam Subbamma, the first few devotees who come from the city of Bangalore are actually relatives of Subbamma. It is through common threads such as that Swami pulls. But once drawn to Swami, you suddenly realize that you and Swami are, I mean, it's a unique relationship. It doesn't depend on anyone. You have not come because of anybody. Swami knew what he was doing. Swami knew, I mean, it's a silly thing to say it that way, but every relationship with Swami was one-on-one. And a devotee who was drawn through this event of Swami visiting Mumbai in 1967 through Mrs. Ratanlal is this another great devotee of Swami, Rajmata. Talking about that background, she was at that time actually the queen.
Yes.
Right? By then she had become the Rajmata in 1967. But when she actually came to know of Swami, she was the queen of Navanagar because the king was still alive. And this was, we are talking about just after independence. 1947 was independence. At that point, for those of you who are not very familiar with the history of India at that point in time, there were a lot of princely states at that point. They were under the rule of the Britishers, right? They had their princely states, but they were under the British rule. And at the point of time when India got its independence, these princely states had the option of either joining the Union of India or joining Pakistan. So many of these states, one of the earliest states to join India in that sense was Navanagar, I think 1948 or something. A little tidbit, Navanagar was ruled by Ranjit Singh Ji till 1933. One of the greatest cricketers, international cricketers from India. And many might not know the Ranji Trophy, which is the domestic circuit of cricket in India, is named after Ranjit Singh Ji, who is the one of the most famous emperors in the 20th century. after his passing away, his nephew, whom we are talking about here, Digvijay Singh Ji, who was the husband of Rajmata, he took over as the king of Navanagar. And it is through him, or through a certain episode that was happening in his life, that the whole family is drawn to Swami. Digvijay Singh Ji is also very well known for 2 episodes. I think now he is becoming more and more popular because of some forwards we get through the internet, that during the World War II, the support that he extended to some of the children of Poland, because he had studied in Poland briefly. He is very popular in Poland. There are streets named after Digvijay Singh Ji in Poland, as you can look up that story on the internet. And of course, he is known for his yeoman contribution in the reconstruction of the Somnath temple. Right after India became independent, the Iron Man of India, Shri Vallabhbhai Patel, took up the project of reconstructing the Somnath temple, one of the grandest temples in India, which was destroyed many centuries ago. So it was reconstructed in a very authentic manner, and Digvijay Singh Ji was the Raja of Navanagar, also popularly known as Jam Sahib. I think all the rulers of Navanagar were referred to as Jam Sahib. So he contributed, and in fact, the entrance to Somnath temple is named after him as Digvijay Dwar.
Digvijay Singh Dwar.
Digvijay Singh Dwar. And when Swami went to Somnath in 1970, in 1970, Swami inaugurated it. Right. So he is the king of Navanagar, the husband of Rajmata, whom we're talking about right now.
And the way he came to Swami is interesting. In 1958, someone told him about Bhagwan, a friend told him. And at that point in time, Maharaja was very sick, and they had their own guru, who was a realized soul. So he didn't really think so much about, any other god man. And there was one thing that this friend said somehow, which really struck, and that always remained in his mind, because he said that this Baba gave him a vision of Lord Krishna. And that is something the Maharaja always was very, very interested. That scene captured him. So, is there anyone who can actually give the vision of Krishna? So, that's why there was that curiosity. But at the same time, somebody gave the book Satyam Shivam Sundaram. The Maharani read it, and the Maharani felt maybe it is true, maybe not. Maybe somebody just writing in praise of another god man. Maybe he has some power. So she didn't really think so much about it. Few years went by, but what happened was the health of the Maharaja deteriorated. He was becoming really very sick, and Maharani was getting very concerned. It was at this point that there was this gentleman, Mr. Chudasama, who said that, there is one Mr. Dr. Gadia. This Dr. Gadia does Sai Bhajans, he conducts Sai Bhajans. And since the Maharani was looking for anybody who can give some solace to the Maharaja, so she agreed. She said, okay, fine, Mr. Gadia can come along with his team and they can do bhajans. She thought if it helps to give some relief, that is welcome. And that is how Dr. Gadia comes to their palace and he does bhajans. And the bhajan session goes on so well that the Maharaja feels so much at peace. In fact, the Maharani says that, the Maharaja until then was so restless, and the doctors had told that probably there is no cure now, because they had come to know that he has a stone in the gallbladder, and in those days you didn't have those advanced medical procedures, and because of that the pain was becoming acute. The Maharani did not know what to do, whether to take him to Mumbai, because Maharaja also was a very hefty person. Is he in a position to travel? So there were all these concerns. So they knew the condition. The Maharani helplessly was looking at the king, unable to do anything. At this point, the bhajan happens and Maharaja feels so good after that bhajans. And in fact, they spontaneously request, they saying, can you please come again the next week also and do bhajans? Because it was reaching a point where the Maharaja was saying that, I'm unable to bear this pain. Please, can you ask the doctors to just do something? I don't want to live anymore, because it is so much pain that I just cannot take it. I just want to free myself of this pain, even if it means me losing my life. I don't care. I just want to leave because I can't take this pain. I mean, that is the precarious situation in which they were in, and this bhajan helped to little extent.
Right. And it is at this time, I think, Dr. Gadia gets called away to Puttaparthi. Suddenly, Swami sends word. It seems, when somebody is getting relief, why would Swami do this? Because he had other plans, as we can see. And the health of Jam Sahib was deteriorating badly. The Rajmata didn't know what to do. So that's when she tried to reach out to their family guru.
Yes.
Right? The other reason probably why they did not take to Swami right away, even after reading Satyam Shivam Sundaram and hearing about Swami, is that they had a guru with whom they had a lot of reverence for. And as we've heard even from Swami, the relationship between a guru and Sishya is supposed to be very unique. You don't go around looking for other gurus when you have placed your faith in one guru. So that must have been one of the reasons why that hesitancy was there. So she reaches out to this guru in desperation. She says that, the medicines have not worked. So probably we need some grace of the guru to tide over this. But unfortunately, they find that the guru is not in town. The guru is traveling. So she's getting all the more desperate. But 3 days later, the guru returns and he comes to know that the king is very unwell. He comes to the palace. And the moment he sees the king's condition, he says, yes, it's become a bit bad now. So he sends word, he says, get milk and fruits. And when the guru says this, the queen actually thinks probably this is the last moment of the king, and that's why the guru is asking for milk and fruits. But when it is brought, the guru is sitting in front of the king, and suddenly he does something which was not expected. He brings out a roll of paper. They don't know where it came from because he did not bring anything when he came. Nothing was there under the cushion on which he was seated. But he brings out this roll of paper and he hands it to them. And when they open it, it is a picture of Swami.
Yes.
They are stunned because they had never spoken about Swami with the Guru, even though they had had this information about Swami had reached them. They had never discussed it with him, nor had he brought up the topic of Swami ever with them. Where did this come all of a sudden? He brings a picture of Swami, gives it to the queen, and he says, keep it next to the bed of the king and offer worship to it every day, and make sure even the king worships the picture every day, and he will be better. So now it becomes a command of the Guru, right? It's not a choice that you have. So that's what they do, and the moment the picture is put next to the bed of the king, overnight he actually feels much better.
Much better.
And the next evening, another surprising event happens. They get a letter from Puttaparthi, from one Mr. Dikshit, whom they don't have any prior acquaintance with. And the letter says that I am writing to you on the insistence of Bhagwan. He has said he wants me to convey to the queen that she need not worry. The king's health will become better, and Swami will take care of his health. And there was also a packet of vibhuti in that letter, and the letter mentioned that Swami says that this vibhuti should be applied where the king is feeling his pain, and nothing should be, you don't have to worry about anything. And literally overnight, after the vibhuti is applied, the king's pain vanishes, he feels much better, and almost within 24 hours, the king is back to normal.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, what is very interesting is the king is free of pain, physically, yes, but the Maharani says that was not everything about it. What really stunned the Maharani was the king was a completely different person. The king had changed as a person. A king who used to get irritated with little things, a king who used to lose his temper, he became a person who was very calm. Maharani says that it was almost as if, he was a new person. He had become so calm, so composed, that it almost felt like Swami gave a new person to the Maharani. And that was such a blessing from Bhagwan, the king becoming well, not only physically but mentally, emotionally, psychologically.
Something very similar happens with Walter Cowan, isn't it?
Oh yes, when Swami gives back
After his resurrection, he changes completely. I mean,
completely.
already a spiritual person, but there was a marked difference in his behavior.
Absolutely. And the only thing that happened was, now the Raja says, I want to see Bhagwan. I want to see Bhagwan. Now the Raja wants to spend time reading scriptures. Now the Raja wants to listen to satsang. He wants more bhajans, more namasmarana. And he says, I want to see Swami. And Maharani tries to find out if Swami is in Pune or Bombay, anywhere near. And they learn that Swami is not there anywhere close. And they are constantly thinking how to see Swami, how to see Swami. And it is during this period that the war breaks out between India and Pakistan, and so that's when they are unable to do anything.
Right, it's 1965. Those of you who know, I think it's also called the Second War of Kashmir. And Nawanagar is a kingdom which is in the western borders of India. They are very close to Pakistan. And during a war, any enemy nation is only trying to effect as much damage in your country as possible, so that it hurts you, right? So they were targeting some of these princely states and palaces which were there. So this was, as we were saying, 1965, I think August, September. The period where it was maximum was about 17 days, and it is considered as one of the most where armored vehicles were used, the territorial battle on the ground, which was seen after the Second World War, right? The most severe one which was seen. And also it was happening in the backdrop of the Cold War. So the international community was looking at it. So one of the things that was happening was the Pakistani Air Force was trying to raze to the ground the palace of the Jam Sahib, the kingdom of Nawanagar. And in fact, apparently it was broadcast on Pakistan radio that the palace of Nawanagar has been razed to the ground and the entire royal family has been decimated. But what they didn't know was the shells were dropped in the palace compound, but nobody was harmed, not even the palace.
The shells never exploded.
The shells never exploded because they didn't know that Swami's grace was there upon them. In fact, not just the royal family of Nawanagar, Swami had in fact reached out to many officers in the Air Force and the families who had officers in the Air Force. In fact, one of the devotees narrates that Swami actually appeared in front of her when her husband was in the Air Force and the war was going on. Swami appeared and assured her, don't worry, I am there with all of them and they will be fine. And this news actually reaches some of the officers in the Air Force. That gives them a lot of confidence.
In fact, at the right moment when Swami appeared to the wife of this Air Force officer, there was a shell that was about to hit
where he was posted.
And it just fell a few yards away.
So all of this gave a lot of confidence to the people who were participating in the war too, and also the family of the royal family of Nawanagar. Through these small episodes, they were being drawn closer and closer. It is not about merely life or health, right? When you look at the bigger picture, when you look at the family of the Jam Sahib, it is not that Swami giving life is not the miracle. Swami giving the opportunity to come to Swami in life is the miracle, right? Because it is not that he lived for 100 years after that. I mean, I'm not going to reveal what happens, but it is not that Swami extended the life by another century. Swami extended life long enough so that you find the fulfillment of coming to Swami. And I think that is the grace that Swami showered on this family.
Wow. I think every time it happens in our lives, the moment we come to Swami and later on when we connect the dots, then we realize how many times Swami has protected us, Even now, of the 100 times Swami would have protected us, probably twice or thrice would have actually consciously known. And
Swami
I think
would have acknowledged it openly.
Yeah, so I think that's what was happening. Swami has been taking care of this family for generations. So, but now once the war ended, they were very keen to come to Prasanthi Nilayam, and that's when the Jam Sahib comes to Puttaparthi, And in those days, with all the rudimentary facilities, that does not deter him. And Swami showers the Maharaja with so much love. There was a chair placed for him in front of the interview room. Actually, generally in those days, chairs are not placed, but Swami ensures that the Maharaja is comfortable with whatever the facilities Puttaparthi could offer then. And Swami gives him interview, speaks to him with so much love, and Swami says, "You don't stay here for long, you go, I will come. And the Maharaja was so happy that first physical meeting with Swami, because Swami said, our connection is not of just this life. Our connection existed for very long. I know you for so many years." And then Swami said, "I know how good a king you are. I know how you have been working to rebuild the Somnath temple. I know how much your subjects love you. I know how you have been taking great pains to ensure the welfare of the people of Jamnagar. In fact, this Maharaja, even after the kingdom merged with the Indian Union, the people still loved to recognize them as the Raja. They still wanted to him to be the leader, even though officially he was not the leader, because they just felt that, we want you, because that is the kind of care and love that he had showered on the subjects. And Swami was reflecting that. Swami was saying, "I'm so happy." And then the Maharaja, one thing that we did not mention to you was, when the Maharaja became sick, apart from his health becoming really bad, the other thing that was happening is he was slowly losing eyesight. Day by day, he was becoming blind. And so on that occasion, he asked Swami for eyesight, to restore his eyes. And Swami says, I know why you want the eyes. You want your eyes back because you want to have the darshan of the Lord in Dwarka. I know how much you love Lord Krishna and how much you have done for the Somnath temple. Do you need your outer eyes to have darshan of the Lord? Do you need outer vision to see Dwarkadhish? Don't worry. Swami says, I will give you the darshan of Dwarkadhish. And Swami says, it is my responsibility to see Dwarkadhish. You need inner vision, not outer vision. I will grant you that darshan. Swami emphasizes that is my responsibility. I will be with you at the right time in your palace. Go now. So with this assurance from Bhagwan, extremely delighted, completely healed, physically, mentally, emotionally, the Maharaja returns to Jamnagar. And as we already discussed, it was a new life for him, absolutely a new life. He lived for a little time. What happened and how he had darshan of Bhagwan and how Swami completely changed the direction of that family, of that entire clan. We will come to that in the coming episode of this series, the series on Mrs. Ratanlal, a diamond of a devotee. Thank you so much for being with us, and we hope and pray that all these beautiful glimpses of the lives of these exalted souls that Bhagwan is giving us this opportunity to soak in helps us to cultivate that love, that faith, that devotion, so that we too can learn to diminish ourself, our little self, and glow in His love. Thank you so much. Sairam.
Om Shri Sai Ram. We offer our most loving pranams at Bhagwan's lotus feet. And dear listeners, we welcome you to another episode on the series that we've been doing on the life of Mrs. Ratanlal, a great devotee of Swami. Earlier this week, we celebrated the International Women's Day. And in continuing in that spirit, we are here to celebrate the life of another great woman in the Sai fraternity. In fact, not just one, we are going to talk about and be inspired by two such great women. Any life, for that matter, finds fulfillment when it gets associated with Swami, and that is the same with women too. There are many women whom Swami has spoken about. We all know that Ladies' Day is celebrated 19th of November, apart from the International Women's Day. And Swami would often recall the contribution of some of the great devotees that have been blessed with the opportunity of contributing to Swami's mission, starting right from his own mother, Mother Ishwaramma, Mother Subhamma, and many such mothers. And the two women we're going to talk about today also had a very similar relationship with Swami, what we generally call as the Vatsalya Bhakti, the ability to shower devotion on the Lord like a mother showers devotion or love on a child. And we're going to talk about Mrs. Ratanlal and of course the other devotee too. But before we go to what we are here to talk about, maybe we'll have a quick recap. I think this is the 5th episode in the series.
Yeah,
so Bishu can give us a short recap of what
Sure.
we've covered so far.
5th episode in the series, yes, Prem. And if you see in the last 4 episodes, we started off with how Swami entered the life of Mrs. Ratanlal in a lightning manner in 1965. We talked about how Swami brought about a 180-degree change in her husband's attitude. Swami changed his heart completely and he became really started getting crazy about Bhagwan. Then we talked about their trip to Puttaparthi in those days, literally living under trees. We talked about their first interview with Bhagwan and how when Swami saw Mrs. Ratanlal in the interview room, Swami should just sing songs that were composed by Meera. And we also talked about how Swami thrilled Mrs. Ratanlal by making that surprise visit to Ratanlal Amma's home when Swami was in Mumbai. And it was during this trip in 1967 when Swami was in Mumbai that many very interesting things happened. We talked about the drama that was staged in the Shanmukhananda Hall in the previous episode by the Veda Pathshala boys. And it was during this trip that this historic meeting of the Rajmata of Navanagar with Bhagwan happened, and Mrs. Ratanlal was instrumental in this entire play orchestrated by Bhagwan. And to give you a background of this story, in the previous episode we told you how Bhagwan mysteriously cured the Raja, the king of Navanagar, Digvijay Singh Ji, of his mysterious ailment, and how he started developing faith in Bhagwan, and how he actually came to Puttaparthi in those days when you had hardly any facilities. And by Swami's grace, we actually found a clip of Mrs. Ratanlal narrating how Digvijay Singh Ji came to Prashanti Nilayam, that first darshan and the first interview in Puttaparthi with Bhagwan. So probably we will have you listen to this directly from her, and then we will take on the journey of the Rajmata to Bhagwan with Mrs. Ratanlal alongside.
Rajmata, that is also history. Jam Saab was blind. Jam Saab's eldest son-in-law, his wife was a great friend of mine. I had started a boutique. Actually, the boutique was started by a Russian lady whose husband owned all the wells, oil wells in the Middle East. When the Bolsheviks came, they had to, so she, some or the other, managed. But she had a great thing. She became a waitress and all that in Germany, to cut the story short. And she was expert in poker, and in bridge and all that. So they invited her to India to teach bridge to them.
Okay.
She comes. Then she started this sari business and we were all buying. Suddenly they decided to go to Switzerland. Now she was very fond of me. So she said, I want to hand over the business to you. I said, I have no money, I cannot take it, because we were at that time again going down. She says, payable when able, because she used to feel that she can, and I'll come every 6 months and all that. To cut the story short, much of against my wishes, now Jamnagar, Maharani, Jamnagar's daughters and everybody was her. She taught Jamsab Bridge and all that. Then Jamsab appointed her Ashoka, he was in charge, and she did all the decoration. And in Jamnagar she did all the palace, and like that she became quite famous. Now Jamsab's eldest daughter, Harshad, who's married to Limdi, she was a great friend of mine. And when I became Swami's devotee, I'm still doing business, but I'm only talking about Swami, So she talked to her husband, and then she talked to her father. And the father, special plane, special car, special chair. Because I think 4 or 5 people of us would be that size. He comes to Puttaparthi. So his chair couldn't go into the interview room.
He lands in Bangalore and
He landed in Bangalore, then he sat in the car, then his chair and everything came to Puttaparthi. Puttaparthi has no rooms, Puttaparthi has no water, that was in 68. Puttaparthi had no accommodation, nothing. Some or the other, Swami did this, the chair went inside. We were there. And Swami tells him, you go back, I will come to Jamnagar.
So that, dear listeners, was the narration of that beautiful interaction between Jam Sahib, the ruler of Nawanagar, and Swami. Quite a few interesting descriptions there. The thing of the throne or the chair in which he was brought was not fitting into the room. Interestingly, there are pictures of Jam Sahib which are available. He was a huge personality. And it's quite interesting the way Mrs. Ratanlal also narrates it, that the thing was not fitting inside and Swami touched it and it fit inside.
Yes.
Isn't it very symbolic that probably with our own effort, not many of us would have been blessed enough to cross the threshold of God. And I think we might have come right up to the doorstep, but don't have enough grace
He has to nudge.
Right? And we need that nudge of
We
grace.
need that push.
Right? And talking about grace and the role that God plays in this journey. Because whenever we talk about the spiritual journey, we talk of it as sadhana, right? There is a lot of self-effort involved in that. So what is the role of grace in it?
Yes.
I recall Swami explaining this to one of our lecturers. And Swami said the same thing what you do for your students. Don't you give grace marks?
Yes.
Right? So then this teacher said, Swami, then isn't everything God's grace? And then Swami said, hey, if a student gets 38 marks, you will give him 2 grace marks and make him pass the exam.
Yes.
If he gets only 2 marks, will you give him 38 marks grace?
Yes.
Right? And then Swami said, even God is like that.
Yes.
When you fall short by a little, then God's grace is always there to cover.
He took that trouble to come all the way.
Absolutely.
When there were absolutely no facilities.
Right. Imagine if that was the case. You come all the way and you're not able to. Aside, not exactly similar to this episode, but a lighter moment. There was this devotee who was putting on a lot of weight at one point, and Swami used to pull his leg quite often. And Swami would say, you have to take care of your health. And we've seen that. Swami would stand in front of us and say, look at me, how fit I am. And Swami would say, see, you should be like this. And I'm always 108 pounds. And so Swami was telling this devotee all this. But this devotee, it's not a very easy thing to reduce weight once you have put on a lot of weight. At one point, the devotee was saying that Swami called him for an interview. And we all know when Swami calls for an interview, Swami will not open both the doors. There will be only one door will be closed and the other one will be open. And even that, Swami might be standing there in one half of that. And then Swami saw him as he was going through the door, and Swami said, I think the next time when you come for Swami's darshan, you might not be able to enter the interview room. Right?
Oh my God.
The way he said it made a huge impact on this person, because he said, see, it's not about losing weight, it's not about doing something. Here is Swami asking him to do something and he is not putting enough effort in that direction. So he felt that on one hand, this firm rebuke from Swami, and the other hand, the idea of not being able to
Yes.
fit into the interview room door.
If that is becoming their obstacle
Exactly.
to receive grace,
Right.
then
So he said that's when
be
he made
willing
his
to do
mind,
anything for
right,
it.
That's when he made his mind that he's got to lose his weight, and he gave us all a surprise the next time when we saw him.
Yes.
So it's a very interesting thing, a small thing, but the other beautiful episode, I think we spoke about it even last time when we were describing this interaction. He praying to Swami about his blindness,
Yeah.
and he was saying that Swami, will you be kind enough to cure this blindness? And then Swami looks at him and Swami asks him, why do you want your eyesight back? And even before he could give an answer, Swami says, I know that you're keen to have the darshan of Lord Somnath.
Yes.
Right? And then Swami says, do you need these physical eyes for that?
Yes.
Right? All you need is the inner eyes. And how true is that? Swami would often quote the example of Surdas,
Yes.
right, who says that after having the darshan of the Lord, he prays that what else,
Yes.
what more is there
Yeah.
to be seen in this world? Please take these eyes back. Recall another very elderly devotee who came to Swami in the 40s. And she's been coming for decades and decades. Eventually, she became very old and senile. They brought her to Swami on a wheelchair, apparently. And all her faculties were failing. So Swami came up to her, and generally when you meet an old acquaintance, you say, how are you? And this old devotee, Papam, must have been bogged down by all the health issues. She said, Swami, I'm not able to see properly, I'm not able to hear properly, and all that. And then Swami very sweetly, Swami told her, what more is there to be done with these sense organs of yours?
Wow.
Swami said, you've seen me, you've lived with me, you have got the greatest joy that can be drawn out of this world. Now think of all of that and peacefully pass on. Right?
Wow.
This is, of course, suitable not just for somebody who is senile and who is losing their sense organs due to age.
Yes.
It's suitable for all of us.
All of us.
We all have
Yes.
got the best benefit you can draw out of these sense
Yes.
organs, especially the sense of
Absolutely.
sight. And the only thing that is left is to sanctify this body which has given us this opportunity, right? So those are the two very beautiful episodes.
Absolutely.
that
And
happened.
it's where Swami also tells him and that I will be there.
Right,
he
exactly.
invites Swami to come to Jamnagar.
Swami says, you go back, I will come to Jamnagar,
Yeah.
and
And
I
I
will
will
promise you that.
I will be with you in Jamnagar at the right time. So, I mean, those are some very powerful assurances that Swami filled him with. And what we also know, we've shared before, is Digvijay Singh Ji was a very kind king, was a ruler who was loved by the people. In fact, they say that even after the kingdom was part of the British Union, the people still regarded him as the king, and the people did not want to lose that chance of being associated with him, because they said, we are so happy as his subjects. Even if India is now a separate country, we want to be his subjects. I mean, that was the love that he had from all the people whom he was serving. And in fact, in the previous episode, when we mentioned about Digvijay Singh Ji, we received a few mails, people asking us, is it the same king who gave shelter to all the refugees from Poland during the World War II? And in fact, that is true. The story goes that before the Second World War began, just a few years before that, there were these Polish people who were taken away by the Red Army to work in Soviet Union labor camps. And so while they were working there, there came a point where the Soviet Union wanted all these people to form an army unit, because Hitler's army invaded Soviet Union in 1941, and that is when the USSR wanted all these people to join the army. And these people who were going through very tough times in the labor camps there, they were emaciated and they were looking to escape. And so with a lot of difficulty, they escaped Soviet Union. And they traveled hundreds of kilometers through very difficult temperatures from the very cold parts of USSR and Siberia. They came down to Iran, they came to Turkmenistan, and finally they landed in Afghanistan, Karachi, and many actually did not survive. It was very, very difficult, and at every place they were seeking shelter, and no country, no ruler allowed their ships the chance to dock. So they were just floating on the sea looking for who will give them shelter, and people were dying. And finally, when they came to Mumbai, that is when Digvijay Singh Ji, when he heard about them, he wanted to provide them shelter. But at that time, India, under the British rule, the British did not give permission to Digvijay Singh Ji. And Digvijay Singh Ji was so determined to help these people that he said, if the British is not giving permission for these people to disembark in Mumbai, no problem, I will bring them to Saurashtra, his own province. And he allowed all these people to land in his kingdom, in Saurashtra, his own port. And he welcomed them so warmly. Some of the people even now recall that the first meal that he gave them, he saw that some people are not able to eat the local food. He immediately arranged for what they would like to eat. And of course, later on, when he built tents for them, he got special cooks from Goa to ensure that they are eating what they like. And he didn't stop there. He built these huge shelters for them, and he built schools for them. He built community halls for them. He tried to ensure that all these people are connected to their culture. And so he wanted them to learn Polish language, be educated in Polish language. So through his contacts, he later on connected with the Polish government, and even people who were Christians, he wanted them to celebrate their own ceremonies in their manner, in their tradition. So he got Catholic priests for them. So the number of things that Digvijay Singh Ji did was absolutely phenomenal at that point in time. Apparently, they said that the British government was constantly objecting to it. And at that point in time, Digvijay Singh Ji said, they are my family. If you have a problem, I will give you adoption certificates that I have adopted them. They are my family. You cannot not allow me to take care of them. And it's for this reason that all of these refugees used to call him as Bapu, just like all the local people used to call Digvijay Singh Ji as Bapu, as father. So all these Polish people used to call him as Bapu, and he would visit these camps very often. So he set up this camp 25 kilometers from the capital of Jamnagar. Because the Maharaja was also the Chancellor of the Council of Princes, and he was also part of the member of the Imperial War Cabinet. So he had connections with the local kingdoms. So the ruler of Patiala, the ruler of Baroda, he took support from them, and they built more facilities, they built more camps, because over the years, you had 20,000 refugees. After that first batch of 500 refugees, you had 20,000 refugees. And the Maharaja welcomed everyone. As more people came, he took support from so many people. The Tatas. Tatas came in 1942 itself. The Tatas collected 600,000 rupees to help these Polish refugees. And everything was organized by Maharaja Digvijay Singh Ji. So there were camps later on set up in Kolhapur, in Mumbai, and they say that even now these survivors of that refugee camp, of course later on when the war ended, people went back. A lot of people went back to Poland, some went back to UK, people went back to Australia and all that. But all these people, they say that, though in our heart we are Polish, but a part of our soul connects to India. A part of our soul is in India. To me, it is such a powerful reminder of what is the spirit of Indian culture. Here was a king who was practicing Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. He was practicing the concept of being a true Bharatiya, who was telling us what it is to live the life of being an Indian in its truest sense, isn't it? And of course, later on, we know that the government recognized these efforts of Maharaja Digvijay Singh Ji, and there was a popular school in Warsaw named after Maharaja Digvijay Singh Ji. And sometime back in 1999, when they conducted a referendum in the school, overwhelmingly everyone voted for Maharaja Digvijay Singh Ji becoming the patron saint of the school. And not only that, there is also a square named after him. It is called the Good Maharaja Square. The government of Poland inaugurated this Good Maharaja Square. The school is run by Friends of India Education Foundation. And what is very interesting about this school is, in memory of Digvijay Singh Ji, this school is very Indian in its architecture, in its exteriors, in its interiors. They say if you step into the school, you will find statues of Ganesha, Krishna, and Indian paintings and Indian artifacts. They wanted to create, just like Maharaja created a little Poland in India, these people, out of gratitude for the Maharaja, wanted to create a little India in Poland. And living up to the example set by the Maharaja, this school takes refugees from Sri Lanka, from Bangladesh, from Vietnam. They are trying to emulate the example that was set by the Maharaja. And what is really very heartening to note that the government of Poland few years ago posthumously presented to Maharaja one of their highest civilian honors, civilian awards, the Commander's Cross of the Order of the Merit of the Polish Republic. This was conferred because of the good relations between Polish people and the Indian people that the Maharaja set as a tradition. I mean, when you think about what a beautiful soul this Maharaja was, and here Bhagwan comes towards the fag end of his life, and Swami says, I am going to be there with you. I am going to give you what you have been waiting for. And we know that Swami says, you want the eyes because you want to have the darshan of Somnath. In fact, it was again Maharaja Digvijay Singh Ji who did a lot for the reconstruction of the Somnath temple. In fact, later on, Bhagwan inaugurates the
Digvijay Singh Dwar.
Digvijay Singh Dwar, the huge gateway that he built for this temple. So that's something about how beautiful the life of Rajmata's family is. And there is so much we don't know people's journey before they come to Bhagwan, but Swami in his own way picks and chooses people who needs that grace to make their life eternal.
Come to think of it, and even as I was reading about this episode, of course, it's got a little bit of traction now given the scenario in the world. Interestingly, The Good Maharaja, there's a movie which is coming out this year.
Oh, okay. Oh.
On him.
Oh, wow.
Right, on his contribution to this. And I think that's something to look forward to. But something very interesting is, as you were saying, 1999, he was recognized with the school being named after him.
Yes.
Sometime in 2000, that Medal of Honor was given to him. It might have taken 50, 60 years for human beings to recognize goodness, but divinity did not take so long to recognize and reward him, isn't it? Because we are talking about the 1960s when this whole episode was happening.
Yes.
But then we are in that, going back to that time. Swami has given him that interview. Swami has told him that don't worry about your outer vision.
Yes.
What is important is the inner vision. I will give you that darshan that you're truly craving for. I will be with you.
Yes.
Did Swami keep up his promise? And if he did, how did he do that?
Yes.
Right? Did Swami travel in time to Jamnagar to be by the side of the Maharaja at the time of his passing away? What were the events that happened? A few of those details are described by Mrs. Ratanlal. We will listen to the description in her voice, and whatever little details that she is not giving us there, we will try to add in after that clip. So we'll listen to what Mrs. Ratanlal had to say about the last moments of Digvijay Singh Ji.
So he goes back and he made a wing for Swami. But in February 70, or 69, I don't remember. He got very sick. And Rajmata is Paniwala Maharaj's disciple. That Paniwala Maharaj, even Panditji called him, wherever he would say there is water, without boring or anything, they dig and the water used to come. Now Rajmata had no idea. The Rajmata's brother's daughter, that is Kutch princess, and brother's wife, Maharani of Kutch, they are both very devoted to Swami. Now, this Jam Sahib became very sick. They declared, 5 doctors declared Jam Sahib dead. There is no pulse, there is no nothing. They want Rajmata to persuade Jam Sahib to be shifted from that bed on that, because the state will come and pay respects. And Jam Sahib is talking to Rajmata. And he is only talking that Swami has come, Swami is taking me to Somnath, Swami is opening my gate, what I have made for the Somnath temple. And ultimately he closed his eyes. Now they cremated the body. At night, Rajmata's room is very well guarded. She has a habit of reading something. She is lying down, table lamp is there. Suddenly, gad, a roll falls on the lamp shade. Curiosity, she opens, there is a big picture of Sai Baba. In the meantime, they had not announced that Jam Sahib is dead. Her niece sent, Swami comes to her, Nanda send a telegram to Rajmata that Jam Sahib has reached me. She is shivering that if I send that telegram to my aunt and he is all alive, my head will be gone. So Swami comes second time, I am also sitting there. Swami says, Nanda, have you sent the telegram? No, Swami. Send the telegram. She doesn't. I sent the telegram.
That is here in Patti or Vrindavan?
I'm Vrindavan, inside. Now nobody, within 15 minutes, this telegram arrives in Rajmata's hand, where Sai Baba has. She's surprised that nobody knows. And how does this? And at night that picture comes. She was absolutely flabbergasted.
So that was the 3rd of February 1966. The events that unfolded in the early morning of that day that Mrs. Ratnalal narrated to us. In fact, they say that on that day, he suddenly started coughing, and Maharani was trying to help him, and Maharaja did not want to lie down again. Maharaja sat on the chair, and it was as if he was very content. It was as if he was thinking so deeply about Bhagwan. He didn't want any noise, he didn't want any conversation. He was like in a state of meditation. He was almost like in a state of samadhi. And when Maharani asked, do you want to lie down again? He said, no, I just want to be still. It was like he just wanted to be very still. And Maharani also did not know what to do. And later on, when she called the doctors, and when they checked, they found that the Maharaja has become so still. There is no pulse. There is no blood pressure. So practically, it looked like there is no life, but there was a glow on his face. And they saw that suddenly there is some movement. It is as if he is seeing something, he is experiencing something. So above the chest, there was life, but otherwise below, there was nothing to say that he was alive. And it was absolutely a very, very difficult situation for the doctors. They were seeing something that they had never seen before. They didn't know how to explain this. And this went on for some time. And after Brahma Muhurtam, after 4 o'clock, suddenly Maharaja, who was in that sort of stillness stage, Samadhi stage, suddenly closed his eyes and became absolutely still. And for everyone, it was a puzzle. You didn't know what was that experience. And for the Maharani, she felt that the promise that Swami had given, that I will be with him at the right time, she intuitively felt that probably that is
Actually, I think
what
Mrs.
was happening.
Ratanlal was saying
Yes.
that after the doctors had actually declared him no more, she could see that he was still mumbling. And one of the things that he was saying is this: that Swami has come, he's taking me to Somnath. He's inaugurating the Digvijay Dwar. He says that which I have built, which actually Swami did much later during a visit to Somnath. But all this, she could make out that in a state of trance he was narrating some of these things.
Yes. And of course, as Mrs. Ratanlal narrates, suddenly this telegram comes because nobody is aware of it. Nobody on earth had any clue about what is happening except the Rajmata and the doctors. And she's so stunned to receive that telegram. And in the telegram, Swami very clearly says that don't worry about the soul of the Raja. I was with him. I gave him the darshan of Somnath. What more do you want? A life so glorious, a life that was so filled with compassion, which Swami transformed into devotion and finally gave him the ultimate experience of divine union. I think in some ways, Swami used the Raja also to bring the Rajmata, which brought Rajmata to Bhagwan. So Swami gave the Raja what he wanted, what he deserved, and now the Rajmata, who was so stunned that how did a telegram come from nowhere when nobody has any clue, now she got more interested to know about Bhagwan, and she was so keen that now I have to meet Swami, now I have to somehow converse with Swami. I think that really increased her curiosity more about Bhagwan, isn't it?
Right, and the two episodes that she narrates, of course, one of the telegram coming, and the other is that photograph manifesting in the house. There was already an episode with the photograph where the Guru comes and suddenly out of nowhere gives a picture of Swami. First of all, he gives a picture from nowhere. That is the first surprise. And then it's a picture of Swami. They've never discussed about Bhagwan, and suddenly he is introducing this picture and he's saying make worship. We'd spoken about it a couple of episodes back, the previous episode I mean. So, and then this episode of the picture falling, I think it's somewhere else she mentions that was a time when she was still going through the inner turmoil of what to make of this telegram has come and the Raja's interaction with Swami. So she was thinking that Swami, give me a sign. Baba, if you are around, give me a sign. And apparently that is the time when this thing happens of the picture falling out of nowhere. It's not any room, it's a royal chamber guarded, as Mrs. Ratanlal says. Well, you cannot guard anything enough away from Swami, isn't it? So it appears there, and I mean, just listening to that episode, I'm reminded of another very famous, I'm sure many of our listeners also must be aware of this episode. There is this teacher of Swami in Orokonda school, Tammiraju, Manchiraju Tammiraju, right? One of the great souls Swami speaks of. Swami would often recollect some of these teachers. Shri Kondappa, one of the earliest teachers, Mehboob Khan, and Tammiraju. In fact, talking about great devotees of Swami who could claim to be that they've looked at Swami in a motherly way. Manchiraju Tamiraju's wife, Kameshwaramma, Swami used to call her Amma. In Orokonda, she was one of those ladies whom Swami used to go to take a lot of freedom with, and they were the very early devotees of Swami. There are some descriptions, beautiful descriptions of in the Orokonda time. Swami was still a student, but on Thursdays and Sundays, Swami would have satsangs, when the same teachers who would ask questions in the class would actually come to these satsangs and ask questions to Satya. And Swami would clear philosophical doubts, and Mr. Tamiraju was one of those who would ask very profound questions, and that was the relationship they had. Later, when Swami moved to Puttaparthi after the declaration, understandably the family was very pained by this separation from Swami. So one day when they were missing Swami, they continued their Thursday worship. Swami had gifted them a lot of other articles of worship which they used to use to pray. So one day they were missing Swami. It was a Thursday. They were missing those congregations that they would have. And from nowhere, they say that a bumblebee,
Yes.
they hear the buzzing of a bumblebee, and this bumblebee comes and it seems to be carrying something. And it drops it, comes flying through the window, drops it and goes away. And what do they see? It's a picture of Swami rolled. It's actually a picture of Shirdi Baba. I mean, this is the, delivery of the weirdest kind you can think of, right? And they're so thrilled by this experience of, a bumblebee coming and dropping
First
a picture
drone
of Shirdi
delivery.
Baba. Exactly.
Drone delivery.
I was thinking of that, think of drone deliveries. This was the earliest one of those kinds. So they were very thrilled. And a few days later, something more interesting happens. This time a baby monkey comes to where this great devotee Kameshwarama is, and very casually drops a package and goes away. We have always seen it the other way around. Monkeys come and grab what you have. But this monkey gives a package and goes away, and she's very intrigued and she opens it. It's a packet in which there is a laddu and there is a small letter in which it is written in Swami's handwriting, and Swami has written to them saying that a few days ago I sent you a picture of mine through a bumblebee. Now I'm sending you prasadam. Right? Swami's ways and the number of ways in which Swami reaches out to a devotee.
Yes.
Each one equal in sweetness, but myriad in their details.
And no wonder Rajmata was stunned.
Absolutely.
And she longed to see Swami. And so when she hears that Swami is in Mumbai, that's when she calls Rajmata and says, I want you to take me to him. So all the background that we gave till now to come to this point, because
So that visit, 1967
visit, because that was the start of the journey of Rajmata to Prasanthi Nilayam in a way. And as we have mentioned before, she later on became such a vital part of the Sri Sathya Sai Central Trust and the Sathya Sai Mission. We have Mrs. Ratanlal talk about it, that first visit of the Rajmata to Bhagwan's darshan. So let's hear it from her, and then we'll add a few more thoughts to it.
She comes to Bombay. I had to go for my condolence because she's our very big customer, and this Russian owner. We go there. After 15 minutes, my partner goes to the club, and I got up. She said, sit down. I sat down. From 5:30 Sai Prakash till 9:30, we are talking about Swami. How do you say that he is Bhagwan? I said, Rajmata, whatever is written in Bhagavatam, whatever is written in Gita, if you sort of have all that, it is all there. No, black magic is done. I said, what are you talking? Are you talking, you are a very advanced spiritual person. Rajmata, don't use this word that Swami is, No, my Guruji says. I said, your Guruji has said, my Guruji has also said. My Guruji is also, how Swami puts all these great people under Maya because their time had not come, I said, my Guruji is also telling me, but we have to convince our Gurus that he is God. Don't have this. 9:30 ultimately I said, Rajmata, my husband doesn't know, he must be waiting. Generally 7 o'clock I sit for my puja and 8:30 I finish. By that time the mandar had, ready. So please forgive me, I have to go home. 9:30 I came home. My husband is so angry with me. I said, you have dinner, I'll have my bath, little puja I did. And after 3 days, we are coming to Swami. No, Swami is coming to Bombay. And he is going to be in Bille Parle, you know. Now that was in 67. Suddenly she telephones, I'm coming with you. I said, Rajmata, it's no use coming with me. Let me send a message today and I'll take you tomorrow. I don't want you to be waiting outside. It is not correct. So she says, all right. I went. I waited for Swami to come for darshan. When Swami came, all knowing the Lord, he came near me and he stood there. And I started saying, I said, Swami, Rajmata wants to see you. She wanted to come today, but since I had not taken permission from you, so shall I bring her? You know, I can stay out. You know, I can come with the public, but she should not be. So Swami says, why she only? You also. As soon as you come, you will be brought inside. So we arrived, there was a volunteer standing. Volunteer went, her car was, I told Rajmata, I said, don't take your big limousine because the road is not, let us go in your second car, which is also a Mercedes, but in those days it was different. Rajmata got down at it. Now she's telling me, you be with me, you be with me. Rajmata, you know, when Swami is talking to you, it should not be that we go. Swami is a big actor, comes down, started. I said, Swami, I know, wait. So we waited. Swami went for darshan, comes back. Then there is a little room. He indicated to her, go. She started looking at me, I am behind. I am saying like this, so that Swami, go. I had to go. Now what I did was that I didn't sit near. No, come and sit near Rajmata. Swami is talking to her. Finished. 1 hour interview. Questions, answers, everything.
So that was how the first interview of the Rajmata with Bhagwan happened, and Mrs. Ratanlal, the kind-hearted one that she is and the very well organizer that she is, she wanted to ensure that there is no inconvenience for the Rajmata. And you know, she says that Swami, if I am coming, there is no problem, I can stand in the queue, but the Rajmata is coming, she should not be made to wait, you know, she should have a good passage and she should have an audience. I mean, she was trying to do on her own whatever is possible to make the Rajmata comfortable. And when finally Swami calls the Rajmata in, Mrs. Ratanlal stays away, but there Swami says, no, you come, you sit right next to me. So that was very puzzling for her, and in fact, you know, she tries to tell Swami, it's a private moment, you and Rajmata, why you want me to? No, you have to be there. I think that's very significant there, you know. Yes, she was the instrument used by Bhagwan to bring the Rajmata, and Swami is like making it solid now that, you know, you have to be there because I am going to use you in so many such beautiful ways. And the other interesting thing also is what happened in that interview, isn't it?
Right. I think one of the most important things which Mrs. Ratanlal didn't narrate, because she just says that it was a 1 hour interview, a lot of questions were asked and exchanged.
A lot of things, of course, just like it happens in every interview, Swami would have told things about her life.
I think from what we've heard so far, the Rajmata was also a very spiritually oriented person. So she did have a lot of questions that she raised and Swami answered that. The other interesting thing is, we are referring to her Rajmata and we constantly refer to her as Rajmata, but she was actually the Rani of Navanagar
Maharani then.
Till Jam Sahib was alive.
Yes.
It is after the passing away of Digvijay Singh Ji, the son takes over as the emperor, and that is when she becomes the Rajmata, the mother of the ruling king.
The Shatru Shalya Singh Ji was the son,
right.
who ascended the throne in 1966.
And we spoke of how noble and magnanimous Digvijay Singh Ji was. Rajmata did not have the same opinion about the son who has taken over. Maybe the concerns of a mother, and you always...
And you have two big shoes.
Too big a shoe to fill, right?
Yeah.
When you look at we spoke about his contribution to the refugees from Poland. So she was very worried about the son taking over the reins of the kingdom.
Concerned about the people.
Right, and I think that's the most important thing, right? It was not about just merely a mother being concerned about the child of the son and how he's going to carry himself. The son was having the responsibility of so many subjects, and she was worried about them.
Yes.
So she placed that worry in front of Swami. She said, Swami, I'm worried about all these subjects who are dependent on the king. I hope this boy takes good care of them. And Swami said, why do you worry about that? Why do you worry about him? Swami said, set aside all of that. Today onwards, take me as your son.
Wow.
Right? How sweet and beautiful is it? And that is why we've been saying that very few devotees have had the opportunity to express devotion to Swami as Vatsalya Prema, and a mother showers her love towards a son. And here was Swami himself saying that you've come to me, take me as your son. And starting from here, this very beautiful relationship began, where she would refer to Swami as Kana, right?
Yeah.
Kanaya, another name for Krishna. But also endearingly, mothers would often refer to their children as Kana or Kanaya. So she would not, call Swami as Swami or Baba or anything like that. She would always address Swami as Kanaya. And that relationship began at this point.
Yes.
But it was not a smooth journey right away.
Yeah.
Right? There were still a little bit of hesitations in her mind. And that was also because she was a very sincere disciple.
Yeah.
The hesitations she felt was that she came from a discipleship of another guru. And we have heard Swami also speak of the kind of commitment that a disciple is meant to have towards the guru. So that was troubling her. I already have a guru. I've already committed myself to a guru. Is it right for me to come to Baba after this? But in a very beautiful way, Swami dissolves this problem too. We will listen to how that happens in the narration of Mrs. Ratanlal. We'll listen to that clip. After that, dear listeners, we'll come back and we'll conclude this episode.
In the meantime, Rajmata's mother, who was a Kutch princess, but Maharani of Saroi, her daughter-in-law and this started talking. And Jam Sahib had died, so they should take sannyas. She had shifted to Puttaparthi.
Oh, okay.
And Swami gave her that old guest house and 2 rooms. Behind there was a thin kitchen, and her staff and everybody was. Dasara was coming, and Swami sent word that Rajmata should come for Dasara. So we all went. Rajmata is sitting in the hall. I'm sitting next to her. And Rajmata's expression is changing, and I'm getting very worried that what is happening. After the function is finished, we come out. I had to cook little bit for her. So I took the food. She said, sit down. I said, Rajmata, let me go home. I will finish giving food to my husband, then I'll come back. Acha, go. So I came home, isko khana khalaya, then how is it you didn't see Swami? I said, I didn't see Swami. I saw Swami. But I said, why are you asking? She said, throughout I saw my Guruji, Paniwala Maharaj. I said, Rajmata, now are you convinced that Swami is God? All the Atma, everything, And that is how she became.
And she
And then they are Yadavs. They are direct descendants of the Krishna, because last was Braj, some name, and they are from that family, And she used to call Kanhaiya all the time. Kanhaiya, Kanhaiya, and really conversation between Swami and Rajmata was terrific. She could scold him, she could, do all sorts of, all liberties. Then she built this house for her mother. Then she shifted herself.
The Devi Nivas.
Devi Nivas.
So that is how her faith in Bhagwan was confirmed. There was another episode that Mrs. Ratnalal also narrates, wherein during the Dasara celebrations, we all know about the Vibhuti Abhishekam that Bhagwan does,
To the statue of Shirdi Baba.
Yeah, to the statue of Shirdi Baba, the torrential flow of Vibhuti. And so when the Rajmata was there on one of those occasions, and when she saw Vibhuti in that cascade, for a moment she also had doubts, like so many people have, has Swami kept all the Vibhuti compressed there, and and he's slowly removing the Vibhuti with his hand, and then it is falling. So she also was looking at it with mixed feelings at that miracle. But what stunned her was it was not just Vibhuti. She saw that there were a lot of precious stones falling, gold and a lot of precious metals. In fact, she heard tinkling sounds. So for her, it was like something else. And that moment, which all of us look at that miracle in awe, when Swami removes the hand and the flow stops. So when that happened, that's when her mind also stopped. Her doubts also stopped. And the next moment, again, when Swami started the cascade, she started feeling so bad that why did she doubt Swami? Mentally, she started asking Bhagwan forgiveness for those moments of lack of faith. And she says that when mentally she asked Bhagwan for forgiveness, exactly at that moment from the stage, Swami looked straight at her, as if almost saying, okay, are you sure now? Is this enough proof? So this was another life transforming moment in her journey with Bhagwan. As we were saying that, her faith and her love for Bhagwan just went on to a new level. But there were these little experiences which Bhagwan gave her, which solidified, strengthened her faith in Bhagwan to such an extent that from then on, everything of hers, her property, her mind, her soul, her entire clan, everything was offered to Bhagwan, isn't it?
Absolutely. And what a beautiful life it has been, both of theirs, Mrs. Ratnalal and Rajmata. Of course, the series is on Mrs. Ratnalal, but because she was narrating this beautiful story of the journey of Rajmata to Swami, we went through that. But how really beautiful it is, as they would say, the more and more you listen to stories such as these of devotion, of love, it only inspires you more. It only makes you crave for more. The only thing that I would often tell myself is, whenever you listen to all of these stories, don't seek the experience that these people had. Seek the love that they found at the end of the experience.
Yes.
And let us pray to Swami that, Swami, you may or may not give us these kind of experiences, but the love that you gave these devotees as a gift of that experience, that you can always give us, right? And I think that is the most appropriate prayer to make to Swami, even as we go through this journey, even as we go through many more of our narrations. Let us keep this as the focus, that Swami, just like how you have touched so many lives, just like how you have owned so many lives, let our lives also be owned by you, be claimed by you, and kept as yours forever. So with this, we offer this humble effort at Bhagwan's lotus feet until we meet you next time. Jai Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. Saram, dear listeners, and welcome once again to this series on Mrs. Ratanlal. Mrs. Ratanlal, the diamond of a devotee. Every time you utter the word diamond, what comes to your mind is what Bhagwan always mentioned when he created anything that was diamond. Swami said that you should dye your mind. And if you look at Mrs. Ratanlal's life, what she did is this. She ensured that her mind died. She ensured that her mind merged with her spirit. And that's how she shone as a resplendent servitor, as a fantastic jewel among the servitors of Bhagwan. And we're really so grateful to Swami for having given us this opportunity to contemplate on such a blessed life. We offer our salutations to him and welcome you to the 6th episode of this series. And in the previous episodes, we talked about how she came to Bhagwan, her first darshan, her first visit to Puttaparthi, her first Dasara in Puttaparthi, Swami's visit to Mumbai, and her frequent trips to Prashanthi Nilayam, and the opportunities of interviews that they used to have with Bhagwan in those days. And I mentioned to you how in the interviews that Bhagwan granted them in those days, in the 70s and 60s, this is what used to always happen. Swami would talk to Mr. Ratanlal about Advaita, about philosophy, and Mr. Ratanlal always was someone who was very intellectually oriented, and he loved discussions on dualism and spirituality, and Swami did that with Mr. Ratanlal. But when it came to Mrs. Ratanlal, there was no talking. Swami would just become silent, and Swami would himself sing Meera songs. When you just imagine that moment itself, it is so elevating. The moment Swami sees Mrs. Ratanlal, Swami only wants to sing Meera bhajan. It's like Swami is reminded of Meera. And it's like Swami was okay to talk about spirituality to Mr. Ratanlal, but when it came to Mrs. Ratanlal, she already had experienced spirituality. Swami was giving her the true ecstasy of spirituality because she was already perhaps, her soul was already perhaps there in that stage of the journey. And in one of those interviews, those early interviews, one day, Swami looks at Mrs. Ratanlal and Swami says, "My Giridhar Gopal, you are my son. You are my Giridhar Gopal. You are my son." And for Mrs. Ratanlal, it was very puzzling. I mean, you can imagine Mrs. Ratanlal telling Swami that, "Swami, you're like my son, you're my Giridhar Gopal," because, we talked about how she felt that, she owned Swami and she belonged to Swami. But Swami is telling Mrs. Ratanlal, "You are my Giridhar Gopal. You are my son. You are my child." And she didn't really immediately get what is this Leela of Bhagwan, why Swami is saying this. And when she later reflected on this, she came back to the room and she was someone who always contemplated whatever Swami said, right from the time she had that faith that this is Bhagwan, anything that Swami said, she always went back and, she ruminated on that. And she says when she thought about it deeply, that's when it struck to her that many years ago, when she was doing this puja, and she was someone, she used to do this elaborate pujas in the morning, 2-3 hours puja, she would take every idol and she would decorate the idol and she would change the dress and she would chant mantras and she would spend so much time in that whole ritual and put her heart and soul into it. So there was once an occasion when she was changing her altar and she was bringing in new statues. So as she was taking each statue, she would, hug those statues and she would say, "My Giridhar Gopal, my Giridhar Gopal, my son, my child." And she would wipe the statue and then she would keep it. So, and she had brought in new statues. So this is what she was doing to every statue, when she was making her new altar. And it just, when that hit her, you can't imagine how it would have been for her, we think that, we came to Swami at this point in time. We saw Swami in 65, and as we go on contemplating, I think this is a common experience for every devotee. You realize, no, I think Swami was there 5 years before. No, I think Swami was there 10 years before. No, actually Swami was there in my childhood. I think as we go on thinking, we realize how he was there all through. And it is one of those moments, and Swami was telling that every time you thought about Giridhar Gopal, you thought about God, I was there. I received all that love. I received, and it's the same Giridhar who is there now in front of you. And I think it was such a powerful moment for her to know that, her journey to Swami has been there, not just of this lifetime, but of many lifetimes. And that's when, she was so convinced that if there is anyone she should love in this world, anyone who is worthwhile of loving in this world, then it is only Swami. And that's how I think, that deep love for Bhagwan just became even more intense and strong. And I think these are those moments. It just happens in everyday's life, every devotee's life, isn't it, Prem? You just think that Swami has always been there.
Absolutely beautiful episode. Even as you were narrating that, I was reminded of another episode very similar, but here the emotion was a little different. It was narrated by one of the former students of Swami who came in the 70s. I mean, he was a student in the 70s, but his family, of course, came in the 60s when he was a little boy. So he would narrate that in the altar in their house, they had this specific picture of Lord Satyanarayana, right? Traditionally, South Indian families have this ritual of performing the Satyanarayana Vrata. Even Swami's mother had performed that. So they would have this picture, a painting of Lord Satyanarayana. And he always used to feel that why is the Lord having a frown on his face in this particular picture. And as a child, it would make him very uncomfortable, standing in front of the altar when he sees this picture. He would say, oh, Satyanarayana is angry with me. Right? So, and the most interesting thing was, whenever Satyanarayana Vratam was being performed, right, he becomes the center of the worship, right? The altar is specially made in such a way that this picture is put in front and center stage and all the worship is offered. So as a child, he would stand along with his parents, maybe a 8-year-old or 6-year-old child. He would be standing in front of the picture like this, and he would open one eye to see whether the Lord is happy at least today.
Okay. Now that he's getting all the attention.
Yeah, as a child, that's what he would think. That, he would squint and see, is he looking a little more pleased than he usually is? But you would feel that, no, he is still having the same frown. So this was his habit, as a small child. Many years later, he comes to Parthi along with his mother. His mother has had interviews with Swami and all that. So that was the first time Swami is calling him for an interview along with his family. So imagine he enters the interview room, and the first thing that Swami does is, Swami stands in attention with his hands like this and makes that squinting expression.
Oh my God. Wow.
And his mother and grandmother and the other members, they're wondering, what is Swami doing here? Swami was going on doing like this, and this boy was perplexed, and he was stuck on the ground and he was looking at Swami like that. And then with a mischievous smile, Swami said, Swami nenu కోపంతో కాదురా ప్రేమతో చూస్తున్నారు. He said, Swami is not looking at you angrily, Swami is looking at you with love. Right? And then he says that much later, when he actually went home and he climbed up a stool and looked at that picture closely, he said the most beautiful thing was he realized that it was a smile, which was from far, it was looking like it was a frown. And the way the lip was drawn in that painting was exactly like how Swami's smile was, with that pan and that color and all that. And he could put one and one together. So one thing, that connection, we have not come to Swami when we think we have come to Swami. And the other thing is, this relationship is one of love, right? As Swami so beautifully pointed out to that child, so beautifully pointed out to Mrs. Ratanlal, saying that, you look at me as a child and I acknowledge that. So we spoke about her journey and you beautifully summarized. One of the things which we've kept repeating over and over again is her very active social life and being very active in social service.
Before coming to Bhagwan.
Right, before coming to Bhagwan. And one of the things that we mentioned in passing, in fact, she mentioned in passing during that first darshan that she had, that she was having a certain health issue. She said she couldn't go hungry for too long. She had to keep eating something. So that was something that was also there in the background. This active social life, being a very active social worker. But this problem also was there, and this problem itself started way back in 1954. And she narrates of how it came to her notice that she was having this problem in the year 1954. I think there was an international conference of social workers or something of that sort arranged in Canada. Extremely big conference with representatives from all countries, and it was being hosted by some of the heads of states. She says that the conference opened in Montreal, and then they went to Quebec, and then all the big cities in Canada. And in Ottawa, they were hosted by the Prime Minister of Canada. So that's the kind of meeting it was. And then the next day of the conference was in Toronto, and there was a thriving Indian diaspora, as we all know. Even today, it's so. So somebody said that, she's a very good cook of Indian dishes. So she ended up cooking for a lot of people there, 500 people, guests who had gathered. So extremely busy day. She went out, she did the shopping, and she cooked and served and all of that. And that night, something happens which reveals this problem that was in her. So we will start the narration from this point. She narrates what happened at that point where she was participating in this conference, in this extremely high-level conference. I think there were about 25 delegates and 25 people from the host country itself. And there, this thing happens. We will listen to it in her own narration.
That night, Sai Prakash, I got a terrible attack. I could not bear that pain. At 12 o'clock, 12:30, I telephoned to one of the people. The team of doctors came, everybody, injection diya, ye diya, acha. I'm having continuous stomach pain, After conference, we went to Niagara. At that time, Novalgine was the painkiller, not Crocin and all that. I'm having Novalgine every 2 hours. We arrived in Niagara. From Niagara, we came to Washington, D.C., where President Eisenhower had a big welcome for us. Real terrific. And we were taken to the Senate. We were introduced. Then we come to New York, and we were taken to that big, what is that place? New York mein? Wait, that is again United Nations. I was supposed to go to California because we had after New York, we had our booking. I was coming by Queen Elizabeth, and we had to pay extra. So if whoever was coming from India, there were 15 delegates. And Mr. Anugrah Kumar Sinha, who was the finance minister of Bihar, he got sick. So the party, we were 3 Indians who had volunteered to come by Queen Elizabeth, and we were going to California. I cancelled my trip because that Cunard lady from Canada, she came with us, and the ship was every day going. I said, can't you do something? She says, you travel tomorrow. So she arranged everything, and we come to Paris, Cherbourg. From Cherbourg, I took a train and came to Zurich. I had put my husband's sister's son, for mechanical and electrical engineer. He was there for 9 years, getting the training. I met him, and I was supposed to stay for a week, but I took the flight and came to India. I come home, I'm perfectly all right. Right? Eating oil, everything. After a week, my husband says, let's go to Kashmir. So we sent our car to Pathankot, and we flew up to Pathankot. Pathankot, we took the car. From Pathankot, we had hardly reached Udhampur, where our driver village was. I said, stop the car. And I have sickness. I went few paces, and what do I see? That I am vomiting blood. It clots. Ye kya ho gaya? I didn't tell my husband. We come to Srinagar. Srinagar, there's very good doctor. Because I was born in Srinagar, brought up in Srinagar, my grandfather used to keep me till the age of 10. I was supposed to be his Devi, you know. So after 10, my father said, I have to take her and educate her, otherwise she will be, you know. And so that doctor, Alija, was known. He came and he said, I don't know. Our x-rays are not working. How long are you going to be here? I said, we are here for 10 days. So those 10 days, I some or the other, pain, Novalgin, we come to Delhi. Sonlal got very angry with my husband that you are not taking care of her. You leave her, they are very good doctors. In the meantime, I am doing a lot of work for the Cancer Society. So here, you know, Sonlal is एक डॉक्टर कोई बोले मेरी किडनी खराब है, कोई बोले कुछ 6-7 days they made up it, you know. On the 7th day I told my brother-in-law I'm flying to Bombay. So I went straight to the Tata Memorial. Antia was the stomach specialist. I said, I don't know what is wrong with me. So the x-ray was there. At that time no scanning and all this was not. I was so lucky that they found 3 duodenal big ulcers this side. He said, we can't even operate and you will have to suffer, you know, but you should be careful, you know. So I'm careful to nahi the. So that is how went on from 54 to 71. In 68, after the World Conference, Swami invited us. We were 13 women and about 9 men who were Swami's guests. But I used to get lot of attacks. And all these people, Swami, Mrs. Ratanlal has got pain. And you know, Swami, what we would do? Turn his face. No, she has no pain. She's only acting. He wouldn't even give me vibhuti. I got such a complex. Because my husband is saying to Swami, she is not devoted to you. Huh? And Swami is making fun that I will make her my devotee.
So that, dear listeners, was her narration of how that problem was diagnosed. And doctors, of course, did say that nothing could really be done. So she was active. At the same time, she had this problem persisting. This is 1950s.
Yeah. And in fact, Mr. Ratanlal also mentioned to Swami, right?
Right. I mean, the people around did mention to Swami that she was suffering, and Swami dismisses it by saying that there was nothing wrong.
There is nothing wrong. I mean, Swami would say, no, she's just acting. No, there is no pain.
Exactly. I mean, it also reminds me of that other episode which one of the former students often narrates, that, this place we know, in the earlier years, there used to be a lot of poisonous snakes and scorpions. Yeah. Scorpions, we of course know, they're famous. There was a student who actually had a snake bite, and the local people identified the snake as being a poisonous one, and he actually was admitted in the hospital right away. And this was brought to Swami's attention. They said, Swami, so-and-so, the student has been bitten by a poisonous snake. And Swami said, no, poisonous snake and all that. It's just a thorn. He's just run a thorn. And they said, no, Swami, he's actually quite sick and it's a poisonous snake. Swami said, no, nothing wrong with him. Almost like, similarly, he's just pretending. There's nothing wrong. So that later when that boy was told this, he was probably a little, upset about that.
Swami's taking it so lightly.
Especially, as youngsters, even in a family, any ailment or any sickness is a opportunity for you to get attention from your mother, right?
Yes.
And here is Swami kind of dismissing such a serious problem that he was in. But much later, actually, Swami said that I didn't want to acknowledge that it was a snake bite. Because if I say it in words that it was a snake bite, it would have been fatal for you. That's why I dismissed it as a thorn prick, and it became a thorn prick for you.
Wow.
So maybe that was one way of Swami putting aside what was an
I think
ulcer, which they
Definitely,
said.
and when you look at, she had like 3 duodenal ulcers,
Right.
and she was so active, touring so many countries, and she was active, 1968 World Conference, she was active. I mean, she was able to do everything only because Swami has sort of
Dismissed it.
dismissed it, or he just kept it subdued, and at the right time, Swami will take care of it.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and Swami didn't expect anything less from her. If you really look at it that way, it is Swami didn't look at her as a patient. Swami didn't look at her as somebody who should not be strained.
Correct.
Swami said no.
Yeah.
She was active, and Swami encouraged her to be more active. So this was the backdrop in which another very important event happens in the avataric life. One of the reasons why it's very important for us to go through the narrations of somebody like Mrs. Ratanlal is she's played important roles in many of Swami's projects, and in narrating her journey with Swami, she is also able to help us document some of the important events in Swami's life. So one important event that comes in the narration of Mrs. Ratanlal next is the inauguration of the Anantapur campus, or what later became the Anantapur campus. Back then it was the Sri Sathya Sai College for Women in Anantapur, the first major educational institution that Swami set up in the year 1968.
Yes.
But the college building itself came a little later. Maybe talking about the Anantapur College, maybe a little bit of backdrop of it. When we had a conversation with Miss Rani Java, the daughter of Mr. Java, a great devotee of Swami, she was narrating how when Swami went on that trip to Africa, East Africa, Swami wanted Mother Ishwaramma to be in Mr. Java's care. And in fact, Swami said, Mr. Java, you don't come with me, because otherwise he was always traveling with Swami wherever he went. Swami said, you stay back here and you take care of Mother Ishwaramma. So Mother Ishwaramma stayed in Bombay at that time. And for the first time, she actually was interacting with young girls or women who were educated, who were properly educated, because Mr. Java's daughters were all educated. His other family members must have been educated.
3 daughters?
3 daughters or something like that. So, moving with them, seeing their culture, seeing their way they were going about doing things, she made a firm resolve that when Swami comes back, I should tell Swami that, Swami, we need education for women.
Sort of a very new and sort of eye-opening experience.
Right.
And it also shows how open she was.
Right? So, in fact, Miss Rani Java says that in the airport, she actually said, Swami, I want a college for women. Right?
Miss Swami is just returning
from East Africa.
And the first thing
she says, tell Swami. I mean, that also is speaks volumes about the mothers. As Swami would often say, that everything that Swami has done had seeds in her pious prayers. So imagine Swami's come back after a foreign trip. How many mothers, after her son returns from a foreign trip, actually puts a prayer so selfless? Right? She says, Swami, I want a college for women. But what she doesn't realize, and what Swami reveals at that point, is Swami laughs and says that I've already started. Because much before, actually, Swami had told some devotees in Anantapur that he wants a piece of land because he has plans to start a college. And very interestingly, we spoke to another devotee, Mr. Nagaraj from Anantapur, from the Chidambaraya family, again a devotee's family that came to Swami in the 1940s. So they were instrumental in helping Swami locate a land and buy the land. He was telling about, how backward the thinking of people was about Swami, right? Because they identified this huge piece of land which they wanted to buy, and Swami gave an advance of 10,000 rupees, which was a big sum at that point. So when they went and paid it to this landowner, he asked this other devotee Jwalanaya, and the other devotees from Anantapur, he said, will this money remain or will it vanish?
Oh my God.
Because he was wondering, did Swami materialize this money? And generally you have this idea that these materialized objects will, after some time go back to where they came from. So he said, will this remain? Or, so all those kind of challenges. So Swami came for the registration of the land. So they got the registration done, and then Swami said, okay, let's go and see the land. In a way of Swami wanted to go and bless the land, right? So they got a rusted metal chair on which Swami sat, and then Swami actually revealed his vision for the college.
Wow.
And then Swami said something so beautiful and profound. He said, in this world, there is Brahmaloka, and that is the mother's womb.
Wow.
Right? Because all of you are created there. So he said, including this body. Since everybody, man and woman, has been created in that womb, that Brahmaloka is actually that mother's womb. Then Swami said, that is the most compassionate space in this world.
Wow.
Right? The mother's womb, because nowhere else you feel so safe, nowhere else you feel so nourished. And if a mother is educated in the right way, she will bring up children in the right way, and they will be good citizens in this country. So Swami said, my vision is, I want to bring and give good mothers to the society. So I want to start a women's college. Right? So Swami's vision, Swami revealed it that day. So these are as we said, as we are going through the life of Mother Mrs. Ratanlal, it also gives us the opportunity to look at Swami's avataric life. A very important landmark in Swami's avataric life is the inauguration of the Anantapur College. And here is Swami revealing, in fact, at the inauguration of the college, Swami says that one of the greatest disasters that has happened in modern India is we have removed God from education. We have removed spirituality from education, and I'm going to correct that by starting this educational institution.
Yes.
So that was how Swami started the Anantapur College, in which she was enormously involved. We will come to that.
Yeah, I mean, given what Bhagwan said about the importance of starting the Anantapur College, no wonder that, Swami was so deeply involved in the construction of the college. They say that, in those days, Swami was literally the supervisor, the construction engineer, the architect, because every day, Swami used to go. It was 1.5 hour drive from Prashanti. Swami would every day go there, and in fact, even the mixing of the concrete and sand, the ratio, everything Swami was there to supervise and direct the workers. I mean, it shows the amount of personal, physical involvement of Bhagwan in the construction of the Anantapur College. And of course, after the college was inaugurated, just to give an instance of how deeply Swami was into every aspect of this college. After the college was inaugurated, we had Professor Hemalata, one of the principals, one of the very first principals of the Anantapur College. And so one day Swami calls her and Swami says, see, all the construction material that were not used, all the decoration items, that were still left behind. So I have kept all of them in these 2 rooms, these 2 big rooms, and I have locked them. So here are the keys. So you keep these keys, because now you are the custodian, you are the principal of the college. And Professor Hemalata was very new to Bhagwan's mission, new to being an administrator, new to run an institution. So immediately she did not know how to react, and she just said, Swami, there is no stock register, Swami. We have not started any stock register. How do I maintain all this? And then Swami immediately told her, stock register? Swami says, Andari stock registers, Aninti stock registers, Na daggare unnaile. Which means you're talking about stock registers. The stock register of everything and every person in the world is with me. What a moment, what a revelation. For Professor Hemalata, of course, she did not know how to react. But as she was reflecting on these moments, she was saying, about how Bhagwan was so deeply involved, at the same time giving those powerful moments of revelation so that you know whom you are living with. And there were so many such moments for her as she was taking over running the institution. These were lessons that were coming from Bhagwan. Like, for example, there was one more such instance where Swami tells her, I have kept 2 big paintings in that room, in that storeroom. You go and bring them. One is on Ramayana and one is on Mahabharata. Actually, ideally, one Swami gave her the keys. Probably she should have gone and she should have checked every piece of item what is there in that room. But the college has just started. There are so many things to do. Probably she had not done that homework. But Swami told, you go and get those two paintings. And so she went to the room and she opened and she scanned the entire room. But she did not find any huge paintings, the way Bhagwan described. And so she went back to Swami and said, Swami, I can't find Swami. There is nothing like that. Maybe it's in some other place or something. Swami said, no. It should be there. It is there only. And then Swami himself came to the storeroom. And Swami went to one corner of that storeroom. And Swami pointed out two big boards. These two boards were actually facing the wall. So it was not very visible. And Swami told him to turn those paintings. And see, this is on Ramayana and this is on Mahabharata. I know it is there. And for Hemlata, madam, it was like how alert you should be, how meticulous you should be, when you get a chance to serve. You might miss all these opportunities to serve if once you are given a significant role, if you are not careful enough, if you don't do your homework well, you don't know what are the opportunities that, might just slip out of your hands. Similarly, another instance, so Swami tells her, there was one room for Bhagwan in the campus, in the college itself, because Swami used to travel so often in those days to Anandpur. And so Swami tells her that, every Sunday or once a week.
Incidentally, I think that room was also set up by Mrs. Ratanlal.
Mrs. Ratanlal,
she
yes.
says later.
Yes. It was Mrs. Ratanlal who set up that. Because Swami tells her, you set up my room in Dharmakshetra. You set up this room also. Yes. Must be a very little room from whatever we know of Bhagwan's choice of rooms and dimensions. So Swami tells Professor Hemlata, clean that room once a week. And so Swami used to come, right, often. So they were doing that diligently, but one Sunday they missed cleaning that room because, there are too many things to do and probably she just missed, the faculty did not clean Swami's room. The next Sunday at 2 o'clock, she's in her home. She was not staying in the hostel because she was married, so she used to stay in the town. So at 2 o'clock, Swami's car comes to her house. And, she's shocked that Swami's car has come here. And she rushes out and she sees, to her utter shock, Swami is not there. Swami's driver is coming out of the car. And the driver is rushing to Hemlata madam. And she says, Swami has already arrived. Swami is in the campus and he has sent me because Swami says he has forgotten his key. And Swami said that you have the duplicate key. Please give the duplicate key so that Swami can go to his room to rest. And she says, oh my God. And she rushes. And when she comes to Bhagwan's presence in the college, she says, Swami, just give half an hour, Swami. I will clean up the room. Swami said, you did not clean? I said, it should be cleaned every week. And she really had to cut a sorry figure in front of Bhagwan. So, when Bhagwan gives us those opportunities, so you have Bhagwan's room there and Swami has told that you should clean it every week. Wherever we are, we have our own altars, we have our own samitis, we have our own places of worship. When we mentally say, Swami, this is your place, this is your abode, we have to conform to maintaining that place with that discipline, with that dedication, with that commitment. It's not as if today you have the time, so I will clean the altar. Next Sunday, it's okay. I don't have to do it. No, if you feel Swami is there in that altar, just like we have to clean our own hearts every day. If we have a puja room, if we have our own center, and I think it's so important if we are feeling Swami's presence there to do acts in a manner that respects that feeling. Otherwise, Swami has his own ways of letting us know that if you cannot do that job, somebody else will do it, and probably you will just lose that opportunity. And there were so many such instances like this, when the Anandpur College inauguration happened. And as Prem said, Mrs. Ratanlal was involved with so many such arrangements, looking after the VIPs, looking after the decorations. So let's go back to Mrs. Ratanlal and hear from her about a few things that she has narrated where she was involved, and then we'll spend more time contemplating on them.
70 building started. Swami took us for the foundation stone and everything. Then Swami was coming to Bombay, so he went to Shanmukhanand Hall and he liked that curtain. And then he comes back and says, can't we have that curtain? So I went to Regal. That Regal owner was very well known. I said, Parsi gentleman. I said, how can? He says, Amma, it's very simple. I'll make the curtain. But then you'll have to take the man from Bombay. It will not be. So I said, all right, first take the man to Anandpur. He will take the measurement and he will do all the fittings, electric fittings, how the thing. And then we'll make the curtain, and when it is ready, we'll send the man and he will do it. That is how it started. Then secondly, Swami's bedroom. So Swami says, oh, you made my bedroom in Dharamkshetra, you make my bedroom here also.
In Anantapur.
Anantapur. So I ordered. Then started all sorts of things. So we used to go very often to Puttaparthi.
From 70 itself construction started.
Huh?
Construction started in 70.
70, and Swami used to every week go to Anandpur, stay there 3-4 days, come back to Puttaparthi. Swami has got, when this college started, he was spending more time in Vrindavan than Puttaparthi. Same habit. He did from Puttaparthi to go to Anandpur was very simple. It's 1.5 hour drive, you know. So he used to go very often, and if we were there, he would take us with him. And then he would also come back in the evening. So there used to be our taxi and Swami's car, not paraphernalia, you know. So gradually and slowly, this thing, that thing, the responsibility started coming. Then 1 month before, you know, I had to, because tailoring, curtains and all that.
For the inauguration.
For the inauguration. So, I said, Swami, I'll come. 15 days before I came. And 3 minibus with all the machines, sewing machine.
From Mumbai.
Everything from Bombay. 2 days before, you know what happened, Sai Prakash? Suddenly Swami says, hey, hostel mein plates hi nahi hai. There is no glasses, nothing. You know, those big vessels cooking के तो पुट्टपर्थी से आ जाएंगे, मगर वो खाना कैसे खाएंगे? Leaves में खा लेंगे, but glass तो चाहिए ना. तो Swami, now what can we do? Swami, I cannot go to Bombay because there is so much work. All these 10-15 boys were also there. So I said, Swami, I'll phone Jeevan Lal. I had good connection. I telephoned to Jeevan Lal. I said, Jeevan Lal bhai, 300 plates, and कहते it has just come from the factory. It was 5 o'clock. The train leaves at 9 o'clock. It was all packed. I said, Jeevan Lal bhai, he was also Swami's deputy. I said, Jeevan Lal bhai, एक काम करो, वो सब कुछ गाड़ी में बैठा दो, उसको अनंतपुर में मैं आके रिसीव कर लूँगी, उसकी मैं शाम की टिकट कर दूँगी, उसको सब बिल दे दो, पैसा पूसा सब उसको मिल जाएगा, वो कल सुबह परसों सुबह आपके पास पहुँच जाए. That is how the plates
came.
So you heard from Mrs. Ratnalal about the plates which just came mysteriously. And she mentions about the curtains. Swami liked those curtains in Shanmukananda Hall in Mumbai, and how Swami wanted the same kind of electric curtain in the Anandpur College. What she does...
For a moment, it looked like Swami had forgotten the plates. But actually, Swami had wanted to remember the plates only then.
Yeah, absolutely. He has already made the arrangements.
Right, the arrangements have already been made.
Yes, it's just that someone has to be that instrument. Someone, you know, every moment with Swami is like, for the devotees around, it is a testing moment actually. It's a moment of how alert you are, where is your mind and where is your thought. So, you know, talking about the curtains, there is one thing that happened which in the video Mr. Ratnalal did not mention, but she later had shared it. So once these curtains came from Mumbai, you know, it was different, right? It was the electric curtain, and in the 60s, all this technology was a new thing. And Swami really liked how, you know, it was in Mumbai. And so she had told this person who arranged the curtain to send a worker along with that, because, you know, the local workers probably will not know how to set it up. And so there were
ashram, one or two engineers who were looking after various aspects of the construction. So, unknown to Mrs. Ratanlal, one day Swami suddenly came there, and Swami wanted to see the curtains, if it is all set up. And there were some other ashram engineers, and they said, "Hi, Swami, it is all done." So Swami went, and it's the electric curtain, you're supposed to press the button and the curtain will open. And Swami did that, nothing happened. And Swami called Mr. Ratanlal. Swami said, "You said you set up the electric curtain, where nothing is happening. What is this?" And now Mrs. Ratanlal did not know what to say, because she doesn't know what has happened. To her knowledge, this curtain should have been set up in a particular way. She had no clue what was happening. And what do you answer Swami? So she said, "Swami, just give me some time." So she went behind, and she was trying to ask around what happened. And that's when she figured that one of the ashram engineers, he had called some local workers and set up the curtain. Okay. And that is not how the curtain should be set up. That person had no clue. And then Mrs. Ratanlal was frantically looking for the worker who had come from Bombay to set it up. And that's when she figured that the whole thing has been done the wrong way. And now she goes to Swami and she pleads with Swami, "Swami, just give half an hour, Swami. Half an hour you give, Swami, I'll set it up. And after that you come." And she tells everyone, "All of you, please go. Just give 30 minutes and I will set it up." And so Swami also sort of listens to her prayer, and Swami says, "Okay, I will come after some time." And that's when she calls the worker, and this worker is furious. She says, "Amma, this is not how it is set up. You have set it up topsy-turvy. It's not how this curtain should be set up." And she says, okay, doesn't matter. You just set it up now." And she says, she was so tensed because you don't know when Swami will come. Swami says, half an hour could be 10 minutes for Swami, anything. And she just says, "I was just standing in one corner. I was just saying, Saram. She was just praying." And she was just... she felt that her namasmarana will give all the energy to that worker to complete that work in time, because that guy had to undo everything and set up again, and you don't know whether it's going to work. If anything is damaged, there are a lot of risks involved. Everything has come from Mumbai. You don't have much time for the inauguration. But the way she handled that issue, she was not mad after the engineers, she was not mad after the workers or anything. Whole thing was, okay, this is a problem. All I have to do is just surrender to Swami. I have to just keep praying and things will turn out. Now, I think that there is a deep lesson there. Whenever we are doing Swami's work, there will be challenges. There will be things sometimes which will not go our way. But those are the moments when we have to be calm. We have to maintain our composure. When Swami gives an opportunity, he gives the ability. But for us to unlock that ability, I feel we should have that humility and surrender to Bhagwan. I think only when we have that kind of an approach, then we'll be able to make use of our abilities to make use of those opportunities that Bhagwan gives. And I think that is something very, very powerful that you learn from Mrs. Ratanlal, and we'll find many such opportunities and many such instances as we go through her life.
And the other beautiful thing about all of these narrations, she also says in one of the conversations that this was Swami's involvement for each institution that he set up. Right? The amount of time that he would give, as she would say, almost every weekend Swami would go. One of the devotees was saying that there was this building that Swami had to come and inaugurate in Anantapur campus. Swami's come to inaugurate does not mean that Swami will come on the inauguration day. Right? So there was this building, and the roof had not been put. The building had been, I think must be one of the college buildings only. So Swami had said that I'll come and I'll oversee the putting of the roof. And Swami comes and says, you can imagine all the walls are there, the roof is open. And Swami playfully says, "I came to open the building is already open." Right? So he was never the chancellor who came to open a building, right? He was there all through. And each one of these, right? Why should Swami go to Shanmukhananda Hall and then see a curtain and say, "This curtain is good, let's have it"? And he could have just said that this is what I want. So every stage, that involvement, I think Swami was also teaching us how do you go about a project. How, with what kind of attention to detail, what should drive your choices. The other very beautiful episode, whenever you talk about the Anantapur College, this comes up. Many of our listeners might already know, but nevertheless, just to sensitize ourselves about how you go about doing work. This was during when they were drawing the lines for the campus, right? As we were saying, 68, Swami had started the college, but 69 or something, I think the Bhumi Puja was done during Swami's birthday celebrations, and then they started drawing the markings for raising the building. So Swami comes to the campus and Swami is looking around, and Swami calls Professor Hemalata's husband, who happens to be the tallest and the most well-built person in that group. And Swami tells him, pick up that stone. So it's a small pebble, he picks it up. Then Swami says, throw it as far as you can throw. Right? So, put all your might behind it and throw. Like a weird instruction from Swami. So he throws it as far as he can. And then Swami calls the engineers. And Swami says, go find where that rock has fallen. And from there, measure 50 feet and then draw the boundary for the compound wall. Right? And they were surprised why Swami is saying this. And then Swami said, see, this Anantapur town, a lot of other political activities keep happening. Other college students go on strike and
District
all that happens. Right, all those confusions happen. If some miscreants come to the gate.
That was this being a women's college.
Right, being a women's college. Swami said, if they throw stones, it should not come anywhere near my, girls' building.
Wow.
Right? Again, an example of Swami could have just stood there that day and say, from here, measure this many 100 feet and draw a compound. But how do you go about making a decision like that?
Yes.
How you're always sensitive to the needs of the people whom you're doing it for, right? So I think Swami was, in all this, Swami, as a person who is, we all know, as the Lord who is omniscient, could have just said, put this curtain, get this plate, draw the marks here. But he didn't do that, right? He involved everybody. And in the process of involving everybody, he taught how to be sensitive, how to make practically wise decisions. What are the things you should be thinking about when you're making those decisions? So I think there's learning in everything that Swami did.
And how protective Swami was, like a mother of the Anantapur sisters, in those days. Definitely Anantapur town was not an easy town. And really, when you think deeper about all these things, the number of insights that come, really they move you. In fact, there's another very moving instance concerning the Anantapur College inauguration preparation, which Mr. Ratanlal was deeply involved. As we said, she was involved with practically everything, looking after the guests and arranging all these curtains to plates to everything. Then Swami, see, the moment you do a particular task well, for example, the curtains thing, finally she got it done. So when God gives you a responsibility and you play that role very well, then you get a promotion, you get more opportunities. At the physical level also, you have more trust, because here is a person, you give a task and she will deliver. So that's what happened. If you look at, in a very mundane way also, the relationship of Mrs. Ratanlal and Bhagwan, everything she did so well that, she kept getting higher and higher responsibilities from Bhagwan. And one thing that Swami asked her to do at that time was to paint the Anantapur campus before the inauguration. And Swami gives a clear instruction to her. You are not going to touch my room. Swami says, you paint the entire college. If I ask you to paint my room, then you will use all the resources, all the workers to just do up my room nicely. So I don't want any resource, any worker, painter to be used for my room. So you paint the entire building. And she says, okay, Swami. And she goes about her job, getting the campus painted. But, there is so much of restlessness, within her. It's a mother's heart, will you ever be happy that Swami's room is not being painted? The whole campus is being painted, whole college is being painted, and this is what Swami wants. She just could not reconcile herself, to that thought, and she said, no, I have to do something.
but Swami says you cannot use any resource, any worker. So what she does, she calls one worker who is not a painter and who is not involved in the painting process at all, and she gets a ladder and she herself goes to Swami's room, and with the help of this worker, she decides to paint Swami's room on her own. And she describes later on. Unfortunately, we don't have the video of of these beautiful instances. So she's on the ladder and she's giving instructions to this worker who is on the ground. She's painting different shades, and you want a lighter shade, darker shade. So she's having those brushes, and so she keeps giving instructions to this worker to get this, get that, get more water, mix this. So, and this worker was diligently doing whatever she was asking him to do. And after a while, she saw that the worker is not responding. And she's continuously giving instructions, and this guy is not responding at all. And she wondered what happened. She looked back and she froze because a few minutes before that worker had frozen because Swami had come. And Mrs. Ratanlal didn't know what to do. So, and when she looked at Swami, you don't know how Swami is going to react because Swami had given clear instructions.
Right?
You should not do anything in my room. And this is exactly the opposite she is doing. But Swami just stands there and Swami just laughs, and then there is a beautiful smile. Swami just smiles so heartily, doesn't say anything. See, I think it all depends on from what level of purity and depth of love you do things for Bhagavan. That concern for Swami, she didn't want to do it to show off to anyone. She didn't want to do it for ostentation. She did not want to do it just for the sake of anyone knowing that she's just like a mother. A mother does not want, not looking for recognition when she's doing something for the child. The mother does not care whether the child even noticed, whether the child, ever acknowledged. It's just that satisfaction that the child is comfortable and I have to do the best for my child. And I think that is the feeling with which Mrs. Ratanlal did everything for Bhagavan, and that is the reason why Swami also responded that way. I think anyone else probably would have got a different response from Bhagavan, but here Swami accepted that because it was not anything artificial. It was coming straight from the heart. And I think those are lessons that you learn from a sacred soul like Mrs. Ratanlal, because all our duty, our responsibility, our instructions, all our roles, everything goes below pure love. If your love is that pure, then there are no rules. You go above all the rules, isn't it?
Right. So we are in that time in chronology where Swami is about to inaugurate the campus, 1971, July 1968.
Yes.
Right after Swami comes back from East Africa, Swami starts the college as always he does. He doesn't wait for the infrastructure. He starts off the project, and then the best of the infrastructure follows very shortly, and that's exactly what happens. 1971, Guru Purnima, Swami is all set to inaugurate the new building. And the President of India was the chief guest at that time, he and the First Lady.
Yes.
Among all the other works, imagine she's painting walls and so many other work she's doing. Swami insists that she should come and serve the President and the First Lady. That's one more responsibility that Swami gives her. But in the backdrop of all this, on one hand, you are hosting the President. On the other hand, she is also doing some other work that is quite unimaginable, really. But all of this is actually happening, leading to what we started off with.
Yes.
That ailment that she was suffering, that ulcers that she was having, that might not be frequent, but those bouts of vomiting blood.
Yes.
So all of that culminates to something that happens on the day of inauguration. I think after the inauguration, everything is over.
Yes.
But that part, we will listen to it in Mrs. Ratanlal's narration. After that, we'll come back, reflect briefly, and we'll conclude this episode.
And you know what happened? The dining room where we fed the president and his wife, Giri, There is a pantry, there is no water outlet. And Lord, not knowing, after the president is fed, he's sending everybody of Puttaparthi to go and eat. We have enough food, we have put the food on the top. But the water is not, we have to wash the dishes, na? So we are washing dishes and the water is getting, and I am till 4:30. By 4:30 the water is coming up to this level. You know, from 9 o'clock, 10:30 to 4 o'clock, I'm standing in this much water. You know, I'm asking somebody to, you know, put some sort of a thing, thoda to pani nikle, you know, and we are getting buckets of water so that we are washing the dishes and putting that and giving it outside.
So after that,
Then finish, I go and have my bath. There are 4,000 people waiting there for Swami and they want to come back to Bangalore. Swami takes me and Dr. Gokak to his room and starts talking spirituality. After 15-20 minutes, I said, my Lord, there are people waiting to do namaskar to you, and please go and send them off, and then we will talk. You know, all right. But all these people saw both of us called there. I had a feeling something is going to happen. I didn't eat nothing. I had a glass of milk. Then 12:30 I started, and you know that house was such that you can't open the door. So I had to throw the chair, I had to jump on that chair, and I went on vomiting clots of blood. This was my third time. You know, and doctor had warned me that if you have a hemorrhage like that, you cannot survive. So 5 o'clock Swami's coffee used to go. And Swami's room is upstairs, my room is downstairs, you know. And he had, you know, he always has a habit, when he gets up, after he has, you know, he will always look around from the window, you know.
so then that is when Swami called you up.
That is how Swami went on.
After you had the vomiting of the...
You know, I was in a very bad shape. I was almost half dead. I'm lying on my bed. My sari, my face, there is no water. My sari, my face is full of blood. And Swami started calling me, Mrs. Ratandal, Mrs. Ratandal. Now Mrs. Ratandal hasn't got himmat to get up from the bed. So this Rao's son, young man, was driving the jeep and who was always helping me. Then Swami asked him to come down. Understand? And he saw me, my God. He said, what has happened? I said, first go and get some water. So I washed my face. Then he thought he'll help me. I said, you don't help me. I'll go on. So I held the steps, Sai Ram, but climbed. Last 3 steps I had no. So I sat down. Swami is holding that glass of coffee, half finished. He says, what is all that outside? I didn't strike me that he's talking about, you know, at that time the mind is not there. I said, how do I know what is outside, Swami? Then suddenly he said, put your hand forward. He puts one dose and gives me that glass. I said, Swami, this is your glass. I cannot drink as people. Please give me another glass. Hey, shouting, bathe, stupid, you know all that. I had to drink. Wait here. After 10 minutes, he again comes back with a glass of water. Again his own glass, because there was nobody. So he comes, gives me a second dose and asks me to keep that water with me. After half an hour of waiting, again he comes and gives me a third dose.
Some medicine.
It is vibhuti.
Vibhuti only?
All vibhuti but different taste. All three are different days. He goes, now go back and lie down. After half an hour, he gets ready to go to the campus and comes back. No, suddenly he's saying, send the jeep and then after half an hour, I feel I've got nothing. My strength, everything. So I took, the toilet is quite far off. So I took bucket of hot water, then one bucket cold water, then came back one bucket of cold water, then came back because the sari, everything is full of blood. I washed my clothes, I had a bath, everything. I come back and my mantra is taking 45 minutes. With my eyes closed, I am doing that. I was surprised that me 2 hours ago and 2 hours after, I'm absolutely peaceful, so happy, so all that. And suddenly the jeep and this boy comes. Swami is calling you in the campus. But auntie, Swami told you to rest. But you are looking so well and so fit. I said, I had worn not, because when you are with Swami, you had to dress up. Because he was very particular. So I changed my sari and I sat and whole day long I'm working there.
So that's the magical, moving manner with which the ulcer that kept troubling her right from 1954 just melted away. And the way she was narrating that, look at Bhagwan's concern for her. Every 10 minutes, every half an hour, Swami was coming to her and Swami was giving vibhuti. Every tumbler of water with vibhuti had a different flavor, a different taste, and Swami ensured that in 45 minutes she was a completely new self. And she dresses up and she goes to the program to attend the forthcoming programs that were planned as part of the Anandpur College inauguration ceremony. And when you look at her life, we keep saying this to Sevadals and to people who serve Bhagwan, that if your focus is on Bhagwan, if your attention, if you give your life to Bhagwan, you don't ever have to worry about what is happening to you. You dedicate yourself to Swami, and you will see that how Swami is dedicated to you. And I think that's what you see in her life. She never ever went and told Swami that I have this problem. When others went and told Swami, Swami said problem does not exist. But at some point, that whole defect or whatever melody in her body had to be corrected. And perhaps Swami waited for the Anandpur campus inauguration function to be over. And the way Swami did it, Swami gave his own tumbler, his coffee, his water with his own hands and ensured that this problem goes forever. And it just shows that if you give yourself completely to his work, his mission, the Swami will go to any extent. We should never even have that iota of doubt, what will happen to me? Nothing will happen to you. If you have that kind of commitment and that kind of focus. In fact, when you have that kind of focus, these little things will not even worry us. We will go above it. And whatever that is to be sorted out in our life will automatically get sorted out with His grace. And He will do it at the right time and in the most fantastic manner. This is something that I think a lot of people who serve Swami Sevadals have experienced. But as we go through Ratanlal's life, Mr. Ratanlal's life, you will find many more such instances. But this just to reiterate that if we are 100% dedicated to Swami, if our priority is Swami, we will experience how we are all the time a priority for Bhagavan, isn't it?
Really, and as Swami was saying in a discourse very beautifully, he said, what is devotion and what is dedication? When you say that, Swami, this body, this life, everything belongs to you, right? anything, any flaw in the body, any malady in the body, any disease in the body, that also belongs to him, right? He says, if you will, you take care of it. If you don't, so be it, right? Swami says that is the attitude of a devotee. So as you can see, it is not the idea that I dedicate myself, you do this for me, right? A devotee never thinks like that. I'm sure she never thought like that.
Yes.
With everything, with my flaws, with my physical flaws, with my mental flaws, all I can do is just dedicate this body, this life to you, Swami. Use it in the best way you feel befitting, right? I think that is the attitude with which Mrs. Ratanlal led her life. That is the lesson that each one of us need to draw and fashion our own lives so that it becomes a worthy offering to Bhagwan. So dear listeners, with this thought, we'll conclude the 6th part of this reflections on the life of Mrs. Ratanlal. We most humbly offer and dedicate this at Bhagwan's lotus feet. Thank you for your company this evening. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram.